Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble with the receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Okay, gandang araw para manira ng mga pangarap at ipulpil ang ating legacy dito sa ating ikalawang araw ng playoffs ng CFS SEA Masters Spring. Salvatore at El nga pala ang duo na takot sa numerong number 3 sa Electric Pine at nandito nga tayo para ipakita ka sa inyo ang mga maiinit na laban at higit sa lahat para magsaya at idiwang ang CROSSFIRE ng Pilipinas. Boss El, kamusta ka? Anong pakiramdam natin ngayon? Day 2 ng playoffs.
Mainit, no? Saka sakto lang din yung init
Sobra.
na panahon sa init ng mga matches natin today dahil, well, kahapon yung mga matches natin expected. But there was one result na hindi natin expect lahat. And I feel like if ganun yung trend natin for today as well, magkakagulantangan na tayo dito sa Pilipinas, pare.
Definitely, no. Ito na ata yung taon na sobrang unpredictable na ng mga nagiging outcome na to na point na itong mga teams nga natin na ina-acknowledge natin na may gap, talagang humahabol dito sa ating mga gods ng ating top 4. No? Considering na ilang taon na yung dumaan, hindi na ganun kadali mag-predict ng 3-0 tulad ng mga nangyari sa mga series kakahapon. No? Pero mamaya natin may kita yung mga yan. Pero ito, papangunahan na natin kagad no, ang ating unang series ng playoffs nga kahapon. We wave goodbye para sa batches as FERVID took over the series 3-1 L.
Yeah, medyo nangyayari lang sa FERVID sa unang mapa no, sa Ankara, medyo wait, paano ba maglaro ng CROSSFIRE? Paano ba mag-IGL? Paano ba mag-mid-round? Yun yung nangyari sa kanila, pero once we got into Eagle Eye, okay, mapa namin to, wait, ganito pala mag-CROSSFIRE, ganito pala gumalaw sa mapa, ganito pala kakate si D, si Lance, siya si A7J, and JK as well, no? So, talagang pinakita lang nila na, okay, FERVID is a top 4 contender, and top 4 nga naman yung habol nila, why not take down the former or the perennial top 4 contender natin, which is in Matchless, no? With Aldrin in the mix, siguro, hindi natin masasisi itong MJ na kahit nagpalit na si Aldrin yung lalaro, hindi yun yung hindi yung problema. Ang problema is mas magaling lang talaga tong FERVID from their improvement last year all the way up to this year. Kung talagang nakuha lang nila yung panalo against Querdas, well, top 3 talaga sila. Yun yung talagang ending sa regular season. Pero for now, well, kahit matalo sila dito sa Stallions, which is siguro naman yun yung expectation ng karamihan, may top 3 match pa rin naman tayo, no? Battle for third ika nga. Pero wag muna tayo din mag-tone ng pansin. Tunan natin na, isipin natin na kayang-kaya dito ng FERVID itong Stallions. Pero, syempre, medyo alam naman natin kung para sa yung Stallions na yan, no? Para sa Grand Finals yan. At kung kaya nga naman ng FERVID na patumbahin tong mga kabayong to, why not, no? Surprise us, pare.
Kung may ganong JK Matlans tayo makikita sa series mamaya, for sure, hindi lang aabutin ng 3 sets ang match ng FERVID at ng Stallions. Parating na nga yan mga bossing, pero ito ang pinakamalupit na playoffs in the history of CROSSFIRE Philippines and then CROSSFIRE SEA. Querdas versus Execration, proving everyone wrong na mabilis lang to matatapos, at higit sa lahat, yung mga bata ng Querdas na hindi pa nakakaranas ng playoff sa buong buhay nga nila, making a lasting impact para dito sa liga nga na to, na nagbago ng hulma kung ano nga bang impression natin para sa Execration, and at the end, they pulled it through. Vincent with one of the most crucial calls at isa sa mga breakout performances ng walang iba kundi si Yote Beno. Rookie of the Year plus MVP, yan ang Benji Paras ng series na yan.
Tunay na tunay, no? Siya, sabihin na lang natin na kahit full 5 sets yung naganap dito sa Querdas at sa Exe, isa lang naman yung masasabi ko, or isang word lang naman yung kailangan ko sabihin para ma-describe itong teams natin. Confidence, no? Pagdating sa new compound, sige, magbigayan tayo ng mapa natin. Yung pinik nyo, nakuha nyo. Yung pinik namin, nakuha namin. Pero pagdating sa new compound, no? Best of one na yun, ika nga. At kung sino yung mas may kumpiyansa, may tapang sa sarili, no, yung walang takot na papalag, yun yung mananalo. Yun yung nakita natin, umabot pa nga sa overtime, at kung sino pa talaga yung talagang bago dito sa ating laruan, siya yung nagpakita ng kanyang kagilasan. No? YOT1B making a name for himself, pero next up on the chopping block pare si YOB1B naman.
Yun ang mabigat talaga na hadlang dito, no, para ka sa Querdas na makita nila ang ating Grand Finals. Pero kung kaya nga nila gawin sa Execration, pakiramdam naman natin, no, hindi ganun tayo kasulido magbigay ng numero kung makakatimbang ba dito ang Querdas. Marami pa rin nagsasabi na Virtus.pro sa kalidad nga nila, kayang-kaya nga nila isweep tong series ka na to, o kung umabot man ng 5 sets sa kanila ang huling halakak. Pero lahat naman talaga kaya din sabihin na Querdas, they could pull off an upset para man lang may bago, no? May bagong panlasa dito sa ating SEA Masters. Palagi na lang Stallions VP, kaya meron talaga kaming challenge para sa mga teams nga na yan. At sabi nga dito, no, pagbago ng mundo sa CFS. Unang Master Season na hindi makakapasok sa top 4 ang ex-Pacific Macta players, no? And I believe, no, parang it does speak like that, no? Pero feeling ko kasi hindi lang ito yung unang beses na makakaranas ng top 4 finish sila MVA. No? Kung naalala mo, last year even ng regionals, hindi man lang sila umabot ng number 4 kasi matches ang kumuha ng pwesto na yon. Both Justin and MVA took the off-season para nga maranasan ulit nila yung playoffs. Pero even till now, mayroon pa rin talagang lapses dito ang Execration.
Talaga masasabi natin na iba yung flow na ngayong taon, no? Hindi na kaya sumabay ng old god sa ating current. And yun na lang siguro yung isa sa mga storyline natin na, oo, nag-evolve yung scene natin dito. Yung mga bata lumalakas, talagang saktong mailo kasi yung gap nawawala na, para nagkakaroon sila ng energy. And kung yun lang yung magiging patakaran natin na sumasabay lang talaga dito sa flow yung mga baguhan, no? At mabilis sila mag-change ng narrative natin. Hanggang sa panila kaya mag-change ng narrative? Hanggang sa STS at VP ba? Yun ba yung makikita natin? Kasi itong mga to, medyo room shakers tong dalawang to, di ba? Expected natin sila. Pero feel ko, gusto kong makita ngayon is we need to expect the unexpectedness, pare, na pinakita ng Querdas kahapon, pinaparamdam ng Fervid kahapon, and sana madala rin nila yon into today.
Sana nga talaga, no, lahat ng nakolekta nga nila last year, sana nga magkaroon nga ng malaking epekto dito para sa laban nga nila against Stallions and VP respectively. Pero with that out of the way, no, bossing, tingnan natin kung ano nga ba ang nasa utak ng mga mastermind, kung paano nga nila naipanalo yung mga series nga kahapon. Pinapakilala nga natin sa interview stage ang ating mga kaibigan mula sa QD at Fervid, A7J and Mensky into the stage, no. Bossing Mensky and A7J, maraming salamat sa pagbigay nga ng oras, no? Bago namin kayo bigyan ng mga may init na tanong, gusto lang namin kayo kamustahin, no? A7J, ikaw na muna. Anong pakiramdam natin kahapon pagkatapos manalo sa matches?
Masaya po.
Yun.
Ayun lang.
Bingo.
Yun. Parang feeling ko, boss. Parang feeling ko lang L. Masaya si A7J.
Feeling ko nga
ikaw
masaya,
naman,
no?
Boss Mensky. Ikaw naman, Boss Mensky, kamusta ka naman, boss? Nga, pagkatapos nyong dalhin ang Execration sa 5 sets at nakuha nyo ang panalo, ano ang pakiramdam natin ngayon?
Masaya. It's a big achievement naman sa team na nanalo kami kahapon.
Definitely, no?
Yes,
And
definitely.
talagang isa to sa mga pinakamalaking breakthrough, no, na ginawa talaga ng mga Cebu teams. Una, no, siguro na dumidikit talaga dito ang Ubik Maniac up against Pacific, but now we have QD taking down Execration. Boss L, ibibigay ko yung mga tanong mo mula dito kay Coach Menzi at ako naman dito para kay A7J. So sisimulan natin dito para kay A7J. No? Onting tanungan session lang kasi kailangan talaga namin malaman ano nga ba ang susi ng pagkapanalo nyo. So Boss A7J, kita naman natin kahapon, no, na yung angkara nyo hindi talaga pabor para sa inyo. Pero grabe, sunod-sunod nyo nang nakuha yung Eagle Eye, pati na nga rin yung port bilang panapusin. So ngayon, tatanungin kita, ano ba ang naging reset? Paano nga ba yung naging usapin ng Fervid para makuha nyo yung tatlong magkakasunod na mapa para matapos yung series?
Siguro nag-focus lang kami sa nung next map hanggang sa third map. Kasi lang nung natalo kami sa first map, parang lang din. Ano ba tawag? Ayun, nag-reset ka.
Nag-reset talaga. Okay,
Reset
boss,
lang, no?
boss A7J, maraming salamat. Okay, boss L, banat ang
Ikaw
tanong
naman,
kay Boss
Coach
Menzi.
Menski, no? So,
Yes,
yung
yes.
mga players mo, Coach, rookies, di ba? Pero yung
Yes,
natalo
po.
nila dito sa ating quarters, halos isang dekada na rin yung experience ng mga players doon, no? So, na-expect mo ba na mangyayari yon? Or sabihin na lang natin, na-exceed ba yung expectations mo dito sa players mo? And ano yung plans mo going forward with the team?
Actually, ini-evaluate na talaga namin before the game. Kaya namin makipagsabayan sa kanila, but we cannot guarantee that last night we can win that series. But we thankful kay Lord na binigay sa amin yung panalo.
Ayun. Talagang gulat lang din, no?
May honorary 6 months sila, no, Boss L, no, ating po ang makeup file. Solidong output, no, Boss Menski, pero A7J, ikaw nga ulit, no. Mukhang nahanap na ni Lance yung forma niya nga, no. Bilang dating kakampi ni KLP, pagtatambalan nga sila mamaya. At napakasolidong match nga nito, no. Isipin mo, 3 sets na kuha ni Lance yung MVP. Ngayon, matanong ko sa'yo bilang kapitan, mula sa perspective mo, no, ano ang pwede namin maasahan kay Lance mamaya para sa laban nyo up against Stallions?
Pwedeng asahan.
Bubulong sa tenga mo, pre. Sagutin mo na. Yun na yun.
Yun na yun. Yun na yun.
Mag-5K daw siya mamaya. 4K.
Dali!
Stallions, Coach Tax, maganda na kayo. Narinig mo ba yun? Mula sa bibig ng kapitan, 5K daw kayo lahat. Lahat yan bungo no? Yung 7J. Parang onting words lang, pero alam mo na kagad yung bigat no? Ikaw naman.
Sim. So, ito, Coach Menski, from a coach-to-coach perspective, no, paano mo paghahandaan or paano nyo rather pinaghandaan tong Virtus.pro na, syempre, halos kung pagtitimbangin natin sa outside perspective, no, wala mag-expect sa inyo na makalagpas dito. So, paano nyo pinaghandaan tong team na to? Kasi, syempre, alam nyo naman yung quality ng strategies nila. Ano yung preparation na ginawa mo?
Actually, grabe yung bakbakan kahapon natapos mga 1:30 AM. So with the time constraint that we have, siguro mga mga mappings lang siguro at saka mag-review kami sa mga previous na laro ng BP. But there's no excuses. We are here to compete naman.
That's true. That's true, no?
Heart of a champion no, na
Yes po.
isang coach din talaga na marangal sa kanyang trabaho no. Pero ito yung 7J no, siguro napakababaw lang siguro ng mga tanong ko kasi kanina. Ito pinakamalalim no. May involvement to with the series ka mamaya up against Virtus.pro. Ngayon, marami nagsasabi actually at isa na doon si 02 na dahil nga sa meta na parang dumidikit na daw yung mga ibang teams dito nga sa Virtus.pro dahil nga napakalakas ng M14, yung HK, malaking reward yan para sa mga malakas tumutok ng headshot, lalong-lalo na si JKM dyan no. Ngayon, tatanong ko ngayon sa inyo, kung papatunayan nyo na hindi lang sa meta sumasang-ayon ng game style nyo, paano nyo gagawin? Diba? Paano nyo ibibigay kay 02 ngayon na yung paratang na yon mali, na hindi talaga lang kayo sumasabay sa meta?
Parehas lang ata. Hindi ko alam kung umaano talaga sa game style namin ay mga sa Cebuano yung bagong baril ngayon. Kahit ano pa ata, M4, AK, makakasabay pa rin eh.
Oof.
Same. Gumaling lang talaga.
Oo, yun lang din naman yun. Ikaw, yun lang din naman yun. Kung maalala nyo, di lang naman ito yung unang beses na sumasabay ang mga Cebuano nung AKM4 mameta. Ubek Maniac Pacific, no? Summer 2024, 5 games din umabot yun eh. No? Kaya solidong nga naman talaga ang ating mga Cebuano teams pagdating sa kanilang development. O ikaw, El, anong katanungan mo dyan kay Mensky na mainit-init?
So, eto, hindi naman sa mainit, no? Medyo parang curiosity lang tong ano. Curious lang ako kung ba't nila ginagawa. Ano yung mindset niya sa pagsayaw, yung pagtawa siya, yung mga cake na ginagawa nila sa camera. Every after set win or round win, ba't nila ginagawa yun?
Ano lang eh, we just enjoy the moment na we're making surprises, we're making upset. Kasi galing kami sa open qualifier eh. Bali, the team started last year and then yun, nag-finalist kami sa Impact last year and then ngayon, nag-top 4 agad. So, it's a big achievement for us. So, ini-enjoy lang namin ngayon yung laro namin. I just told them na just play and then just enjoy the love of the game.
Okay. So wait, Salvi, may follow-up question pa ako isa. So dahil sa sinabi mong ganyan, 'di ba? Sila lahat nagkekengkoy yan. May isa akong napapansin na hindi ko may kengkoy, si Yotib. So ngayon, dahil kay Yotib, siya ba yung next big thing dito sa Crossfire natin? Siya ba yung parang next big kanok ganon?
Hindi, lang yan. Kanang kengkoy lang yun si pag nakilala mo yan si YouTube, kengkoy lang. Kengkoy yan sa personal. Oo.
Shy type.
Shy
tahimik
type
lang
yan,
sa umpisa.
pero ganon talaga yung emotion. Kaya mga basher namin sa Comsec, bahala na kayo kung ano yung perspective niyo. Basta kami laro, then we enjoy it.
Kumbaga may switch eh, no? Pag laro. Pag personal, lalabas talaga ang kulit ng isang yo. Diba ito A7J, no? Mas lalo pa nating painitin yung mga tanong mo. Kasi feeling ko, parang wala kami nakukuha mula sa iyo eh. Ito talaga kailangan namin ng sagot dito. Pag ikaw ang maglalaro sa Grand Finals, pumili ka ng kalaban. QD o VP? At bakit?
VP. Kasi simula nung 2023 pa di ako nananalo sa kanya eh. Lahat ng
Kanino? Sa kanya? Kanino?
Hindi,
sa
buong team ng VP.
Alam ko may
gusto ko babawi.
Pinaparinggan ka bossing eh. Yun, totoo nga naman talaga, no? Even, A7J, sinubaybayan ko talaga yung career mo, no? Metacore, Secret, no? Lahat yan, pre, kitang-kita ko nga talaga na palagi nyong harang. Ang SGJ, Ebos, Arcilia, pati nga ngayon, Virtus.pro na nga sila ngayon. So kahit anong pangalan, ganun pa rin talaga ang kwenta. Pero sana nga ngayon, magbago na nga talaga. Ikaw, El, baka may patanong ka pa dyan. Parang di ata tayo naubusan ng tanong.
Same lang siguro matatanong kay Coach Mensky. Sino yung gusto mong makalaban sa Grand Finals kung sakaling umabot tayo doon? STS or FERVID?
STS po.
STS. Why?
Sila po yung sila po ngayon yung benchmark ng CROSSFIRE Philippines.
Sila yung benchmark and syempre pag natalo mo yung benchmark, kayo na yung next, no? Kumbaga,
hindi
number
naman.
1, number 2.
Tsamba lang.
Hindi naman, pero yan. Hindi lang tsamba yun.
Boss,
Malabong tsamba yun.
Alam naman natin na lahat ng preparasyon, hindi yan tsamba, no? Oras at pawis, dugo, lahat yan nalalagas para lang masabi yung perfecto na yung laro nyo. Kaya para sa akin, yung QD, ginawa nga nila kahapon. Hindi tsamba yun. Ika dito ni Vincent. O ito, A7J. Balik tayo sa'yo. Total, parang bitin pa rin yung mga tanong ko sa'yo. Ito, kung bibigyan ka ng pagkakataon na baguhin yung laro nyo, ang tanong, meron ba? At kung meron man, ano yun?
Wala po ate. Wala. Okay, Dabiwab. Okay. Wala talaga, no? Kahit player, wala kang gustong palitan. Si Dre, ayaw mo palitan si Dre. Medyo ka. Wag mo sagutin niya. Pero understandable na wala naman talaga silang kailangan baguhin, no? Kasi tinan mo, number 3 sila ngayon, pre.
I mean, speaking of pagbabago, sa inyo naman, Coach Mensky, medyo may shaky form kayo, 'di ba, sa regular season natin. So, paano niyo na fix yung shaky form yun na yon sa group stage natin and paano niyo siya nabalik dito sa playoffs?
Ini-improve lang namin, bali ina-address namin yung mga errors namin in game, mga decision in game. Pero understandable naman kasi kung titignan yung mga composition ng lineup namin, lahat kami mga baguhan sa CF Master except ni Vincent. Actually, it's a big addition namin si Vincent kasi he's leading the ship now sa team for QD.
Yung experience talaga na yung nag-iba.
Yeah, definitely, no? 5+ years, no? Siguro ng experience dito mula kay Vincent. Pero A7J, di na namin patatagalin mo yung oras mo nga dito, no? Parang eto na lang ata yung huling pandangaling namin sa'yo. Baka may gusto kang sabihin dyan sa fans ng FERVID simula pa lang, no? From last year to this year, sa mga sumusuporta, sa mga mahal nyo sa buhay, baka may mensahe ka para sa kanila.
Sa mga sumusuporta sa Team FERVID simula nung last year tsaka ngayon, maraming salamat guys. Thank you sa inyo dahil mas i-improve pa namin yung play namin. Ayun lang.
Right then, Coach Mensky.
Yes, thank you sa lahat ng supporters ng Querdas Esports, lalo na sa mga shop players natin dyan. Shout out. At sa mga nagtitiwala sa amin. Thank you very much.
Yun.
Thank you.
Maraming salamat sa oras nyo, no, A7J, Coach Mensky. Good luck sa mga laban nyo. Ipakita nyo ang hasik ng mga galing Cebu. No? A7J Mensky, once again, congratulations for advancing into the semis and good luck sa mga susunod nyo pang laban.
Thank you.
Okay rin, no?
Ata. Okay din. Parang short but sweet, no, El? Pero doon pa lang alam mo na yung emotion, no? Tsaka kung saan sila nanggagaling at ano ba ang pakiramdam na nandito sila ngayon, no, El?
At least we put a face to the name rin, no? Dito sa coach ng Querdas. Kasi nakita natin kapag time out, nakatayo lang sa likod, di natin nakita yung mukha, yung mga mukha. Yung sa mga players lang na nagkikengkuyan kapag nakakakuha ng set win. So at least there are a lot of coaches out there dito sa ating Masters at sa Impact rin na hindi lang si Coach Tanks, hindi lang si Coach ̍Round yung kailangan natin makilala. We need to also acknowledge the coach of the other rosters natin dito. No? And it's good to know them a bit dito, Salvador.
Buti na nga lang na nakapanayam nga natin sila kasi mahalaga talaga yung every element na hindi natin makakalimutan. Ano nga ba ang nagpapanalo nga sa kanila. Pero counting kaalaman mula dito kay Kuya Kim, no? Meron tayong trivia para nga sa araw nga na to, no? Para sa mga hindi nakakaalam at sa mga hindi nakasubaybay ng Masters nga last year, yung FERVID na yan, ayon dito, nag-0-7 nga sila sa kanilang group stage. No? Dumikit sila ng isang mapa up against execration. Yun lang ang naalala ko. Pero the rest, no, umabot yan ng 0-2. Total, no? Mga baguhan na pangalan. Pero tinan mo naman, pre, umabot ng isang taon, isang malaking roster change, tas isang series na lang ang pumihiwalay sa kanila para mag-grand finals. Talk about development, no, El?
Yeah, I feel like dahil sa roster change yan, no, we can't really compare the apple of last year to the orange of this year sa FERVID, di ba, Salvatore? So, it comes with the roster change. It also comes with the experience na nadala nitong roster change natin. I feel like with the experience as well as the quality of the players na pinasok dito, si Lance lang ata yung natira, tama ba ako? Dito sa FERVID roster from last year. I feel like kung sino pa yung pinakamagandang bunga galing sa puno, siya pa yung talagang natira. And with that mix up dito of same player, same sniper, and then new players with the experience, hindi na nating sasabing unexpected yung rise nila to top 4.
So, parang yun na talaga gusto ko makita dito, no? Kung ano nga ba yung pinag-iensayuhan nitong mga teams na to. Ano nga ba? Paano nyo ba naipapagana yung mga playstyle nyo, no? Dito lang sa ating SEA Masters. Pero, mamaya na yung playstyle lang nga yan, pre. Ito nga pala ang ating updated na bracket. Na sa unang tingin, no, mapapaisip ka, pre, kung edited ba yung mga numero? Hindi. Kung ano yan na yun talaga. Una sa lahat, no, FERVID and matches, umabot nga ng 4 maps at talagang sinulit ng FERVID yung oras nga nila dyan para ipakita sa matches na isang mapa lang ang makukuha nyo. And followed by Execration and Querdas na isa sa mga, kung hindi man, ito na ata yung pinakamalupit na series na nakita natin sa balat ng CROSSFIRE SEA. No? Grabe naman talaga magpakita ng lakas ang Querdas at FERVID. Kaya sila nandito ngayon.
Multiple maps over time from Querdas and Excretion. Fervid, a bit expected with the form, pero let's move on to round 2, no? Dito sa ating semi, Stallions versus Fervid, Virtus.pro versus Querdas. As much as iniisip ng mga tao or mga viewers natin na, uy, ano na lang to, battle for third na lang to kung sino yung mas malakas sa third placer. Hindi ganun yung iniisip natin. Iniisip natin is, kung natalo nyo itong matches, kung natalo nyo itong execration, ano ngayon yung kaya nyong gawin sa top 1 at top 2 natin, sa mga pinapadala natin sa international? Yun yung question na naiisip ko sa utak ko. Kasi napakaganda ng level na pinakita ng Querdas, although unexpected. Fervid, medyo inexpect natin, pero yung fumble yung hindi natin in-expect, no? Yung sa Ankara map na natalo sa kanila. So with that, going into Fervid and STS, I expect Fervid to not have any fumbles, right? For Virtus.pro and Querdas naman, I expect Querdas to be much more confident. Natalo niyo yung Exe, oo. Pero ba't niyo natalo yung Exe? Confidence. Which is yung wala sa inyo nung sa regular season, right? So, kung kaya nyo maging confident versus Virtus.pro and kaya nyo ma-outstrat ng onti lang naman with the aim as well, baka makita tayo ng differentiation ng timeline natin, pare.
Talaga nga, no? Parang kung makikita mo, dito lang sa ating playoff bracket, no? Isang Manileño na team na lang ang natitira at pinapaligiran tayo ng mga teams mula sa South, eh, no? Sa mga Cebuano teams nga dyan, grabe, nakakahanga nga naman talaga paano nyo ginagawa to lahat. At kada taon, may mga nakikita kaming mga breakout names dito sa ating SEA Masters. Pero ito, parating na tayo sa ating unang bakbakan sa semifinals, no? Fervid, masusubukan kaagad nga nila kung hanggang saan nga ba aabot ang alas ni A7J sa kanyang utak laban sa utak ng kapitan na tulad ni KLB. Team Stallions laban nga sa Fervid. At ito ang gusto kong usapan, eh, no? Ang katibayan na kung tama nga ba tayo o mali tayo sa ating mga hula. At ito ang ating mga predictions. Bukod nga sa akin, lahat kayo tingin nyo baka kaisa ang Fervid. But at the end of the day, it's still Team Stallions. So, Boss L, tingin ko makakaabot nga talaga ng isang mapa ang Fervid, pero sa pinakita ng level ng Stallions, parang mas nananaig talaga yung dominance ni Kano pati na nga rin ni KLB on both ends, so defense and offense. Pero para sa'yo, siguro para na rin kay Sneaky at kay Bipolar, para sa'yo, bakit nga ba makakaisa dito ang Fervid?
Siyempre, pare, sinabi mo na nga, no, 'di ba? Meron tayong alas, 'di ba? With A7J dyan in the picture, 'di ba? Very dangerous if nag-activate. Yun yung keyword natin, nag-activate. Pero you have to face off the might of Cebu with Coach Tanks, no? Nakita natin bago hairstyle. At siguro balak niya din bigyan ng bagong hairstyle yung magandang buhok ni D siya ni A7J dahil nandito na yung razor niya, no? Kakalbuhin na niya itong Fervid. At kung kakakalbo nga itong Fervid, sakto yung scoreline mo, 3-0, no?
So mga naghahanap ng live seller dyan, guys, eto kunin nyo na to. Parang lahat ng dumadaang SEA Masters may dala talagang gamit, eh, no? Hindi talaga nawawalan ng bulsa si Doraemon, eh, no? Grabe ka naman, El. So now, after that prediction, no, para sa atin, Stallions nga naman talaga. You can never go wrong. Itaya mo bahay mo, lupa, titulo, Stallions pa rin ang mananalo nga, eh, no? Pero higit sa lahat, gusto ko yung elemento ng ating prediction, L, na may implikasyon to para sa mga binoboto natin dun sa kasalungat ng Team Stallions, eh, no? Fervid, hindi tayo bumoto nga sa kanila at gusto lang namin natin makita ng Fervid na pag sila ang nanalo, tayo ang mali. We want our facts, we want the information, at lahat na nakikita nga natin, may mga pagkakamali, no? So ngayon, pumunta naman tayo sa ating team profile, no, El, para makikita natin at a glance ano nga ba ang pinagmamayabang ng Team Stallions at ano ang handa nga nila para sa ngayon. At wala nang iba kundi numero, no, Boss El. Busog na busog sila sa mga patay. Busog na busog din sila paano kubuwa ng mga bungo specifically. Look at the headshot percentages dito ni No at pati na nga rin ni Loy. Team Stallions collectively, napakalakas talaga.
Medyo mali ka doon kanina, Salvatore. Hindi sila mayabang. Sa words nga ni Coach Tank, so if I may emulate, ginagawa lang namin ang aming trabaho. The boys, they're doing very much the hard work in
Coach
and out
Tanks
every day. And nandiyan ba?
Hindi. Naririnig ko si Coach Tanks kanina, eh. Parang
akala
kasama ko siya ngayon, eh.
Akala ko naman nandun sa bootcamp na kumakaway sila, eh. Nawala tuloy si Coach Tanks, bumalik si El. Pero yun na nga, no, the hard work, the hard work dito ng Team Stallions is what brought them here in the first place. If matutumbasan mo yung hard work nila, di pwede mo sila matalo, no? So the question right now is, for Team Stallions, who can beat their hard work? So far, wala. dito sa regular season natin na Salvatore. And if that continues to be the trend, Fervid, napakalaki ng hadlang sa kanilang group, sa kanilang playoffs rather, na performance dahil Stallions na to no? Makakalbo talaga si A7J kahit di natin gupitan dahil sa dami na kailangan niya isipin para lang matalo tong Stallions na to. May strats to, oo. Pero hindi yung strats yung pinaka-factor dito ng Stallions It's the aim. Can you beat them in the aim? And then kung matalo mo man sa aim, matatalo mo ba sa strats? Yun ang questions natin dito sa Fervid kalaban tong Stallions.
Ay nako El, kung naalala mo nga no, kung nung ating week number 2, parang ramdam mo talaga yung dominance ng Team Stallions dito sa ating series nga na to. Kasi di man lang siguro tayo nakita ng isang magandang play mula dito sa Fervid. Oo, nakakuha nga sila ng mga malalakas na picks. Pero at the same time kasi, mas nananaig yung mid-round pati post-plant dito ng Team Stallions, kaya sila ang palaging nananalo sa mga rounds na akala mo matatalo na nga sila. Pre, paano mo naipapakita sa mga madla na kahit 2v4, 2v3, doon nananalo ang Team Stallions? Pero that was group stage, no? Iba kasi yung level na nakikita natin para sa teams pag nasa group stage nga sila. Meron nga tayong tinatawag na playoff mode no? Para pag pumasok sila sa loob nga ng playoffs, grabe na yung angas at asinta ng ating mga players no? Especially mula dito sa Querdas. Pero other than Querdas, may mga nakikita tayong mga playoff pictures dito para dito kay Kano at as well as kay KLP. Pero ngayon pre, with that out of the way, Team Stallions, no, dyan na muna kayo sa tabi. Ilalagay na natin sa gitna ng entrada ngayon ang Fervid, no? With the ranks of A7J and as well as Tracefer, one of the veterans dito sa ating eksena, J-Kim on his sophomore season, no? Mula sa Impact, pero ngayon nagiging rookie siya ngayon dito lang sa Fervid. 1.0 KD para kay J-Kim nga kahapon, pero tinan mo naman pre, 50% headshot percentage para dito kay J-Kim, but ito talaga, isa sa mga pinakamalapit na sophomore season na nakita ko sa buong SEA Masters Spring, no? Off of his performance from Execration last year, mas hinigitan niya pa ngayon dito sa Fervid.
Yeah, and if you want to have a comparison dito, Salvatore, Fervid is like a mini Stallions. Same place, right? Almost same in terms of the roster building. You have a solid IGL, a solid sniper, and a young gun na talagang young gun, no? Talagang presko bumarel. And so far sa ating regular season, buti na nga nasabi mo kanina, iko-connect ko yung point, is 2-0, Black Widow, Eagle Eye, di na tayo nakaabot ng port, no? Makita natin yan kasi agad-agaran sila natalo. Medyo shaky yung start dito ng Fervid after Virtus.pro and STS, pero the rest, well, minus that Querdas blotch, I would say, very good form for Fervid. The question is though, will they remember something from that STS match other than reviewing yung match itself na nandun pa sa loob mo yung feeling na okay, ganito ginawa nila, hindi ko makita dito sa natin sa VOD natin sa CROSSFIRE PH, pero ganito yung ginawa nila, ganito yung nararamdaman ko nung kalaro ko sila. Nasaan kaya yun, no? Mahanap kaya nila yun? Matatandaan ba nitong Fervid yung feeling na yun? Kasi napakaganda na pinakita ng Stallions sa kanila. Best map nila, dinurog sila 10-6, right? Hindi na sila halos nakascore sa second half. And I feel like with A7J, with the quote, no, good luck, have fun, mga bosh. Sabay parang emoji ata yun ni Mochi Bella. Shoutout sa kanya na nagsa-celebrate ngayon. I feel like we have to expect something even though it's a bit lopsided dito, Salvatore.
Ay, nako, pre. A7J, no, from time and time again, palagi na lang siya nasa runner-up finish. Gusto niya lang naman maranasan dito ang tinatawag na international appearance o kaya, best of all, yung championship. No? So, ilang beses na nga siya umabot sa point na Team Secret, no, Vanguard, from the likes of Metacore, Matches, palagi siya, 3rd or 4th place. Pero parang eto na ata yun. Eto na ata yung taon na pwede na nga makalas ni A7J yung mga kadena at makita niya na nga ang Grand Finals. Pero tinan mo naman kasi yung harang, pre. Team Stallions. Pero ngayon, pre, sino nga ba ang mga manok na pagtatambalin nga natin ngayong araw nga na to? Let us go to the head-to-head at ating mga sentro ngayon ng ating mga players, ang dating Quasginada teammates way back from 2023, KLP versus Lance. No? Nung mga panahong ano ba pangalan niya? Kale Cutie pa si KLP at si Lance pa si Lance, no? Ngayon, meron na nga silang bagong mga identity at higit sa lahat, mas napainit kanila ang kanilang mga playstyle. No? From Lance being the backup player, KLP prime sniper pa ng Quasginada, ngayon pareho na silang sniper na maglalaban ngayon, El.
Sino ba talaga ang tunay na sniper dito sa ating head-to-head? We will find out. Pwede mo din ilagay yung mukha dyan namin ni Salvatore. Kami na lang pagtapatin nyo. Total, magkakamukha din naman kaming apat. Pero I feel like ito yung isa sa mga pinaka-importanting matchup other than D and Kano, diba? It's KLP and Lons. Whoever pops off better will have that momentum for their team. And I feel like it's a lot of burden dito kay KLP because if we compare anod him to another guy named Cetra, usually si Cetra yung pinapalamang dito ng mga tao,
Yep.
diba? So, KLP, talagang malaki yung kailangan niya patunayan na okay, there's a new guy na humahamon sa amin, hindi pa to si Cetra. Pag na-diff ako dito ni Lance, paano pa kaya kung sakaling makaabot kami ng grand final? It's a lot to bear dito sa shoulders ni KLP and he needs to overcome that harang kay Lance from a former teammate to, let's just say, former na lang kasi they just want to look forward dito sa grand finals.
Maraming elemento. Minsan palo si KLP, minsan palo nga si Lance. Depende sa kung anong araw at depende sa kung ano talaga ang matchup. Kaya mahirap talaga ito kung sino nga ba talaga ang consensus na best sniper dito lang sa ating SEA Masters. No? Pero ngayon, tapos na ang ating head-to-head. Ngayon, saan naman natin dadalhin itong mga teams nga na to? No? Kasi yung map dito, napakahalaga na yan. 5 maps na pupuntahan nga natin at kailangan natin makita kung ano nga ba ang tatanggalin nila at ano ang pipiliin nila. FERVID, walang kinakatakutan sa Ankara. This has been one of the best maps ng Team Stallions during the group stage. Tapos since open ang Eagle Eye, tabla kahit papano, no? Kasi nakita mo kahapon ang dominance ng FERVID nga sa mapa nga na yun. And we now have Port, Compound, and New Mexico as our decider. Pero parang sa nakikita mo talaga, El, sa lahat ng mapa na nakikita natin ngayon, lahat to pumapabor talaga sa STS. Ano sa tingin mo?
I feel like this is confidence speaking in droves for STS, pare. Sila mismo pumili ng Eagle Eye, which is arguably the best map of FERVID, right? Ang kara pa yung inopen dito ni FERVID, which is to say, we want to fix our mistakes from the matches map yesterday, right? Port, of course, yan yung dapat na third map dito sa regular season, pero FERVID wants to really bring it out early. New compound you would expect since New Mexico, as much as Stallions is prepared for that, they don't want to show it too early because who knows, di ba? Baka sabihin natin may preparation pa sila para sa grand finals, may adjustment para sa grand finals, and if they want to make quick work, Virtus.pro, they will not have a chance to see New Mexico dito sa semis natin, which I feel like is one of the pocket picks pagdating sa grand finals if ever manalo tong Stallions.
Okay, let's take a look at the numbers naman ngayon, El. Ano nga ba ang pinaglalaban ng FERVID at ng Team Stallions sa loob nga ng mapa nga na to, no? 4 maps played para sa Team Stallions, pero tinan mo ang median line, pre. Almost 60% ang GR pati BL. Walang talo, walang kulang, walang labis. Tamang-tama lang sa pagkakatimpla on both sides here for Team Stallions. Pero dito naman sa FERVID, ang laki ng sinabit nila. Just getting by the 50% margin para sa kanilang blacklist. Pero kita mo yung presensya nila pag dumidepensa naman.
I feel like yung blacklist win rate na yan, Salvatore, we need to highlight that. I feel like dahil yan sa kahapon, no? Galing sa pagkatalo nila sa matches, it could be a factor or it could just be the trend dito sa Ankara ng FERVID. As for Stallions, of course, we expect nothing but excellence. 55 is usually the benchmark kapag sides for the side of maps, pero they made it 60. So I think it's the bar for FERVID na can they improve their BL, or for Stallions naman, can they have such a strong GR side na hindi na makakascore to sa BL tong FERVID.
Ay nako, pre, the cards have been dealt, pre. Kailangan na lang gamitin to para manalo na nga sila. Sino ang mananaig? Stallions versus FERVID. Ibabato ko na nga to sa ating duo na hindi nagpapatalo sa pagiging palo-palo. Ito nga pala si Bipolar at si Sticky Frog.
CROSSFIRE Philippines, handa na ba kayo sa isang bakbakan na magpapayinig ng inyong hapon ngayon? It's Stallions and as well as FERVID ang maglalaban-laban ngayong araw na ito. And whoever wins here, masasagot ang tanong, sino nga ba ang kukuha ng number 1 spot dito sa ating finals at makakapag-compete papunta dito sa tropeo ng Masters Spring. Sneaky Frog and Bipolar sa Caster Desk. Sneaky Frog, what a day to be alive to see CROSSFIRE Philippines improving at ngayon, Stallions at FERVID ang maglalaban.
Yun nga, no, this, I feel like this matchup has been kind of years in the making para dito kay A7J, right? I think medyo na-extenuate ng ating panel na there's a lot of history behind the matchups. Of course, I think may onting revenge story as well. Itong si Lito na gusto niyang ma-meet itong Virtus.pro sa finals. But you have to go through Stallions first. And Stallions, of course, kagaya nga na sinabi ni Coach Pensky, being the benchmark, the golden standard, kumbaga, dito sa liga natin. But of course, we have to read yung lower third natin. From 0 to 7 sa Masters last year. Ngayon, one step closer versus STS. Kaya ba ng Fervid magpatumba ng number 2 team, Stallions ng mundo? And that is the biggest challenge, pare. Kasi this is not the same Stallions na nakita natin from 2025 na nag-bounce out dito or not 2025, 2024 na nag-bounce out dito sa ating CFS. It's this team went top 2, went grand finals already. May magandang run pa dito sa EWC. All that international experience will definitely benefit itong Stallions, no? But when it comes to local challenges dito, pare, I mean, Fervid, since wala na dito yung execration, they are the last bastion ng ating, let's say, godlike teams na pwede natin tawagin, pare.
Yun na nga, I mean, you have godlike teams like Fervid, no? Pero kasi, what can a godlike team Impact Champions do up against a team that is intergalactic, international in a sense for Stallions? Yes, they can possibly do that, especially na hindi na to yung Impact Champions last time, ha? It's only Lance na na-retain dito, Aris as well, pero nasa coaching position na siya. You have A7J, you have Dracifer, you have J Kim, and as well as D that is capable of doing the inevitable or at least the impossible in a sense. And I can't wait to see that, no, pagdating dito sa Stallions, kasi if they do and if they will win up against Stallions, well, that's not entirely a defeat for us or for CrossFIRE Philippines. Yes, for Stallions it is, pero that just means hindi lang Stallions kailangan natin abangan. Hindi lang VP ang kailangan natin tignan, pero these teams coming out of Impact, these teams na have been gunning out for a possibility of a chance, at ngayon, Fervid, oras na para makakuha ng chance yun. Let's look at the comps.
Rating kasi na bomba na to top.
Ay, pati isa. Nanggawas ko TV ha.
Guys, I think we're gonna rotate to B.
Looking at the first positions, no, Fervid actually very forward dito sa may hukay sa sneaky frog.
Yeah, and this is the expectation para dito sa Fervid, no? Especially when it comes to the map of Ankara. You really want to deny as much map control as you can, especially up against Stallions who are constantly looking, no, for an opening dito sa map natin. You're gonna have to get used to this tight spacing para sa Stallions kasi ayaw talaga nila mawalan ng player ng basta-basta dito. But he, with the first peak, and namatay agad siya dito kay KLB. First blood for the entire series.
You know, a second chance will not give you any kind of betterment, pero mukhang KLB will just keep on holding. Arco papunta sa may high mid, Dracifer falls down, and this opens up a space dito sa may high mid. Kano already coming out of CA will push and create space, at tingnan mo naman yung Fervid hold up dito sa mid, barag na, wala ng tao dyan.
Yeah, knowing what happened yesterday, no, feeling ko fully well aware naman yung Stallions dito sa forward defense dito ng Fervid. That's why they are gonna wait around and just catch them on the retreat instead. Pero si JK may kita ng Kasiloy. That could make a U-turn dito sa plano ng Stallions, pare.
No, diretso na sila. Looking at it, mahanap si Jacob coming out of hotel, and they claim a B site all the way from mid towards B. Kuhang-kuha, and look at KLB's position to kill off Lance from the rotation. And A7J left alone, IGL versus IGL, but this time, first round, mapupunta dito sa Team Stallions.
And yeah, it really wasn't anything technical. It really wasn't anything read-like. Pwede nga natin masabi dito, no? Polar, I think aware lang talaga yung Stallions that Fervid is gonna go for something aggressive in the first round to try and set the pace para sa laruan natin. And Stallions, of course, with the discipline that they have, yun nga, no? They just wait around and see kung magbaback ba sila galing sa forward positions. Kasi obviously, if you are Fervid, you cannot hold yung mga angle na yon on a minute 20 and a minute 10, pare. So, you're gonna have to back off eventually. And with the patience, no, na-punish pa nga sila dito na Stallions, pare.
Yeah. I mean, they've been, proactive nonetheless. Hindi sila takot na kumuha dito ng mid, kumuha ng early positions. But STS, doon nga na sinabi mo, they don't wanna go out of these groupings. Ayaw nila umalis ng todo-todo para makuha ng early trades. And look at this inside. It's just a waiting game.
Yep. I think Stallions trying not to rely on yung kanilang firepower, though. Dito, Polar. Instead, they're gonna try and see if they can combine said firepower into a group. Pero KLB, he might spot the captain dito ng FERVID, pero mag-high lang pala sila dito. Pero that is a bit of a read, bit of info para sa side ng FERVID.
And this is what FERVID wants. A7J actually will overcommit. Does some damage pero will fall down mula dito kay KLB. TB push na naman mula dito sa side ng STS. And looking at it, there is a hotel position mula dito kay J-Kim, pero at least he needs to clear something off, and this might be low. Pero does he predict it? Mukhang mape-predict nga. J-Kim kills off Loy. Pero STS, they calm down. There's still 50 seconds.
Yeah, kailangan nila mag-back dito, pare. But D could swing the corner. No, 1 HP ka na lang dito, so might as well be the information gatherer para sa team mo. Would be of huge benefits para sa kanila. But I think they know early, Polar, na hindi papuntang A-side to.
Yeah, the direction is to be in big rotations coming in for FERVID. But they calm down a little bit. Lance with the first contact.
Aray mo.
Pero papasok nga sila. They kill off everyone. KLB kills off J-Kim. At papasok ng STS. But Lance kills off one together with D. And now KLB left alone. One more kill. But Lance falls down. It's all up to D. C4 not planted. KLB spotted. KLB low in HP. He plants the bomb. 5 seconds enough. KLB pushing now. Or actually backing off though. Going towards the mid tower. And he finds himself. D falls down. KLB gets the kill.
Gets him on the climb down as well. Napakasayang yun, Polo. It was already a great idea para sa FERVID. Meron na silang flankers along. They confirmed that B site was gonna be taken. Pero, may nabigwasan agad dito si ㍍dahil nga sa entry dito ni JJ. And once again, this is that consolidated firepower that we are talking about dito, Polar. If Stallions are just combining the forces dito ni Kano, JJ at ni Loy, entering these sites, who can realistically stop them, pare?
Yeah, it's dire-diretso lang sa Sneaky Frog eh. Parang after they even clear off hotel, wala silang pake na sige, diretso tayo the B side. We know how to play kasi sama-sama naman yung dito STS. So, there's not really a lot of risk. So, STS, tulad na sinabi ni Coach Shanks from way back when, disiplina. At kahit sa BL side, nakikita mo yon.
I think yung maganda rin with STS as well is as soon as they get a kill dito sa mapa, hindi sila dumidiretso agad. They have their own contingency plans in this one. And Hotel will be the target this time, Polar. Mukhang kailangan mag-back dito ni J-Kim. Pero this is simply map control na kukunin nila, pare.
Yeah. Just like before, no din, hanap lang ng onting information with the players coming in from beds. Pero this time, Hotel yun. J-Kim will eat up a nade, pero they do get back immediately. Ito na, signature A push ng STS. KLP will possibly give out the flash here kasi siya naman yung sniper. Loy actually will smoke. Possibly no. This is the flash. And the smokes combined. Papasok sa may vents. And dalawang players coming for vid. Are they ready? A7J sa may room A. Hindi pa na-smash-patan. At tayo dyan, A7J explodes! And kills off 3. Isa pa buhay pero inubos ang STS sa A-site execution.
Oh my goodness me. Inubos yung buong STS na magkakapatid dito. And that is the defense I'd like to talk about, man. Grabe, the crossfire in between A7J and itong kay D. And ito yung sinasabi ko for the past few times na nag-aangkara tayo dito, Polar. That room A position is more powerful than you think. And dahil nga hindi siya nakita dun sa first wing, he got a free flank going, pare.
Yeah, amazing, no? I feel like they were still flashed or something happened there for STS. Pero Lance, bang! Wow. Papunta kay KLB! He finds the shot, tas aalis na lang. That is a great early kill for FERVID.
And it's KLB too, yung na-pick dito, no? Polar, that is a very important piece to the offense so far. Dito sa laruan natin, he's been kind of doing the openings instead of itong si Loy and si JJ kasi nagsasalo ng init dito yung kapitan natin eh. So, you know, with that being said, with him down and out of the question para sa round natin, FERVID, they could start maybe crawling forward dito, pare. And JK might start looking dito sa hotel.
I like what JK is doing though, no? Parang, yes, I will not over-aggress, annoyance lang, get information, be the eye sa hotel. Become the doorman na hindi papapasukin dito ang buong STS. Pero si Loy, masyadong makulit yan. Alam niya kung paano pumunta dyan. And that hotel will be good. Yeah, low in HP. So si ㍍mag-activate. And they kill him off mula dito sa akyatan.
Yeah, looking like a B hit dito, pare. Lance gonna have to get back into the site. And yeah, it's a full B peace assault dito pare and ang dami tao para dito sa Fervid.
Pero tinan mo si KLP! Nandito lang siya, napataba pa nga dito yung Granada. But A7J peeks out with low HP. That is not a good show mula dito sa Fervid as they try to retake B side. Pero all up to D. A young kid up against 3 players na very much full in power, level 99 kumbaga ang kalaban ni D ngayon. And with 26 seconds left, can he decipher the playing field with this smoke in front of him? No, he cannot. JJ with the kill and STS up by 2.
There we go. And then naman, STS, once again, firepower-wise, on point in this one. But at the same time, pagdating sa kanilang macro, no, this is one of the few things that STS has been world-class at their mid-rounding and the way they operate sa baka more disadvantageous situations sila pare. And yun lang, that's another disadvantage para sa kanila. They're gonna have to operate without their sniper this time.
I like this aggressiveness, no? Mula sa players ng Fervid. They're not scared of getting these forward pushes. Kailangan ng todo to. So, and they win it off. And they actually hold Sneaky Frog. Wait lang.
They're pushing.
They wanna push us 3. What? Yun na nga. Nahanap pa si Loy. And that's a crucial offense para sa STS. They now hold back and go back to B side.
Yun nga, nakalimutan ng STS kung sino kalaban nila dito for a second. Fervid always looking for the opening opportunities, the first move dito sa mapa natin, and that they got exactly. Loy, KLP out of the question. So, still winnable, no, with these 3 players dito sa STS, but it is gonna be very, very hard considering Fervid nagdidisiplina na sila dito, pare.
Yeah. I believe STS can still win this naman. I agree with you on that. You have KLB that is very much on fire, 7-5. 5 headshots, 7 kills.
You have 4 still alive.
You have JJ and Kano still alive, pero KLB spotted. A7J will digress. Or actually, keep on pushing, no? This is pretty insane, pero TV position na naman for STS. I feel like Fervid, they need to know, or they need to, at least feel that this is just the priority for STS right now. Kano, mula dito sa hotel, first contact, siyang titingin dito sa may slope. And JJ falls down. That's the C4. KLB, one more. Oh, KLB and Kano opens up. B-site. Pero si A7J nang galing sa likuran. Isang backstab Brazifer with the chokehold. Up until they clean up STS Fervid with the win.
And this is what I was talking about, no, Polar, yung contingency planning nga dito ng Fervid as well. On their side, as soon as parang i-expect na nila na pati sa mga 3 versus 5 may dangerous pa rin tong Stallions. So they are not playing any overextension angles with the exception of yung first part ng round natin kasi dun din sila naghahanap ng picks. Pero tignan mo naman, men, as much as maganda yung tira dito ni Kano at ni KLP, unfortunately, Fervid, the way the defense was set up, ang bilis ng reaction time nila doon, pare.
Yeah, I mean, you love the you love it was brought to you by dun sa pag-push ng Vents dito na A7J, so he had time to recover mula dun sa mid position to go towards TB immediately. STS having a lot of tough time pero they still have a leeway, 1 puntos lamang nila. Pretty crazy. 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock na titigil tayo dito ngayon sa may CA. Lance, sa may upper position ng high mid pero si Kano waiting for the go signal mula kay KLB. JJ actually papadala, no? Na unti dito sa may CA. What is this plan, Sticky? Saan sila papunta?
I think it could be an A split, no? Depending kung makukuha nga nila dito si Lance on 2F. I think they're aware. I think they're trying to targeting sniper actually.
Oh, Lance! Oh, he misses the shot! Dalawa yung nakita pero tumalon lang talaga dito. Place that for STS. And they're gonna go to RS and they fight A7J. It is a trade-off but they can now squandering sa may mid to kill off 2 players. Loy, he's been here before. Versus 3 players though. May kita niyo yung dalawa dito sa may loob ng B-site. Racing for falls down. What a flash! Coming in from high mid, and this is Fervid at their highest tie game for STS and Fervid.
Yeah, 3-3, and ito yung tamang approach ng Fervid, no, pagdating sa pagkalaban dito sa Stallions, man. Make every fight unfair para sa kanila dito. Make them invest all of the nades, all of the players in these positions, and especially pagdating dito sa RS, no, it's a really good recovery para sa Fervid. Instantly, na-recognize nila na medyo stuck pa dito yung STS dito sa ating RS area. And they're gonna be busy clearing itong exit at itong B-side. So in between that timing, pare, dun pa nakalusot itong Fervid natin.
Fervid playing pretty good crossfire. They're playing toe-to-toe with STS, pero Lons, nasa may butas, and Kano just knows. Oh my goodness, J-Kim, wait lang. There's easy trade-offs. Mabilis ang sumasagot ang Fervid, Sticky.
Yun nga. This is what I was talking about, no, Polar? Walang libre sa mga picks na nilalagay dito na Stallions. There's always someone that has to pay for it. And Fervid, making it very expensive para sa mga Stallions na kumuha ng mga opening picks dito, pare. It always will cost them one player.
Pretty insane na. STS does get the initial kills, pero Fervid already on top of them. KLB and A7J, the talk of the town. IGLs spotting each other, pero KLB just waits for the repeat and A7J falls down.
I think knowing from Lito's perspective, pare, siguro inassume niya na nakatingin sa EA. 100%. So he went for the re-swing, pero KLB too aware of all of his angles. KLB, naku, bawal ka mamatay dito, pare. You are the mid-holder, but with get 2 with the help of J-Kim. JJ with the trade. 1 versus 2, pare. Tracifer mapaparotate na nga dito sa RS. Might spot 1.
There's nothing free. It's always a big trade-offs dito sa may mid, pero Tracifer in a 1v2 situation does have the HK, pero USP, just to guarantee these kills, they're clearing up A side. Tracifer rin, if he doesn't be careful here. 30 seconds, Tracifer pushing towards A. Oh, this is a bad read. This is a bad read.
Ang alat. Hindi, it's not a trade. He didn't see anything dun sa A when he swung EA.
At least he knows now. 25 seconds left for Tracifer for a possible clutch and claim the advantage. Pero KLB and JJ, look at their positions. Very passive but very angled towards Tracifer now. Can't find anything. KLB timing for Tracifer. No time, but one sap in the head. KLB is on fire.
Yun nga, that was not a fault of Tracifer at all, no, pare. He was expecting na magiging insta-plant yun para dito sa Stallions. And was seeing nothing dun sa first swing niya dito sa EA, not even ahead from the STS side. But at the same time, STS, that mid-rounding is coming in once again. And even in the 4v4 disadvantage situation, nakakuha pa rin sila dito. Pero si Kano, nakakuha na isa sa may mid-side. D will get the trade in return. It's a 2-for-2 to start things off dito, Polar. Oh my goodness!
Pinaton pa ng bomba. Nothing is ever free, Sneaky.
What is going
1 for 1, 2 for 1, 3 for 3. Yun yung mangyayari dito sa may mid. Look at the excess dito. Kulang na lang O's para makakuha ka ng solid na plano para sa dalawang teams na to. Pero I like this from STS and Fervid. Both of them playing together.
Siyempre.
And they go toward bypass. Pero CA, nag-hold sila. Baka magkakataan sila dito.
Depende kung mag-repick si Loy dito sa bypass. Huwag kang tatalon! Nako po, Loy. He's in position for the silent hop, pare. But can he turn around in time?
Oh, keep that stop walking play. Tumalon, mahanap si Loy. And he finds the kill. KLB, next one. Tumalon na. Yun na nga yung huwag mo gagawin. Huwag kang tatalon. Fervid with a 4-4 scoreline dito sa Ankara.
Perfect weapon for the situation rin, no, Polar? I think EDR versus HK in a wallbang battle, the EDR will win every single time, pare. But the mid-skirmish, obviously not working out for them. It's a good mid-round call galing kay A7J. And you can really see Stallions. The frustration is now starting to get to them, pare.
They're running fast. Call them the flash right now, Sneaky. After Loy falling down, diretsong STS kung saan sila komportable, and we call that B-site. Hotel, hold out mula kay Drace for A7J close by dito sa may W. Kano?
Whoa.
Di nako po alam kung magaling ka, brother, pero delikado yan. Hindi nakita ni Kano na nandun siya sa may taas. And I guess they digress. Bang.
Blind spot yan sa mga nagtatanong dito sa loob ng tenga ko, pare. Pero Kano, uy, nakita na yun, 100%. He is gonna be peeking this, holding this. And yun na nga, Kano, replay from the HSM territory, KLP. And KLP will clear the rest of it. It's not a highlight play para kay Kano, but they clean up anyways. Lance, 3 versus 1, pare. Kaya ba?
It's not the same nung high mid-GR side sila, Sneaky, na lahat manggagaling dito sa may CA, but they still get out with an advantage. Dalawa ang lamang ng STS in terms of player count. Lance left alone. A possibility if he kills off KLP. Our head-to-head matchup, pero sila ang unang magkakitaan ng KLP! Quick scope towards Lance, and that is our first 5-4, closer than expected.
Yun nga, men. And Fervid, this Ankara is looking way better kumpara kahapon. No? Dito, Polar, there's a lot less sloppy mistakes para sa kanila, especially pagdating dito sa depensa. Pero yung problema kasi dito, Polar, most of their problems actually didn't come from the GR side. It actually came from the PL side. So, titignan natin, and has Fervid fixed their boneheaded approach pagdating sa map? Are we gonna see a lot more splits galing sa kanila dito? Kasi yun yung kulang sa kanila, yung variety ng kanilang strats kahapon.
Yeah. And it's very linear. I mean, we saw Fervid dito sa may GR side natin na very, ang daming pwedeng gawin. Every round dun sa first half natin, ang daming timpla. Pero they're gonna be going in straight dito sa my vents. D and A7J, multiple flashes and smokes. Ito na nga, towards KLB, JJ. It's actually a nade, no? Just to clear out the room A position. Pero papasok, lalapit kay KLB. He finds one, pero oh my goodness, J. Kim! Dadali ng dalawa! At makukuha pa nila agad yung A-side. They can pack the bomb, pero reactions now for STS to possibly glow mula dito sa exit, mula sa may yellow. J. Kim still holding his ground. Pero alam nila, Sneaky, di pa nakaplanta yung bomba, so they just stay calm.
It's a hard situation para sa Stallions. So, kailangan may clear si Lance. Stay on top A. There's OD2 spotted dito sa low. But a good shot on Loy will start it off, pare.
Lance speaking out, Kano falls down without any kills. It's all up to KLP, but the pistol is just too deadly mula kay D. Fervid, what is happening right now dito sa A-side?
Grabe, and dun natin masasabi, no, Polar, na sobrang worth it yung pag-import dito ni J. Kim on the Fervid team because he's the only guy that can realistically do that, or one of the few people that can realistically do that sa liga natin, just straight up assaulting the site with no holds barred whatsoever. Pero A7J, biktima agad ng sniper dito ni KLP, but KLB with a different take, a different gun this time, pare.
Captain has fall down, Vepr in the hands of KLB. So, he wants that early aggression. Feeling ko, ina-expect nila si A7J or multiple players mula dito sa Fervid mag-exit ulit dito sa may events, no? Pero, committed na yan. All Fervid needs to do is go towards B. And with the captain falling down, he can move the pawns towards B site. Or possibly towards exit. Pero high mid position dito sa may second mid! They finds him with a headshot! And they go towards CA. They go and wrap around towards long A. Possibly, no? Pwede sila umikot dito. Pero Vepr is in the hands of KLB.
Yun yung magiging problema dito, Fowler. As soon as they enter this vents, it will be them just getting blasted by the automatic shotgun, pare.
KLB. Oh! He doesn't even put the trigger! Ay, naku po! Na-stuck! Yung bala ng mga players natin dito sa A-site na jam STS. Oh, they're trying to go in and they're trying to deal some damage. KLP whips out the HK, finds one more, at kahit walang ikakasa, merong ibubuga si KLP.
Yun lang, nakascale na sila dito sa top A, Polar. Kaso di nila naagapan na meron na palang paparating na player sa exit. They weren't expecting Stallions to keep fighting on this A site. And Fervid bit off more than they can chew dito sa A site natin. Pare, napakasayang yun. They cleared the only realistic problem, which is KLP with the Vapor na nasa loob ng fence. But KLP did this.
How? I just don't know, huh? KLP is just too good. He's too damn good.
Style cute. That's a lot about QJ Kyle Cutie, pare.
Round number 12, Sneaky.
No one's moving.
No one trying to do something. Parang kino-comprehend pa nila na mas maganda ata yung pangalan na yun kesa sa KL. What if ibalik yun? Pero mid, take it.
KLP Zora, pare.
TV. pushing now. Fervid. Trying to go for sneaky plays here. Pero nasan to mga players at STS? Loy holds a very good B side.
Oh, kita.
And he spots it. Easy flash. Goes for the white, possibly. Oh, pero Dricifer! Still with the flashbang there. Kills off Loy. Luns now with an M14, by the way. Trying to go for a backline push. JJ, naku po, very much late. At yun na nga, na-murder yung players dito sa may B side. But JJ, still alive, but not anymore. As the in this matchup, whips out the TRG. KLB left alone, 14 kills, might make it 18. But with a bomb planted, 35 seconds, KLB, can you do this for your team? Pero si D masyadong nag-angas. Mukhang naging imposible pa para kay KLB. It's a double kill for him. South. Then HK mula sa sahig. 20 seconds is enough time. Pero Dricifer and Jakim very passive in this hold. May kita na nga nila Dricifer with the first kill sa round and the last one dito sa ating round number 12.
Folio, not gonna lie, hindi ko in-expect na gagana yung TV push na yun kasi wala pang masyadong information na nakuha dito yung Fervid, but I feel like that shot, that opening shot galing dito kay Dricifer to take out the hotel player was the one that did it, pare. Yun yung Loy, the unfortunate victim of this opening, and ayun nga, it's a really good readjustment para nga dito kay D kasi low HP na siya because of his early skirmish in this round, and Luns knowing exactly what he's supposed to do galing dito sa CA, going into RS with the flank, creating so much pressure para dito sa mapa natin, and this is what I was looking for from Fervid kahapon, pare, pero ngayon it will be an execution.
Execution splash, just too good. Dricifer even clears out room A. That's how you execute on A. It's just too good. Dricifer opening up A side pero mabilis ang rotations mula dito sa may CA. Loy. Pero si Lance A7J finds them and he just holds it down. Pero si Kano, unaware na nandyan po si Lance. It's all up to KLP. He did this before but not in the hands of J Kim. You are down and 7-6.
Nakakatakot. Nakakatakot na to, Polar, not gonna lie. Fervid in a form that we hoped to see dun sa matches game yesterday, pero ngayon kalaban na nila ang Stallions, pinapakita na nila ang tunay na level ng kanilang angkara, pare. The macro is off the charts, off of a 30-second B hit na hindi dapat gumana yun, kundi hindi dapat gumana yun. If Lloyd did not die 100%, that would have been a cancelled play. But then going into the next round, Polar, 2-minute execute sa site. How do you react to that kung ikaw si Stallions noon? It's a dice roll every time na kalaban mo tong Fervid dito sa BL, but it's been a double-edged sword para sa kanila. May mga moments na, you know, it doesn't look too good para sa Fervid, pero when they look good, they look really good, pare.
Yeah, every gamble is now working for Fervid, no? These like surprise strategies mula kay A7 and A7J pati kay Aris na it's making Stallions fumble in these like early rounds kasi they cannot go to their positions as early as they can. And inaantay nila na magbabagal na dito ang Fervid, inaantay nila maging linear muli sila, pero mukhang hindi ito yung Fervid na nakita natin before eh. Fervid now actually making a lot of movements just to, you know, para mahila dito yung Stallions from a very, very high position. Loy, not the Loy that we've been seeing nung nakalaban nila ibang teams na parang, uy, this is surprising, kaya niyang buhatin niya, Kano actually getting the frags, but it's not, you know, it's not the domination mula sa Stallions. Talagang sagutan lang yung nakikita natin dito. So it's anybody's game, pero Fervid always on top.
Yeah, kung ikaw ba naman si Dricifer, no? Dito sa Fervid, ilang taon mo ng kalaban dito si Loy. I think you're gonna definitely catch some instances dito na, okay, parang alam ko na yung gagawin niya dito, alam ko na kung paano siya magre-react sa flash or sa nade, this, that, and the third, pare. And I feel like Dricifer and Jakim definitely are the perfect pair para kalabanin itong Stallions, pare, kasi Dricifer will be the creative entry para nga dito sa team niya. He will be looking for opportunities where opportunities aren't present, pare. And para naman si Jakim is a soldier. Jakim is a soldier, pare, as in, pag sinabi ni A7J, pumasok ka dito, Kim, papasok yan, and he will not second question yung call at the end of the day. So the makeup of this Fervid team is definitely perfect to counter itong Stallions. Problema ka lang, the Stallions magic, man. It's always a factor dito sa laruan natin. The Stallions magic, Kano might pull off a random 4K sa kabilang side ng mapa, And knowing the capabilities and the mechanical prowess ng libang players natin, Fervid must approach the next few rounds still with the same approach na ginawa nila dito sa GR side, which is very carefully. Kasi nga, pag nagkamali kayo dito at binigyan mo ng onting momentum lang talaga yung isang player na Stallions, the pop-off starts, and of course, the Stallions firepower will go haywire pare dito sa series natin.
Yun ang I agree with you on that, Sneaky, na parang precision, not just in aim, but in terms of strategy din, ang kailangan dito ng Fervid. Yes, they've been gunning out mula dito sa mga surprise plays nila with Dracifer and J-Kim, pero you can only do so much kasi adjustment for Stallions is an on-off switch. Ganun lang kabilis. So if those miracle plays na sinasabi mo happens this time, nako, Fervid might just stop without even seeing match point, no? But let's see. It looks like they're ready. It's just difficult na parang kung isip mo, Stallions actually just giving a lot of like map control kasi this mid position has always been for Fervid without any repercussions. Yes, nakita naman natin dito yung plano ng STS na Kano will hold out high mid, KLP and Loy will go Loy actually will hold out B site, no, tapos KLP will try to move around the map and KLP JJ magsistay lang sa may A site. But it's not working right now kasi they don't prioritize high mid. If they do, uunahin dito ng Fervid yung TB or yung hotel or yung mula dito sa may second mid. So very much hindi natin nakikita dito dito yung talagang activation ng Stallions. Pero may isa pa tayo din nakikita. Yun yung dediretso Stallions sa may long A, lalabas sila sa may E, tapos dediretso sila may yellow. yun yung parang turnaround point ng Stallions sa parang wait lang. Mas magaling tayo dito Try natin na bastasin itong mga players na manggagaling sa may...
Sino kaya yung kawawa dun sa moment na yun? Who's holding long para dito sa Fervid? I think si Lance. So Lance is gonna have a hell of a time kung may libang papasok sa kanya dito sa LA and CA pare at the same time. And I feel like honestly, Fervid would be the type of team to immediately react to that kind of play. No?
Yeah.
Parang, nag-gain na sila pare, let's go, just run straight into B. Ayun nga, they're trying to avoid yung straight up collision stuff. Siguro yung mga moments na naging 3 versus 3 at 4 versus 4, I feel like that's a pre-planned fight. Galing dito sa Fervid na, okay, mag-aaway tayo dito sa mid. Kung magiging 3 versus 3 to, this is how we operate itong mapa natin. Let's go on this side, let's get this information, let's confirm this position dito sa site. So, what's interesting nga is Fervid kinakalaban nila yung Stallions sa sarili nilang game na nagpapanalo sila dito last year, which was that mid-rounding pare. They're out mid-rounding Fervid at some point.
That's the facing, no? It's do or die, basically. But looking at the highlights before, ganda rin ng spacing, no, ng players natin mula dito sa Fervid. May palaging investment sa likuran. They're not too close to each other na parang mahihirapan sila in these like 2v1 fights. So kahit mamatay yung isa, you don't know where the next player is. And if nandyan si Loy sa backlines, well, guess what? He's dead. And what can you do? But it looks like passive play for these two teams around number 14.
Yun nga, Polar would be very familiar with spacing as he has ran into me many times as I'm the guy always behind him sa player collision stuff. Pero gets na yun ng mga players at this point. Wala na nagkakaharakan. It's clean spacing. No one is bumping into each other. The flashes have been insane dito sa laruan natin. We have been seeing some masterclass lineups natin dito pare. But speaking of lineups, Loy, kinalahati lang yung fade pare. Di pa tapos.
Nope, A7J pushing But I think Loy knows just to back off. Pero timing of the essence, A7J. Masyadong malaki man. Dire-diretso lang.
Tinapos na yung gupit. Tumakbo kasi yung client.
Labasan mo. Dali. 1 minute left. Fervid now with an advantage, thinking na napakagat dito sa may B side ang STS, but no, it's a big flash coming in mula dito. A7, sabi niya diretso lang kay Jan, pero si Kano, he holds it down. That's a double kill for him, pero he falls down. KLP mula sa exit finds the headshot on today. It's a 2v2. And KLP thinks someone is in the backlines, needs flying by the smoke. Too thick. And it might just be too good for Fervid. Stallions not going for big wraparound sa may CA. KLP still holding. At pinapaisip dito ng Fervid na nasa wala sila dito. Pero they plant the bomb. They know now 2 players coming from exit. Can Luns kill off these 2 players? The KL brothers coming in now. KL, nahanap ang ulo ni Luns! And A7J with the M14 playing for time. Hides bodies! And it's just like mid! Huwag kang tatalon, KLB!
Grabe, napatingin din si A7J sa kanyang taas, pare. Napapatanong ko bakit doon dumaan itong si KLB, pare. Usually, KLB would be winning those situations, but it's a good bout of awareness, no, para dito kay A7J to know where the last 2 players are. Good on comms as well. And STS, you can kinda see them scrambling, no, para makahanap na ng advantage dito sa mapa natin. Polar and FERVID, they are playing with this desperation.
Yeah. They're just letting things do things. Sige, pasok lang kayo. Nandito kami sa may aris namin. Nandito kami sa Miniter. Wala kayong may kita. Kayo ang lumapit sa amin. And I feel like the fish are taking the bait. It's just a matter of time na marireel in dito ng FERVID ang match point nila. Pero STS yan. Hindi nila hayaan yan. Even if it goes match point, an OT is not impossible para sa Stallions.
OT is definitely still in the conversation dito sa mapa natin, no? But look at the amount of movement na meron dito sa FERVID. But does KFP know na madami ng tao na sa kanyang ilalim? Mukhang oo, pare. But look at the amount of players sa STS para sa A site. B is looking vulnerable.
Oh, Lance. Here in CA, if he pushes, this might be delicates ng todo. Magkikita sila dito ni KLB. Yan yun na nga! Nag-push sila sa may LA! And this is what we don't want. But STS, they're just too damn good!
Yun lang. And I think that was a reaction sa narinig dito ng CA player. No? Narinig na nag-back off dito yung mga Stallions all the way back into A site as they're gonna rotate back to B. Wala silang nakuha dito sa A. And the bout of timing para sa FERVID. And speaking of timing, Luns, caught in 4K dito sa may door natin. Pero FERVID instant reaction. TP agad sila dito.
Oh, the things we've been saying before, sneaky, nangyayari na ngayon. After sacrificing Luns, they take up B side, high mid position as well. So FERVID can easy plant the bomb, wait for retake. There's a player in hotel.
They can plant for spawn.
Yeah. They can
Bakit
plant.
yan, Kim?
Clear, yun na nga.
Yan.
Yun na nga. Na-call out na A7J. I-plant mo yan dyan para ma-hold out ni Tracer. Pero KLP does it too. Na si A7J nandito ngayon. Kano with the trade easily again. No freebies para sa team na ito. Pero Tracer finds the double-edged shot onto KLP and JJ. 2v3. Kano finds one. Makes it a 2v2. Pero Dracifer calls out D. And it's all up to Loy. 15 seconds planted para sa Ares nila Dracifer ngayon. And look at this position. Hindi magpapakita. Lalaruin lang nila si Loy parang toy. 5 seconds makakahanap ng isa. Pero what can you do? Mamamatay ka na lang kay D. FERVID claims match point.
Grabe, pare, yung theory ni Polar around later lumabas dito sa mapa natin, and it seems like the FERVID reaction was better than the long A push nga dito ng STS. Man, all that aggression, STS, naramdaman ko na kaya-kaya nila. They can really feel like they can just roll over itong FERVID, but FERVID, being the sly team that they are, pare, napakarati nila dito, Polar.
Oh, ang daga, parang FERVID lang last time pero puro TRG gamit! J-Kim finds the players. Wait lang, masakit yan, brother. Pero si Loy, nag-aangas ng konti dito. Sabi ni J-Kim, overland natin yan. That's an easy kill. They find Kano dito sa may CA. Oh! A7J is just too damn good as well. Dalawa ang namatay sa STS.
Grabe. And this is such a different FERVID compared to yesterday, Polar. It's looking a lot more stable, a lot more assertive, and a lot more powerful, pare. And this is the power of good macro. And pag nakuha na ng A7J yung rhythm ng laruan natin, he's gonna start calling the random stuff. Pero gagana nga yun. B push, A split, mid split, TB split, pare. Lahat ng tinatawag dito ni A7J is now on point.
Yeah.
And the fact na ngayon pa siya nag-call, tara mag-5 passive tayo dito sa spawn. Kasi Stallion, sila naman yung nag-ahabol sa atin dito. And that was the perfect call galing kay Lito, pare.
Yeah, alam mo, may IGL ako na palaging sabi lang A-push. Mas gusto kong IGL ko na lang si A7J. Sino mag-aakala na hold na lang natin RS? In the most crucial times. does work, but this time,
He was
why pa rin ang STS, miracles happen, and it's 100%.
months.
Parang may 4-leaf clover dito, pero magpupush sila dito sa may second mid. They find one, at wala pang namatay. 4v2 sneaky frag. KLB, KLP, the brothers in hand, fighting up against FERVID. Mula sa RSD, sabi niya, it's ours! Ankara will be claimed 10-3, FERVID with the first point.
Grabe, what a Ankara recovery para dito sa FERVID. Mistakes have been fixed and it seems like macro-wise, FERVID, they are kind of outclassing itong Stallions dito sa mapa natin. Every single move pre-planned. The mid-rounds were on point as well. The fights na tinatake dito ni Tracer at ni J-Kim, the openings are being provided dito ng FERVID, but at the same time, you have to credit si A7J, pare.
Yes.
The calls, the positioning, napaka-psycho ng last call, not gonna lie. 5 base lang tayo, guys. Antayin lang natin
Diba?
sila mag-push sa atin. And it was exactly that. This is the A7J reading na ang tagal ko nang kino-compliment, pare, but finally it works up against Stallions and FERVID. We might have a series, pare.
We might have a series that can really go towards the players na hindi inaasahan ng lahat na manalo dito. But yeah, sneaky, A7J's mind. Naku po, hindi siya mega mind, para siyang si Professor X man every time. Kahit mamatay siya ng una, sige, upo na lang ako dito. Diyan ka. Dito ka. Hold ka dyan. Bang, barag. And that is why 1-0 na agad sila ngayon. Stallions though, nakita naman natin KLP gunning it all throughout. KLP, 14 kills in what, like 8 rounds? That's pretty much an amazing thing para sa isang IGL na talagang fragger as well, no? But nothing really happened kasi nga, a trade-off sa majority of his rounds. Yung mid position natin, palaging may X at hindi walang lumalamang doon.
Yeah, I think the absence of Loy was definitely felt, no? Dito sa Stallion side, I feel like the hotel defense was a lot weaker compared to usual, no? And I feel like him being missing with the game, no? Parang medyo nadadamay na rin si JJ or whoever else is playing dito sa B side, because you have to also make sure na kailangan cover dito yung hotel. So obviously, it is just a bad bout of fragging para dito kay Loy. He is a player that's definitely capable of carrying a team like Stallions, no? Pero up against FERVID, man, FERVID is, dismantling them surgically dito sa mapa natin, pare, which is just impressive.
Yeah, very impressive ang ating first match. Not just for FERVID, but for Stallions as well. But very much, this is a dominating feat kung saan titignan natin ngayon kung ano nga ba ang masasabi ng ating panelists dito sa panel desk. It's time for Salvatore and as well as El. Kamusta kayo dyan?
FERVID has landed the first shot, L, at nagsinungaling ang mga numero sa ating mga pagbumuka. Ang sabi daw, mas lalamang ang Stallion sa kanilang atakin dito, pero parang FERVID, no? Yung 40% na yun, pre, parang wala lang, display lang ata yun, L.
Display lang yun. Ito, maganda is display, no? A7J with a display of a masterclass in terms of IGLing, pare. Tinanong natin kanina, no? Or rather, sinabi ko kanina, ano yung mas lalamang? Yung GR side ng Stallions na, of course, we know is good, or yung BL side dito ng FERVID, which we know is lacking. Nakita natin kahapon sa matches, pero from the get-go, pare, yung pinakita dito ng FERVID, very different from yesterday. Parang they turned over a new leaf, and a new leaf indeed yung talagang pinakita nila dito. Dahil hindi natin nakita yung Stallions na makakapitas ng isa, makakadalawa, tapos makakatakas, 5v3 ang ending. Nakita natin yung FERVID, may gagawin kayo, cancel. May gagawin kayo, may sagot. May trade kayo kukunin or may kill kayo kukunin, kukuha kami ng dalawa or equal trade. Napakaganda ng sagutan dito ng FERVID na hindi lang natin mako-complement yung mid-rounding nila, pero yung yung troubleshooting nila, no? Yung hot fix nga na sinasabi natin sa mga games na kung saan may isang problema or isang makita silang solusyon, dali ka agad nila at hindi nila papalampasin dito, Salvatore. At siguro, even with the timeout dito ni Coach Tanks, the adjustments is just too fast and just too rapid na hindi nakadaloy ng flow itong Stallions, no? Hindi na dumaan sa flow state.
Yun na nga pre, when was the last time that you saw Team Stallions call a timeout tapos sila pa yung naging dehado nga dun eh, no? Usually they get the better end of that result. Pero now with despite the timeout, no, nahanapan pa rin ni A7J tong butas na Team Stallions. So collectively, it was because of him and as well as Dracifer. Grabe yung naging second half nila, L. It was very underrated kasi si Dracifer mismo yung tumutulong dito kay D and as well as kay J-Kim na makapwesto nga ng ayos. And not to mention pre, the improvement of the mid-rounding and the post-plant of FERVID was so much noticeable. Look at the shutdown performance dito from Dracifer and as well as D na naging resulta kung bakit hindi nga nakagalaw si JJ at si Loy. Kung maalala ng mga tao nanonood, CFS PH Masters champion ay CFS PH Masters, no? Battle for Third 2024, Battle for Third nga no? A7J defeated the likes of Ubek Maniac, the same roster except Loy, for the third place 3-2 at wala nang ibang mas malupit na utak pa kundi si A7J, but the highlight reel machine sa loob nga ng Ankara was definitely D with a .64 headshot per kill. And I just saw pre Noel na nung nag-quick switch ng HK si D, I was like, this man was feeling it.
This man is truly feeling it. As much as we want to give the commendations dito kay KLB, siya lang siguro yung masasabi nating nag-stand out sa Stallions, no? Loy was invisible. JJ was very vulnerable as well. Si Kano, siya si KLP, nakita lang natin na sumasagot pero hindi umaarangkada. And it takes a full team effort to beat that kind of Stallions. Yes, may other performances pero kung may pipiliin man tayong MVP vote kay D, it can be any one of the members dito ng FERVID and deserve nila yun kasi it's a full team effort para magawan ng gantong klaseng hotfix, ng gantong klaseng mid-rounding and gantong klaseng solusyon yung pinakita nila. And I hope that ito yung susi para sa ating Eagle Eye kasi bahay nila yun, no? Ikandado nila lang mabuti dahil kailangan nila ma-secure yung Eagle Eye kung gusto nilang ma-upset ng Stallions.
Grabe, pinadala ni Nice Katol at FERVID ang panalo. Man, Eagle Eye will absolutely be the tone setter dito sa series nga na to. If Team Stallions drops this map, this is going to be one of the first times na makikita nga natin sila na nasa dihadong serye nga sila, no? And FERVID is already firing in all cylinders. Ano nga bang pwede mangyari sa loob ng Eagle Eye? Lahat yan katanungan na pwedeng masagot pagkatapos nga ng break na to. At pagbalik nga natin, ipagpapatuloy natin ang duelo ng FERVID at the Stallions dito lang sa playoffs ng CFS PH Masters.
lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakuputuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it double. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Welcome back mga bossing, di namin kayo bibitinin. Patuloy itong obra na pinapakita ng Fervid at ng Stallions. Na kung saan, kung di mo napanood, magugulat ka na lang sa kinalabasan nito. No? 1-0 pabor sa Fervid.
Patay ang iyong prediction. Yun yung gusto ng mga comment section natin dyan, no? And I feel like itong Fervid game natin na nakita, no? It's just the top of the barrel, pare. It's just the opener of the book. Introduction pa lang yan so kung ano yung pwede nilang mapakita dito sa best of 5 natin. And Eagle Eye, pare. Sasabihin ko na lang, kung mahulaan mo yung thought process ko, bakit magpapakita ako ng piso sa Eagle Eye?
Bakit? Bakit bossing? Bakit kami piso na hawak? Boss?
Kasi coin flip tong mapa na to. STS last time na kinalaban nila tong Fervid, it's a bit of a squandering, no? Talagang dinurog nila 10-6 nung sumabit sa GR side ata yun. 1 lang yung nakuhang point dito ng ating Fervid. Pero that was in the past. And looking at the standings ngayon, no, ng head-to-head per map, it tells a different story.
Grabe pre, 80% as attacker sa mapa na pumapabor para sa mga global risk, no? And on to the other side, makikita mo ang Fervid mas komplikado din para sa kanila ang global risk kasi lamang sa kanila ang atake, no? Talk about, no, an antithesis para ka dito sa dalawang teams nga na to, no? Stallions and Fervid loves the aggression so much.
They love the aggression so much, and it also tells us na like with Ankara, no, with Fervid having that worst BL performance with the worst percentage, it tells dito na okay, itong Stallions, we don't really play this but we have an impeccable percentage on both sides. Eagle Eye, we play this a lot but the standings are not better compared to Stallion. So, sino yung lalamang dito? The impeccable but very missable in terms of the performance, or yung bread and butter and very good na performance dito ng Fervid? Malalaman natin dahil sabi ko nga, coin flip, talagang it's just a toss of a coin kung sino makakuha ng unang kill, ng unang headshot at ng unang rounds natin dito, no?
Pinakita ng mga numero kanina na hindi dapat tayo dito nagbabase kasi kaya baliktarin lahat ito ng Fervid para pabor nga sa kanila. Ngayon, pinakita sa atin yung mga numero. Will it still be an effect for the series of Stallions and Fervid sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye? Malalaman nga natin mamaya pa nagduela na tong dalawang teams nga na to. Ibabato na ulit natin sa ating palong-palo na duo, Bipolar and Sticky Frog. Pasok!
Dali mo, pati Salvatore. It's time, no, para sa ating bakbakan. Dito lamang yan sa Eagle Eye 2.0. And this is a very rare occurrence kung saan tumama yung tres tapos sabog. Talaga ang players natin dito mamaya sa LA and as well as dito sa may LB. But nonetheless, no, Sticky Frog, I feel like we have a little bit of a scope here. They decipher, no? GR side for STS pagdating sa Eagle Eye 2.0, sobrang lakas kasi dito na ulit bumabalik ang ating, somewhat of a sub-base kind of thing na KLB will sometimes be on that TRG role. So, mas malaking pwersa dito for STS. Pero sa Fervid ba, Sticky, ano pang aasahan natin dito?
Since it's less space to work with, no, dito sa mapa natin, Polar, I feel like they're gonna have a harder time kumpara dito sa Ankara. But I feel like mas magiging reliant sila when it comes to their more reactionary kind of play siguro kasi expect mo naman galing dito Stallions will be pressuring itong long constantly or merong may push ang mangyayari sa Victor and or sa Hotel, no? So it could be another test of patience para dito sa Fervid kung gaano pa talaga sila ka-willing na mag-antay up until the end of the round para may execute. Yung problema naman ng Fervid this time, there's not a lot of variety pagdating dito sa defense. There's not much off-angle options para sa mga GR. So, as soon as nakabagsak na yung mga smokes dito sa A or sa B side, that's just gonna be straight up fighting, which is probably gonna benefit itong Stallions kasi ayun nga, I feel like they're tired of the crossfires running into multiple off angles. Pare ngayon, may opportunity na sila to just run into the site and kill.
Yeah, and STS, no, straightforward. You know their skill to be on their top level every time. So, mas mapapapabor dito just because you have very straightforward approach na, sige, laban tayo dito, setup ng onte, baril. Yun lang yung make it natin doon. But, I would like to put some pressure dito kay JJ, kay Loy, kay D, pati na rin kay J Kim or kay Dracifer, no? Because these are the usual players na sometimes may kita natin dito sa mid position, either on the BL or the GR side, kasi it's gonna be a crucial thing to take pagdating dito sa mapa na to, na ma-cut off mo agad yung gitna ng GR side or ng BL side to claim tower or to claim the respawn of GR. So parang malaking pwesto to para sa ating dalawang teams na kailangan din bigyan ng pansin, because hotel will always be taken by easily by both sides, no? Give and take lang yun. Even itong long A natin, Doghouse will be claimed by the BL, GR will basically be passive dito sa pinakadulo ng ating A side. So you need this position sa ating mapa para gumana mismo dito yung creativity coming from KLB and as well as A7J. But one thing also na pwede natin asahan dito is the somewhat, past brothers now enemies of KLP and as well as Lance. Tower and as well as A site, high yung top ng A site natin will be very much crucial. But focus muna tayo.
Lobby. Jimmy sa daw. Left side. Talo.
Diretso nga sila dito. KLP, J Kim, trading blows. Pero KLP with a pistol, not gonna work this time. Diretso dito, babagsak si Kano! At bumagsak din siya papunta sa 6 feet under. Kasi si D, maharap agad siya dito sa may LP. Somehow, may ipit din si KLP but finds A7J. Mabilis ang diretsuhan lang. Pero this is still possible. Nade flying. Will kill off J Kim. Good. Para dito kay KLP. And it's possible now. Low players. D and Lance found out D. Singular HP. 9 HP in the bag. 26 seconds! Batsy with a round starter pagdating dito sa Eagle Eye.
Grabe, 3 headshots to start things off already para dito sa ating Fervid squad. And D, I think gusto niya i-keep yung MVP title, no? Just for himself. Para ayaw na i-share dito sa mga ibang members ng Fervid. Man, what a round to start things off, no? Tamang B assault lang from Fervid, just taking over Hotel and LB at the same time. And I have a gut feeling na this will be more prevalent dito sa mapa natin, because I noticed that they have switched to yung stop and go defense natin instead of the usual kalat and then hanap ng picks and then go for whatever dito sa mapa natin. I am actually a fan of yung style na to, kasi nakikita rin natin to galing sa mga ibang regions, especially in Brazil, where they are gonna fight heavily para sa isang napaka-importanting part ng mapa, just like Hotel, at titigil sila. Obviously, reaction dito ng Stallions, oh my god, desperado na ako kumuha ng trade, I have to trade my teammate, I have to trade out itong si Loy or si KLP na nandito sa long, so obviously you will be running into the death trap na pinresent nga dito ng Fervid. And Fervid, obviously, I really did think na magle-lesson dito yung parang trap offense na ginagawa nga dito ng Fervid, no? Pero seems like it's working the exact same way dito sa Eagle Eye, pare.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, I believe you're referencing Navi ba? If I'm correct? If I'm right in my eyes. Kasi nakikita natin dito, diretso lang talaga towards Hotel. Walang players papunta dito sa may LB, manggagaling dito sa Fervid. So walang butas, walang mapipitas dito yung players natin mula kung manggagaling sila ng GR or ng RS ng GR. Tulad ng ginawa ni Kano. He wanted to find someone before he fell down, pero wala. So nag-overcommit, narinig nila na nag-step down dun si Kano from the last player na magaling dito sa Hotel. Tapos go signal yun para kay Dina, di yan titingin dito. Titingin doon papunta sa pinakadulo ng LB on the BL side, and they have an easy shot. But it was still open, no? KLB still on fire, still open yung topic natin na KLB will be carrying a little bit dito sa ating first few maps. Pero 9 HP, Sneaky, he had 3 kills first round pa lang.
And yeah, that's what .64 headshot percentage looks like, no? And especially pag D is one of those few young players where you put him in a corner and put him in a dangerous situation, he somehow still fights his way out of it, no? So really gritty crossfire galing dito kay D, which is very nice to see para sa Fervid, kasi it kinda does relay their style, no? It has been grit and grind para sa kanila for you know, the past few years, pare, and I feel like the culmination is already here, no? Parang, okay, na-realize na nila we can finally counter itong STS. The calls of A7J is finally working. So, this is them capitalizing on it, pare. And hopefully, we do see more galing dito sa Fervid. STS needing more firepower para sa kanila, pare. Need to see more kills.
Ito na yung firepower, no? In terms of the power of TRGs. Nilabas nandito yung signature KLB sniper combination. Pero diretso na sila. Makaharap si Kano, pero he does get a kill before he fell down. They get one more player. Does he clear out the left side? So si JJ free reigning lang. Pero D is still alive. Does get the USP with HK as well. And he just claims 2 more. For A7J versus KLB. Magmi-miss. A7J spraying. And A7J now. But KLB mukhang mamamatay. Sumigaw. Dahil di niya alam kung paano sila napuntirya dito sa may A side.
Nagwala si D dun sa bottom A. Oh my goodness me.
Mag-isa lang siya doon.
I was thinking na mamamatay siya agad dito kay JJ on a singular point of HP, pare. Pero nakapatay pa siya ng isa right after it, making the situation possible. Grabe si D, man. I mean, if we have Yotib as Rookie of the Year, pare, we can give D the Most Improved Player award, pare. Kasi it's definitely night and day compared to last year, pare.
May layers, no? Kasi nung nasa execration siya, yes, he was fragging, pero yung focus na kay CBN, na kay Folex, di ba? Na kay CYK, pero looking at E7J coming in from execution now, FERVID will fall down up against Sloy, easy headshot, and they even find the C4. I think he did see it, pero they will very much play a little bit back. KLB might get picked here.
Favorite angle to ni Lance, dito sa Eagle Eye.
Very peculiar.
He holds it the most sa lahat ng mga players dito. But I can't blame him kasi yung pagpapick dun sa mid. Makita mo lang talaga yung balikat ng player na nakapatong dito sa lip. And that's a freebie pick. Pero ang lumalabas para sa STS, they can hear Tanks' voice in their head saying to not push.
Discipline. Yun lang ulit. Just let Lloyd do his thing, no? Ito yung insurance play natin. The expendable that works. So, FERVID, also trying to go passive again. A7J, when he's out of the game, he'll be Professor X and he'll be cooking up something. Talking in their heads, and Z! Yun na nga, pinadala yung kapatid para mapitas si Loy. Binawian man. Nagtawag ng kapatid pero mas bata.
May nakita na bang kapatid na pinagtanggol yung kuya? Kaya lang yan.
Dito lang yan.
Uy!
KLP finds Lance. Does find the opening kill. Makes it a second now with KLB. But JJ, with the rotation skills of JK, it's all up to D. This time, he's going to be hitting one shot, but not the second. Team stands bounce back after 2 rounds.
Yeah, mahirap talaga para sa FERVID no, pag wala silang second option pare dito sa mapa natin. I feel like A7J dying so early in spawn just creates parang a vacuum dito sa A side no, na hindi na kailangan isipin ng Stallions na may manggagaling pa dito sa may mid door, may manggagaling pa dito sa may spawn nila no. So just eliminating A7J off the map forces FERVID to play together dito sa mapa natin. And as soon as you see the first semblance no ng ating execute natin, that's definitely the direction they're going. Itong FERVID makes them very easy to read.
Yeah, it's again very linear. This is what happened before no, na parang teams just easily read there. But they're trying to make do with what they have. Again, ito nga mahirap talaga for Eagle Eye when you're on the BL side. You're just gonna have to push. Not a lot of rotations will be made kasi you're congested dito sa pinaka south side ng ating mapa. And we're thinking na Tanks is just saying, you know, just hold. Okay lang yan. Magantay lang kayo. Sila naman yung papasok.
You know what? W adjustment by Tanks na ilagay si Kano sa mid.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if nilagay mo sa long kumbata na to pare. There was that one game na he pushed long 7 times in a row pare. Which was insane.
I remember.
Wait, mid push?
Lloyd finds one. Kano! And this is the high mid push or high mid hold down mula dito kay Kano. And JJ will kill off A7J. But STS, this is what we want from them. Mas maangas, mas disiplina. And it's finally coming into fruition.
Grabe, nakita na natin yung, I wouldn't say discount version of the highlight play dito sa Ankara pare. Para kay Kano. And I feel like na-answer na agad yung question kung bakit siya nilagay sa position na yun as his anchoring prowess with the HK417 is second to none pagdating sa liga na to pare. And Stallions mounting confidence para sa kanila dito, men. And you can kind of see them starting to roll forward sa mapa natin. And this is the Stallions at this kind of confidence coming sa Stallions is what makes them very dangerous dito, pare.
Yeah. You don't play that reactionary this time, no? And it makes Fervid wonders. Saan nga ba kailangan natin pumunta? I mean, we're trying mid, we're trying LA, we're trying to go B. Yes, sometimes it did happen, but hindi yun met with a lot of advantage. Still in play dito yung parang trade-off, but STS naman yung lumalamang doon. LB, Fervid now pushing a little bit, trying to see if they can pick up Floy.
It's a hard pick. Pwede siya magtaro sa likod ng box dito sa bridge polar, pero no. It's info, makakaalis pa nga. I don't think you should fight that, brother. Tato yung kalaban mo, pero B-hit ba ang gagawin dito ng Fervid? I think this is just info, pare.
Yeah, there's still a lot of time. 1 minute, no? So, D, trying to be the first killer here, trying to claim the MVP as well.
You're trying to kill Loy.
But nga ba, Loy, found out. D, stay spot. Yun yung di nakilala ko man, pipik yun doon.
Feel ko yun lang talaga objective nila dito, Polar. Patayin si Loy and make a hotel a coin flip decision kung i-defend o hindi para sa Stallions. Pero may stairs pa.
Ito na, maririnig, no? But Loy holds his ground! And he kills A7J. Dediretso sa may high mid. JJ! And Kano! They disseminate and murder players rushing in. Lance left alone does have the C4. JJ pushing now together with Kano. Pincer maneuver. Pero Lance ready with a quick scope. Headshot pa nga. KLP found out but he kills his fast brother. You're nothing to me as Team Stallions claims the lead.
Grabe. And the blood is just getting thicker dito sa mapa natin, pare. STS now with the lead on their defense. Now starting to catch on dito sa tricks ng Fervid, no? And Fervid at the same time, it's becoming linear para sa kanila dito. It's a one-prong approach every single time, pero pangumana naman this time.
He gets 1, he even gets 3!
What is that?
Triple kill para kay KLP! And Kano now pushing mula dito sa may main, but E7J, they don't know someone is behind, and they even find Lance. STS now with a beautiful push, and Lance left alone once again. What can you do kung tumakbo na ang mga kabayo?
Ayun nga, full gallop ng Stallions dito sa mapa natin, and a world of difference, no? Pag nabigyan mo lang talaga ng onting space itong Stallions para makakuha ng kanilang map control. The amount of aggression they're presenting dito sa GR side. This is the Stallions that we expect them to just stomp upon yung opensa dito ng Fervid. Pero Fervid tumitesting pa rin dito sa A side. They want to execute before the Stallions even can react dito, pare. Pero hindi kailangan sila nila eh.
Parang nahirapan sila dito sa smoke sneaks eh. They don't have any information. Once again, iniisip nila na si Loy nakaramdam na magpupush. So, wanna claim back something that they left. And that's the RS or itong long B. Pero Delix, this is the STS on their top form. Just playing passive and going for big plays kapag at the nick of time.
They're really trying to kill Loy, man. Naramdaman ko eh. Yun talaga yung objective nila eh. That's why they started the assault sa A side. So Loy will be going into bypass. Pero hindi si Loy hindi siya kung makakagat win eh. Steady lang siya dito sa bridge.
Speaking of something
lang,
else, dediretso na lang, why not, no? That's the first plan, so unahin na lang natin yun. KLP, though! Oh, he finds D immediately and makes it a double! But KLP also is a threat dito sa my side. JJ as well. It's a multiple defense layers, kumbaga. Ang kailangan tanggalin dito ng Fervid, but they cannot do anything. All they can do is take out the peel, but not the core.
Yun lang. Even kahit mapatay mo dun si KLB dito sa bottom A natin, Polar, nandun naman si JJ na nakanood sa screen ng kanyang kapitan, ready for the backup. And the 3-man defense will be of big benefit. Pero si JJ ang unang mahuhulog. And that's one way to start around para sa Fervid. They have been desperate, no, para makakuha ng pick sa mapa natin dito. That's why they have been trying to bait Loy multiple times dito sa hotel. And finally, they do get one. Pero si JJ yung nasala dito.
Unfortunate, no? But Loy, he's just too smart. So he'll just be playing passive, trying to look for someone else. And grabe yung smoke na to, no? The advantage of the smoke just lets KLP and Loy play around. But KLP finds A7J. Sobrang bilis, pero Lance may trade-off agad. That's a big trade, but Loy tried to go for pickoffs. Bloods playing with fire. And siya pa ang matatanggalan ng ulo doon. Loy, how is he still alive?
A good question, pare. Pero not gonna be alive for longer dito, Polar. Loy finally falls. 3 versus 2. I think the best reaction nga dito ng Fervid is to probably just assault P. Pero si KLB naka-sniper dito, Polar.
Yeah. If he finds someone, pwede pa ulit to for STS. Pero Tracyper, lurking in the shadows, finds one, misses the shot. But this time he does. Double kill to make it a 2-point lead para lang sa Stallions, 3-5.
Grabe, parang nag-shopping sa surplus dun si Boss Tracyper. He was only trying to get one player pero lumabas yung take one dun sa kanyang buy one, pare. And he took both in return. And a very nice mid-rounding na naman galing dito sa Fervid, making sure na yung kanilang 3 versus 2, yung kanilang one-man advantage ay hindi mapupunta sa wala. And they used exactly that, just assaulting the B side, making sure na wala yung attention dito kay Tracyper, and it was a perfect game plan para nga dito. And I think like kahit namatay si T dito sa bridge, nakuha pa rin ng Fervid yung kanilang objective, no, which is to push Loy back all the way into B side, pare.
Yeah, yun nga, claim hotel, no? Check in, kumbaga, tapos hold a little bit and play with the players dito sa may mid kasi yun talaga yung main point of attack nila. Talagang distraction lang yung hotel and the objective, just like what you've said. Try to take off Loy or push him back. Pero, can they do that once again? Lanat si Loy, nag-aasim. He pushes. Dediretso pa, pero si D, alam niya. Dediretso lang din sila. And LB taken now. For Fervid, STS scrambling, trying for reactions or at least rotations early in the round. Pero, look at this, Nikki. Titigil ang Fervid.
Yeah, don't have to commit, pare. Alam nila na nag-rotate na agad dito yung Stallions and they are looking exactly kung saan sila papasok. But this is the stop-and-go defense ang sinasabi ko, Polar Kano. He is tempted to check sa loob ng hotel pero pinabalik na nga siya ng kanyang kapitan. But still, this is a lot of space being given to Fervid.
Yeah. At ikot pa dito, mag-LA pa yung play. Started for STS, pero KLP holding and just waiting. Misses the shot. What a flash to blind him. At tatapaan pa kasi dito ng onte, pero they claim up the site. Nandito na sila ngayon sa my car. And they just don't wanna plant right now, Sneaky. They're waiting for some kind of push. They're waiting for players kung meron sa likuran. Pero 30 seconds, now they plant. Sabi ni JKM, F this. Simulan natin yung duelo dito sa ating 4v5. Tracy for low on HP, A7J as well. Multiple players looking at multiple positions. And awaiting. Who is the first one to fall down? It's a wallbang shot mula dito kay Tracyfer. Kills off one JJ as well. Pero no, bisa flex naman na CS. And Blacklist. FV will basically claim up around to make the 4-5.
Kaya pala natagalan sila sa plant dito, Polar. They were actually adjusting yung kanilang retake defense na nasa loob ng site. And an absolute defense is what's needed para nga dito sa Fervid, especially on the second half na pare. Kailangan ng ganun ng depensa na may kita natin from Fervid. Everybody is connected and at the same time, nararamdaman ko yung communication napaka-smooth para dito sa Fervid because the players react so fast sa mga trades na nangyayari dito sa mapa natin. There is no, just like what I said, there is no player alone on the angle sa mga sitwasyon na to. And I like this galing sa Fervid. Despite the tighter space ng mapa natin, nagagawan pa nila na i-extenuate yung kanilang teamwork dito. So, once again, I feel like gagana sana yung strategy na yun if Loy was as cold as he was nung map number 1. Pero medyo uminit na rin si Loy dito sa mapa natin. So, Hotel wasn't as free as expected, unfortunately, para sa Fervid.
Yeah, I mean, they got something out of it. They were able to still get it at the end of the day. It wasn't free, but yung adjustment talaga na just wait, play things out, make STS think a little bit, no? Just sabog diretso. Use the flash, use the smokes para makat off rotation dito sa may high mid. Pero, tingnan natin, no? Kung ano nga bang kaya nilang gawin dito pagbalik dito ng GR side. STS, Sneaky. BL na ngayon. We know them to prioritize a lot dito sa may LA, even sa may high mid because JJ always pushes that mula dito sa may tower o mula dito sa may mid para lang ma-open up yung A side. What do we expect?
I expect Stallions to try and catch a 4-man push sa isang side ng map or a 3-man push kasi Fervid is gonna do exactly that sa start ng round. And yan ang sinasabi ko, Polar, when it comes to defense, Fervid, especially at the beginning, they like to go aggressive dito, pare.
Yeah. We haven't read that yet. And Lance now gets an easy first kill advantage para makakuha ng chance na maipit ang Styles into a 5-5 scoreline. Loy pushing a little bit. A7J naglabas ng TRG kaso hindi niya mahanap. Nagtago lang si Loy. Bait and switch kumbaga. And D left. Doon sa pinaka-back ng side. He does have some reinforcements together with J. Kim. But all they need to do now is just hold. Pero STS, they're witty, they're smart. Kailangan makapick off dito ni KLB.
Yun nga, they sacrificed so much of A-long, no, na nakarating na dito si Loy all the way in a very nice position on A side, which could have resulted in a kill by itself, no pare, pero napunta na nga siya sa napaka-pangit na sitwasyon dito. But it's already good news for the side of Stallions. Yung isa sa mga snipers dito on the side of Fervid is already out of commission. Problema ka lang, they're running into another one.
This is the shot, goes back. Super investment dito sa may box. Lance actually stuck on the stairway. And di na rotating a little bit. Dracifer found out. Yun lang. Hindi nakatingin sa tamang lugar. Loy finds D as well from the rotations. All up to J. Kim, the sophomore of Fervid. Up against 4 players that want to deal blood and power. Up against Fervid. Want to fall down. STS Kano mamamatay. Pero JJ from the long side. Passes up papunta J.
Yeah, 6-4 and a very nice hold galing nga dito sa side ng Stallions. But at the same time, Fervid, nasagot lang yung presenting play nila dito pare. But Lons,
one more.
What an opener on KLP. Pero I like that Stallions is also starting to play yung bait and switch game natin, no, up against itong Fervid. And Fervid seems like they're not immune to it pare.
I mean, Fervid, if immunity is what we're talking about, all the immunity will be coming out from passiveness. Yes, they're getting these early pickoffs, pero nakita mo naman yun, Sneaky. What can a 1 kill do in the rounds kung di mo naman mako-close out yun, just like from the previous round? KLB, still wielding the TRG, no? With KLP down, he needs to at least get a pickoff with this, with the sniper. Nagpaparinig lang dito sa may LB. And it looks like A-site ang gusto nilang puntahan. A7J, very curious ako dito. This is very rare na A7J using the TRG, but JK
Uy, nakita ni Kim. I have to be careful about mid now.
Under na.
Hindi na. So much info on that one swing, no, na nagawa dito ni Kim. So,
Yeah.
I don't think Stallions want to pull the trigger dito sa A-side take natin para especially Fervid with all this information. They're now starting to play some players dito sa A-side natin. Pero, like that Stallions, trigger discipline para sa kanila may not pulling on a play just yet. They're still trying to find any outliers dito na Fervid pare.
Pero Fervid, they're not really going forward. 3 players on A, 2 on B. Mid, uncontested. So STS has a little bit of leeway. At yun na nga, JJ actually falls down. Lons finds KLB. And that's 2 players down in 2 seconds? Now, Kano coming in from high mid, finds the player. Exit, claimed. C4 in his hands. Pero we saw this before. Kano in a 1v3. Almost a 1v4. Does find the previous guy. Needs flyby. HK in hand. Can the Wonder Kid, can Christopher Robinson do the impossible of this clutch? Smokes becoming a problem. Lance found out. Shots flying by. Overwhelming odds. Pero Fervid, mukhang sa kanila ngayon ang dice roll to claim up their 5th round.
Damn. And that is the Fervid I would like to see, no? Yung ganun na respect pagdating kay Kano when it comes to those 1 versus 3s and even on those 1 versus 2s. You have to be careful, man. You really do not know what these Stallions players are capable of, pare. So playing that careful, you can't really blame it on Fervid at this point. Every single point that they can get in this map is definitely a big benefit. But A7J spotting one and spotting the key player that he has to take out.
May bawi naman si KLP, pero si D, diretso lang din. And now Lance joins the fight! Oh my God! Lance with a 3K kolatun sa dalawa!
And that is definitely a way to get yourself back in the game. Pare, Lons with his highlight play. Absolute anchor on the A side na hindi matanggal-tanggal And Fervid, the rotations are perfect. The pickoffs in the mid-rounds were perfect as well. And Stallions, now they're the ones a victim ng kanilang sariling timing, pare. And Fervid are just benefiting from this. Man, feeling ko, this is... In Gen Z terms, pare, parang nire-rage bait ng Fervid itong Stallions, pare.
Gumagana, no? Parang nagka-crash out tuloy. Nako po. Nalala kong gano'n. Pero mamaya natin pag-usapan yan. We'll be claiming LA a little bit. A7J still will do the PRG. So yeah, this is very overconfident from this kid. But he hits the shot most of the time, and this time he does. Lands on the other side, finds JJ, pero ito na. They're trying to go to hotel. Crazy Fur, mahana! Pero it's a trade-off. Wala pa ring libre, Sneaky.
Walang libre up against Fervid, pare. It's a trade for trade once again. A 3 versus 3. And knowing Fervid, sila pa nga yata maghahanap dito ng pick-off para makakuha ng 2 versus 3. Kaya Stallions, hindi sila masyado magkalaman at the moment. Pero KLP, spotted on Metal. Take him, instant kill. And he has to get out immediately. Nandito na yung pasunod niya, pare. Pero si Loy, may biktima rin yata, pare.
Lahat na binabaril ni Jakey Man. Last bullet in the chamber. Finds one more. Kano not hitting the wall banks. Too close. But pistol is not enough. Fervid, how are they doing this? It's a 7-6 scoreline kung saan nasa kanila ang angat.
And it is all on Jakim, pare. What a recovery after the A7J death. Just holding down the bottom A side. And look at this aggression sa A side. Hindi nila pipigilan ng kanilang momentum dito. They want to keep rolling forward. Pero Stallions will be obliging on the fight. And mapapaback na rin sila dito. But man, Fervid, they are looking a bit too good, pare.
Yeah, they're strong. They're very, very strong. Parang may serum na sinaksak dito sa 5 players. Tapos, sige, try natin dito yung Stallions na diretso lang din sa atin. Pero Stallions, still in play, right? Stallions is a force to be reckoned with. Fervid has yet to see the 100% of these players. And with the 5-man that's still alive for STS after that failed push mula sa Fervid's LA, this might be time.
Yeah, just goes to show yung preparation dito ng Fervid, no, para sa Stallions. It seems like they know a lot of their moves and a lot of their opening plays, and they are trying to counter exactly that. Pero A7J saying hi to his old teammate. Should have been wearing an FE jersey, pare.
Luns finds one more, peeks out once again. One more, doesn't hit the second shot. So he'll just fall back, still alive with 20 HP. Doesn't connect. Pero Tracy Fair naman na may kita nila, nagulat sila bakit may HK dyan. Hindi yun yung hinahanap namin. JJ finds him finally.
Bypass.
Nothing free pa rin, pero bypass. Pushing now, JJ finds Luns in hotel. It's a 2v3. 15 bullets in the chamber. JJ finds him with only 6. And A7J now trying to go for players. JJ is still alive with 3 HP. And I feel like he is in flow state right now. Can JJ kill off 2 players? That's 1. Make it 2 for JJ. And JJ is the equalizer sa 14th round.
Yun nga, and it seems like Fervid lost the plot for a second here dito sa mapa natin. The fights just kept on continuing. And para kay Jakim, I don't think that was a necessary fight to take. 3 versus 2 na kayo laruan natin. And I feel like the advantage could have been stretched a lot more para dito sa Fervid. But it seems like old habits die hard para dito sa FB, men. And paminsan-minsan may ganun na nangyayari. And Fervid, they need to lock in immediately after.
Yeah. If they don't, STS, I'm telling you, they're an on-off switch where any time is an on switch. Tulad neto, this is a great pick coming in from JJ. And a very good start if they even find Luns. But Luns falls back.
Tony takes 1 round para makabalik dito yung Stallions, pare. And it was evident on the amount of comebacks na nagawa nila dito sa group stage. Just because you're up doesn't mean you're up all the way. KLB, nakita na nga si Luns. 3 versus 5. And a great beginning. Pero tignan mo si Kim. He's gonna investigate.
He wants to deal a killing blow, no? KLB. He does fight KLB and success. That's good for J. Kim. And he'll just fall back. Balik tayo sa konting advantage lang for STS. Just 1 player up. Pero this LA, if STS goes here and doesn't clear SD, medyo delikado to.
A7J can't confirm the kill on Lloyd just yet. Lloyd hindi siya maka-confirm ng push kasi hindi siya aware kung may tao sa metal box. So hindi! Pero tignan mo na si D!
Oh, yun na nga nahanap si Loy! Oh, what a find indeed! 1 minute left, less than pa nga. C4 given out. KLP will be the one to execute these players sa A, sa B side. But Jacob on a great position to deliver 2 kills and the fast rotations. LA to LB in a split second. Fervid with 8 points.
Grabe, mid-rounding was the reason why they lost the last round. Mid-rounding is now the reason kung bakit nanalo sila this round, Bipolar. I mean, the early fights weren't really going in the way dito ng Fervid, but Lons finding the position just in time. But at the same time, the two-man game in between A7J at D dito sa A side really creates this confusion dito sa mapa kung saan ba talaga papunta dito si D. He could be on the A side, he could be on the mid side, he could be on B as well. So yung entire map presence dito ng Fervid was on point in that one. But at the same time, Stallions, man, ganda ng opener sana nila doon if they have gotten the second player in the hotel side. Kaso Fervid, I think they learned the lesson from that last round not to overextend up against itong Stallions, pare.
I mean, it's pretty tough din, no, Sneaky, na parang Team Stallions is getting the map control that they want kahit na very minuscule dito sa may LB and even on hotel. But after that, it looks like the leniency or yung pagiging linear dito ng mga players natin is napunta na sa side ng ating Stallions kasi Loy actually doesn't want to gamble anymore, doesn't want to actually risk because, again, he wants information. He was doing it on the GR side, pero on the BL, mas mahirap kasi. He knows na sobrang daming angle dito sa may LA, na kahit iwan siya doon, everything will just be a downhill if he falls down because wala na ditong back players mula sa STS. And yun nga yung nakita natin, Loy trying to make way dito sa may high mid mula sa doors, pero wala eh. Fervid, fast rotations, again, mid-rounding is of the essence para sa kanila.
Yun nga. And it netted them 1 or 2 more points para makakuha sila ng ating mapa ng Eagle Eye 2.0. And man, being up 2-0 up against itong Team Stallions. Only one team has done that before. And that is itong SGJ and Pacific Macta from back in the day, pare. And Fervid could be joining that company, no? Very soon. Kung matapos nila yung Eagle Eye map na to. But Stallions, man, this is the chance para makabalik sa laruan natin. Cause a surprise up against Fervid. You know, medyo lalagyan ng kaba yung kanilang puso dito. And you know, the thing is with Fervid and kaba, pare, yan ay magandang mix. And especially when Fervid has the 9th, yun nga, no? Things might crumble dito, pare.
I mean, look at the highlights, Sneaky. Mula dito sa Fervid. And just to clarify things, that was a timeout coming from Fervid. I feel like sabi din SFJ Inares, gusto lang i-clear up na kunin natin yung 9, kunin agad natin yung 10 without even letting STS claim an 8th or the 9th round. Fervid doing their usual thing. D on the position of the metal box. And STS trying to go for immediate pickoffs pero wala pang bumabadya, wala pang nagpapap.
Yeah. Could be a bit of a breather as well para sa mga players. Baka nakita rin ni Kuya Aris na masyado yatang tense ang Fervid and maybe they do want to kind of lay off the steam a bit, no, in that 1 minute and 30. And I feel like yun nga, na-identify ni Nice Katol na hey, there's a bit of overextensions going on, especially dito sa late round. Di pwede magyari yan. So, bit of a reminder lang para sa mga Fervid players natin. And their defense is yun nga, looking way more solid. Recifer. I assume nakita niya si Kano.
Yeah. And nakita din ni
Yeah, they're
Kano.
backing off.
Yeah. A lot of like adjustments now, no? Kano actually holding the TRG. Switches back to the M14. Gusto lang sana talaga ng early pickoffs, but this is tough. 50 seconds left. Talagang naghanap ditong STS pero di pinagbigyan. Di pinakitaan. They push towards LB and Recifer. Just like what J Kim did, he is in this position. Pero with an HK, might be problematic if he doesn't hit the headshots. At ito na nga, JJ hits the immediate shot there. Lance with a dagger to slow the push a little bit. Mula dito sa high mid players mula sa Fervid need to be aware. But Lance is not. A7J with the cover. And with the bomb planted, 3v3 situation. Flash coming in. KLB pushing with the USP. Pero wala siya makita. Nasa ng Fervid. They're trying to rotate towards LB. And I think KLP knows.
It's a bit late.
Masyado matagal. 20 seconds left. And KLP finds one. Kailangan tumakbo, hindi pati ni J-Kim, pero onti na lang yung oras at wala na, masyadong malayo. They kill off KLB. Can they defuse in time? Dediretso ni D. At ako po, madedefuse ba?
Oh,
Hindi!
imagine!
Kano! Imagine the possibility, Sneaky.
Oh my goodness me, if that was a defuse na nakuha nila dito, pare, that would have been on every single highlight reel sa Crossfire Stars, pare. But Stallions refusing to lose in this situation, and ito nga yung sinasabi ko, man, Stallions, one of the key things about this team is their grit and their refusal to lose sa mga matchups natin. Granted, the trades have been on point, no? Para nga dito sa Fervid, but I feel like masyadong nawalan ng mata itong mid doors natin as soon as this B hit actually started, which is very peculiar para sa Fervid, no? Kasi usually covered yung dalawang entrances para sa kanila dito, but Stallion successfully distracting the eyes of Fervid to look in towards yung cable car direction natin. Walang tumingin sa may mid side.
Yun na nga, I mean, what a play, no? Coming from Stallions. And JJ, muntikan pa matabasa, muntikan lumabas yung Razor ulit dito ni L. Pero JJ, he's still in this position. Nades will fly by. Hindi siya matatamaan. Pero for Vid, fino-fortify nila Sneaky. Titingin sila sa may LB. Hindi nila alam na si KLB, pati si JJ malapit lang sa may pintuan.
Pop flash?
And nakalabas na USP pop flash. Meron ba?
Wala.
Is there? They're going to try. No lettings combined. KLB, easy headshot on Lance. And they will execute on B or possibly just hold. Pero D, fast reaction. Sneaky, mahanap ni KLB. Yun na nga. Headshot is there. How did D miss that?
Yun nga, nakatayo na dun si KLB in a very open position and he actually missed his first headshot. And unfortunately, pagkalaban mo si KLB gamit ang kanyang HK, once you miss, you are basically dead. And 5 versus 3 Fervid is not even a bad take para sa kanila, pare. This is the Stallions firepower na tinatout ng lahat ng mga players dito sa liga natin, pare. They are just outshooting them.
Yeah, again, benchmark tong Stallions. So Fervid, can you really break that? And B, the ones on top. Both players missing. USP better for A7J. Peeks out to mid. Loy falls down. A7J, dalawang TRG ang hawak at mamamatay lang din. Hindi niya alam yung barrel pero J-Kim now. M14 mula sa exit. They enter A side KLP with a headshot. J-Kim, a rookie now. 10 seconds. Let's the bomb plant go in. Kano mula sa baba. J-Kim looking at players pero he gets the kill. Kano with a stopper and they claim the first match point dito sa ating Eagle Eye 2.0.
And ito yung sinasabi ko, Polar, yung word na kaba at Fervid do not mix well together and it seems like the nerves are now starting to set in para dito sa Fervid. The gritty round na nakuha nila nung 8-7 at 8-8 is now starting to delve into the minds dito ng Fervid. Napapaisip na nila, oh no, is this Stallions finally back in the fray, finally back in the game? Woo! Pero A7J, ayaw niyang pumayag dito, pare.
Ayaw niya, sabi niya, it's okay guys. 9-9 is just one step away and it starts now. JJ and Dracifer, a battle waiting to happen sa my hotel. Pero alam to ng STS, with KLP down, they need to be creative. Kailangan nila maghanap ng angulo and it might be high mid, it might be LA pa din. All it takes is one as well. So STS looking for an opportunity here.
They might group and look for a pick here. Feeling good. I think that's their best course of action kung kayo yung STS dito and you're looking for a pick. Careful so long though.
Whoa, D! He finds JJ pa! I'm taken pero Lance with the kill! Si D mahanap pa isa! Bait and switch A7J! Mahanap din dito Sloy! And KLB with 28 HP! Magagaling sa Midogya's 1 minute. At tignan mo yung Fervid, ayaw nila bigyan ng any kind of one-man kill para dito kay KLB. Players playing together. Maghahanap si J-Kim. And again, he is just one step away from claiming overtime. Z forces an OT in the second map.
Yun nga, I had the gut feeling na ito yung mangyayari sa atin, no, Polar, kasi this is an eagle line that's gonna keep on giving. Both teams are equally neck and neck pagdating sa map. Two different approaches, no? para sa team ng Stallions and para sa team nga ng FERVID. FERVID obviously with a lot more technical and methodical way. Stallions of course with the battering ram na meron sila dito of players entering into the site and just going absolutely ham kung sino man makita nila dito. Granted, it's a more, let's say, primitive approach pagdating nga dito sa mapa ng CROSSFIRE, but with the kind of players na meron dito yung Stallions, it kind of does work. Kasi, ayun nga, if Lloyd just individually just tries to find someone dito sa A site and makakuha siya ng isa doon, whether or not he gets a kill really doesn't matter. What matters is yung presence na binibigay ni Lloyd nga dito sa A site, and it makes it a lot easier for the players on the other side of the map para maglaro nga dito. So, it seems like Stallions, they're gonna start to send one player para maging distraction sa kabilang side ng mapa to try and kinda ease the defense kung saan man sila mag-execute dito, and FERVID has to catch that pare, kasi nakatch na nila yung ganun nung Ankara. They weren't really biting on any fakes na ginagawa dito ng Stallions, and it must be the exact same as well para sa kanila dito. Pero yung problema, the room for error is so small sa pag-guess ng fake sa mapa na to, kasi if na-assume mo fake tong A site and hindi pala, the entire A site just goes in the way dito ng mga BL. If the B site happens naman, it's the exact same thing. So, that's kind of the balance na both teams has to strike na, okay, kailangan namin maging passive, but at the same time, we cannot give too much map control dito, pare. Yeah,
itong Eagle Eye kasi, Sneaky Frog, talagang mapapagamit ka ng utak. And I feel like KLP and A7J are still far away from getting that fatigue in their frontal corners. Pero, tignan natin ngayon looking at the highlights ng A7J, just crazy, no? Akala ko isang IGL lang marunong dito ng TRG sa mapa ng Eagle Eye, pero di lang pala si KLB yun. Even A7J giving us surprises here on the semis. And now with them on the DR side, sa kanila muna ang coin kung saan a flip will be happening. Kung A side or B side nga ba ang push dito ng FERVID. But look at FERVID. They are sitting ducks waiting for a possibility of a kill.
Yeah. FERVID usually not the team that likes to play yung mga 50-50 stat, and usually they do like to increase yung kanilang percentage more towards their way. That's how risk-averse they are. Pero iba yung kanilang take this time up against Stallions. So now taking some active fights in this one. A7J turning the corner. Will get KLP, but have to be careful about Loy, no? Pero nakuha na nila yung isang sniper. Problema nga lang, KLP also has one, pare.
Yeah. Threat is still alive para dito para sa Stallions, no? They still have a lot of firepower. But talking about rotation, just like what you've said before, kung makagat na dito ang STS, they have a right lead. Actually, they go back. Good thing. JJ pushing. I like this. J-Kim, approach siya. Mag-aantay siya dito ng onte, kaso nga lang timing. Maharap yun ni JJ. And an easy headshot from J-Kim. Pero dire-diretso na nga sila dito. Flash will be combined. Once even Dracer bulag na bulag. Pero makakahanap pa din siya ng dalawa. Paano nangyari yun? Mga bossing, dire-diretso lang ang FERVID. But STS, buhay pa si KLP. One man playing for his team, and he just falls down. FERVID claims the first round sa OT.
I think accidentally gumawa sila ng magandang play dito sa B-site na pare. Bulag na bulag si Dracer, which caused him to not push that fast, and in-expect dito ni Kano that he will just be blazing on in dito sa cable car and trying to frag him. Pero I think medyo naaning sila sa slowness eh.
Na-delay
Like, nasaan na si Dre? Nasaan na si Dre? Bakit di pa siya nagpupush sa harap ko pare? And it seems like the flashbang. The team flash.
Din pala.
W team flash. Yun na lang tawagin natin. Yes. W team flash.
Yes. Kung bulag si Dre, bulag din yung kalaban. Crazy
You can't see me, I can't see you.
You are in very much tough times. Sticky. FERVID playing a lot of these forward angles, just backing off lang.
Tinetesting lang nila pare. Kung may rotation na mangyayari or maybe a nade or a reaction from somewhere galing dito sa Stallions. Inahanap nila yung contingency play eh. Yung, okay, pag may nag-push ng A-side, may mag-push ng mid. They're looking for that mid player.
Yeah. Yung easy pick-off, no, na talagang asa mo, dediretso lang talaga yung players. But, looks like Stallions again. Just like what Coach Tang said sa interview natin, these are not just kids that can aim. These are kids that know how to play in a disciplined manner. KLP, I like this!
Oh my God!
Mukhang I don't like it anymore! Especially if Lutz is the one to be peeking out. How did he know?
He just knows. Crouch peek.
What? Multo yun, Sneaks. Grabe.
Pati ako nagulat sa bilis eh. Well, that's one way to out-youth itong si KLP, pare.
Mas
Wait,
mabilis
Lance
daw
is
yung
younger,
pagpinda
pare.
niya ng team. Totoo naman.
Loy though. Loy.
Oh! And now this is a green light, no, Sneaky. They don't even need a flash. All they need is just guns. And go guns are blazing dito papunta sa may Ares. Tracy for napakaangas. Diretso pero kakain ng bala. They will claim the kill. It's all up to KLB. He finds A7J. Pero sama-sama, Nate. No! D will claim the kill with the HK. And Fervid, 2 points here on OT.
And nakuha ka nila yung kanilang gusto dito, Bipolar. The bait for the mid player to push, the bait for the B player to push in this situation. And Fervid, buti na lang talaga may sniper na naan dito sa B side to catch both players out of position. And Fervid, full punish mode para sa kanila dito. Stallions, a bit frustrated dun sa dalawang rounds natin, pare. And we might see some angry overextensions galing sa kanila. Pero El Capitan, parang kailangan mo yata i-reset yung mga kakampi mo just to say, hey, we need to calm down. We lost 2 rounds sa OT. That's fine. If we can get one more, pwede pa to, pare.
Yeah, it's still possible. We just have to extend it. Pag nasa BL na sila, they can easily control the map. But Fervid, again, different plays, different type of strategy now. Compared to before playing for mid. Testing lang talaga. Pinapagamit sila ng Utilman.
Tingnan mo, men. Putas na yung util dito ng STS. But still, they're not wasting too many flashes, ha? Pero Fervid, iibahin nila yung timing. 1 minute. Let's just push mid.
Catch them off guard. And with the smoke, diretso lang din. Look at B. Pero si Kano, dalawang mapapatay. Almost makes it 3. Pero si di makakalap isa. JJ falls, or actually kills one. But falls down mula kay A7J. The IGL, mamamatay lang din. At tama nga naman na kahit very much unpredictable yung timing, STS knows how to fight that.
For sure. And STS, I mean, yung mistake naman ng Fervid that time, no, wala namang nangyari dito sa mapa. They're actually just waiting within the tower side, waiting for the Stallions default to kind of set in, no, and waiting for the players to possibly get bored sa kanilang angles to try and see if they can get a favorable timing sa mapa natin. But unfortunately, there's a straight up mid push up against Kano of all people na hindi man lang siya nabulag, di man lang siya, actually he did get blinded pero yung flash actually nagpop sa likod ng ulo niya. So the trade wasn't fast enough para sa Fervid.
Yeah, yun na nga parang you cannot fight that. I mean, it was good execution. Yes, they got the timing that they wanted. May smoke dito, na blocking of players mula dito sa may A site. Pero Kano, lucky bastard, man. He couldn't even kill him. Yun na nga, tapos may rotation pa agad dito kay JJ sa may RS. So, kahit mamatay dito si Kano, nandiyan si JJ. What can you do?
Yun nga, no? That 2-man game is now starting to form as well. Para dito sa Stallions, Polar, the JJ and Loy subplot na nakikita nga natin. Other than the big 3 that we're kinda used to dito sa ating Stallions, na pangalan ay Kano, KLB, and KLP. KLP, though, not having too bad of a game, pare, but at the same time, Lance is just playing out of his mind. So, sniper, pare, he is finding stuff that I couldn't even find dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0. And if he can keep going exactly like that, especially knowing that he will be the main sniper, he will be the main defender ng A site and or mid side natin, he has a lot of responsibility para nga dito sa depensa ng Fervid. Ito na lang yung problema, man. Can he answer the call to action para mag-defend dito sa top A?
If he lives for long, well, you know what, KLP will have a target in his head. You know, or at least a target on
never mind,
the other player's head. Pero Lance, sub JJ, what an entry pick. At wala pang sagot doon. Look at this. Oh, I like this for Fervid. This is very much delicate for STS as Tracy finds one. And they have now full long B control.
Di lang full long B control, a 3 versus 5 as well dito, Polar. And this is a sign for Fervid. They don't have to roll forward anytime soon. They can just hold the positions that they were holding sa simula ng game na to on defense. So, they don't have to do anything, pare. All they have to do is catch whatever Stallions is gonna throw at them. Hindi sila pwede magpabait ng mid-round dito, men.
Yeah. ito yung problem ngayon for STS. No? They want to bank on Loy with this like surprise play sa may mid. Or even KLB with a fast kill, no? Dito sa may long A na mag-over-aggress ang Fervid. Pero, just like what you've said, back off lang. Yun lang naman kailangan dito ng Fervid. Planning. Iniiwan nila si Loy, though. Oh, Loy! Almost a double. And this is distraction, pero di ko makagat ang Fervid. D finds KLB, but KLB is still a threat on long A. So another long game for these two teams.
Oh no, this is... No.
There's two players though.
Is
That's
it?
the C4 as well. Okay.
So alam eh. Does he?
Hindi!
Aray mo.
Oh, Loy. I mean, you have, you know, the hand of Midas, the power of the gods. But up against three players that are very hot in their hands, they cannot let you do what you are capable of. Fervid with a match point sa OT.
Grabe, and I'm now curious what kind of approach Stallions is gonna go with in this map. Is it gonna be full passive? Actually, they were expecting na may mid-push na mangyayari dito, pero J-Kim, sana mismo din diretso dito sa long KLB, but the first headshot, Loy will get another one, and A7J will fall as well. STS, if the executes aren't working, let's just run into the A-side Polar, pero si Lon sasagot ng isa.
Yan, napas lang sila doon, dire-diretso. Tapos na-catch off guard pa sila pang umalis one. Oh, Lons with a 2K though. Makes it easier a little bit para kay Dracifer to rotate towards LA. Pero KLP back up! Oh, wait lang. 28 seconds. Might be possible with these two players. Pero si Kanopan si JJ, low in HP. Needs to play very, very slow. 20 seconds. 19. Kailangan dumiretso ngayon ng Fervid. But they have a possibility to pag umakyat sila. Kano, first contact. Dracifer doesn't find them. And Kano doesn't let them win. It's Team Stallions with 11 points.
Grabe, these mid-rounds are getting tense, but this is the expectation that you have to be in. Kung kayo yung Fervid, no? STS will now start kind of rolling forward dito sa mapa natin and will just try to straight up fight you with firepower that they have. And yun na nga, uulitin nila possibly Polar, but maybe a slower approach. Tamang nades naman this time, pero
big setup.
Maybe it's a bit too obvious, pero ang layo ng mga Fervid players, pare.
Yeah, wala dito makukuha or even just J-Kim, no? Pero J-Kim will be unaffected. Mag-aantay lang di actually from the top ropes. Kano mahanap siya, pero KLB! Yun na nga! Nakapasok ni STS at mapipitas pa ata si Dracifer mula sa exit. Bloods finds the trade. And another 2v3. Double sniper setup. A7J. Kanina niya pahawak yan. He's been hitting pero hindi sa gantong senaryo. Two players on top A7J looking if KLP is in the same position pero wala na.
Nice shot.
Oh my goodness! Can STS hold once again and force a round number 13 or at least 13 rounds? A7J pushing with the USP pero nasan na ba si Dave? Or nasan na ba si Lance? Mahanap pa yung isa! Oh, there's a big trade-up. Kano once again! Double time para kay Kano in 2 rounds!
Grabe, and we go golden dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0 Polar. The non-stop fighting on the A side just working out para sa Stallions and Fervid. I'm just saying, man, how do you not expect this kung kalaban niyo yung Stallions? This is their bread and butter, the firepower. Dire-diretso lang sila sa A side. They are just fist fighting whoever they are seeing. And they're throwing nades. Habang nagpupush sila, pare, they are setting up while they're pushing. So, the pacing is insane para sa Stallions and Fervid naman. The reactions are so slow, pero that's just Eagle Eye being Eagle Eye, pare. Mahirap talaga mag-rotate dito.
Yeah, it's difficult. This is a push? Wala sa Fervid?
Oh.
They don't know.
Pero ine-expect, man.
Really ba? I mean, nakatingin doon si KLP. Pero they just hold. They know that what's up. Pero they smoke. Actually, they hold long eh. They just wanna hold sneaky. At pinagbigyan sila ng STS.
Have to be careful though. One swing galing kay J-Kim, that's a kill.
Na-force out sila towards highway. Pero diretso, J-Kim! Now they really know that people are there. And J-Kim still holding on a peculiar angle now. Off angle. But STS, what can they do?
Nade. HE.
multi-stack, no?
Throw
May dalawa pa
everything
naman.
at them pa.
O, de diretso, J. Kim. Mahanap si Kano. 2 players down. And 2 players down as well para sa Fervid. Dumiretso pa talaga. Kumain ng todo ng mga bala. Pero A7J,
Matay si Lito.
mapipick off ni Loy. Oh, STS, can you feel the gallop of the horses claiming eagle eye? Because Fervid now, kinakabahan, big back, place for 1. Oh, that's a double as Lance claims 1. Done first KLB. It's an HK versus a TRG. 30 seconds, enough time for KLB. He does have the C4 Lance.
The angle!
Does he find him? He finds the backside. Oh, he doesn't commit. He doesn't commit. 37 seconds on the clock. Lutz and KLB finding each other. And KLB is just too good. Team Stallions nagpaingay sa golden round.
Oh my God, napavamo boha itong si KLB pare sa ating camera, and Team Stallions isa na namang comeback ang nagawa, pero hindi sa group stage kundi sa ating playoffs. Team Stallions mounting a comeback on Eagle Eye 2.0. There were doubts, pare. There were doubts. Some of the rounds were looking very sus para dito sa Team Stallions to, pero yung mga key players nagsi-step up at the very last moment. Kano, KLB, I feel like every single piece of the Stallions Spire really does deserve their due praise, pare, kasi those last 3 rounds, literal, A-push, A-hit, tara mag-smoke na lang tayo habang nagpo-push na rin tayo dito. They kept the pace up, they kept the pressure up para sa Fervid, pero Fervid refusing to adjust for this A aggression, and you have to expect this kung kayo yung Fervid, pare. This is the last resort of Stallions, is to just straight up fist fight you on the map, kasi that's the one thing that they are known for is firepower, and if they use their firepower and they consolidate it together and throw at you, naka po, sasabog ka talaga, pare, just like this game.
Yan yung nakaka-amazingness na mula sa Stallions na kahit na overtime, pressure is not even felt. Dire-diretso lang. Try to make plays. A-hit. Pero for Lance to almost claim KLB habang nagpa-plan.
Cinema ending, pare. Cinema ending.
Pero si KLB is just too good. Nagkita pa sila sa exit, and yung exit pinakitaan dito ang Fervid. Sabi ni KLB, dun kayo sa third match. Doon ka sa battle for third. Dun kayo pwede. And Stallions now claiming a 1-1 for this full best of 5 series. Nikki, this is just the start, and let's go and throw it to the panel kung ano nga bang reaction nila dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0. Salvatore and El, kamusta kayo dyan?
Ang STS nagipit, sa Rush A kumakapit. Ang Stallions na naghihingalo ay sila'y sumasabit kay Kano. My God, what an ender. Yan ang pinakamalupit na nakita akong moment. No? What a moment for 2026. Nagsisimula pa lang tayo, El. At ayan, ang pinakamalakas na pinadala sa atin ng Cebu para bigyan tayo ng magandang crossfire, El.
Yun yung sinasabi ko kanino. It started with a coin flip, pare. It can land tails, pero para kay KLB, it's going to land on the head. Pare, 4 lands. Sayang, no? It's a cinematic ending, 1v1. And yung sinasabi natin dito sa mga rounds na to is, it can go either way. Nakita nga natin, A7J even going on that sniper, no? Para mag-double sniper setup sila dito sa kanilang GR. Pero we have to talk about that GR side specifically nung regulation time dito for Fervid. Ilang beses natin nakita na they are too late on the reaction when the plant has already happened. The retake, hindi natin nakikita. They move towards the sites whenever it's only going to be 20 seconds left. 2 beses ko napansin yon, and if they only convert those rounds, siguro it could be a different ending for them. Pero yun nga, no, nagkatotoo ngayon sinabi natin na 50-50, it's a coin flip, and lucky lang talaga tong Stallions. It landed heads for them. As much as their members have been popping off, hindi natin madidiscredit tong Fervid for trying, no? Especially si D, especially si Lance, na talagang makikita mo, they have been diffing some of the members dito ng Stallions. But when it came down to the wire, the captain will always steer the ship aright dito for Stallions. And thank goodness na lang, kasi nagsusulat na tayo ng narrative na paano pag na-down tong STS ng 0-2. paano kung may international na visit or invite na nakasalalay dito sa match na to para sa Grand Finals natin, no? Paano kung nangyari nga naman na mas-sweep sila dito ng FERVID, no? Hindi daw mangyayari yun, no? Kahit walang international, kahit walang lipad, they will still show their form. Pero kamunti ka na, Salvatore. Yung masasabi ko, kamunti ka na.
Madadaan na lang sa isang paano kaya, no? Dito ang FERVID. Paano kung hinold na lang ni Lance yung exit? Paano kung nabuhay si Dracifer para patayin ng isa pang natitire, no? Lahat ng yan, tanong na lang para nga sa FERVID at kailangan nga nilang umarangkada pa ulit kasi baka makalimutan nga nila na may susunod pang set nga dito, no, para makabawi sila sa loob nga ng port. Pero Team Stallions to, what a way to close it out. Kano with 2 strong rounds mula sa ating overtime na hindi natin nakita sa malayuan. Pre, he was struggling. You talked about global risk, pre. Tignan mo yung blacklist netong dalawang teams nga na to. It was so cinematic to the point na nagpapalitan lang sila ng galit sa isa't isa. And it got them multiple kills. It was the show of Kano and Lance, 2 prodigies in the game na hanggang ngayon wala pa rin silang nakikita na dahilan para bumitaw, para lang sa legasiya at para na rin maging kampyon. Lance stood on his business, hit the most ridiculous shots, nagpakabaliw para makapwesto sila di at A7J, gumawa ng sangkaterbang space, all for it para maging full circle moment dito ang overtime nga nila. Pero Team Stallions, my God, hindi nyo na alam kung paano isusulat to ng mas maganda pa kasi kung ano yung ginawa ni Kano at ni KLB, yun na yung mas nakakaangat pa. Yun na yung apex ng Eagle Eye mismo, no, Boss L. And of course, ang nagbuhat, ang nagdala ng bandera ng orange at ng black dito sa loob ng Eagle Eye, it's Kano, the MVP.
Yes, very much the wonder kid, no? Golden boy ika nga dito for the side of Stallions. Without him, no, I think the match would have been very topsy-turvy going to the side dito ng FERVID. Pero I would want to give credits and commendations pa rin dito kay KLB na simula map 1 pa lang, no, set 1 pa lang sa Ankara talagang he's been fragging out. I do feel though na kung hindi nakuha dito ni Kano yung kanyang mga highlight rounds sa overtime natin, si KLB mag-overtake dito as the MVP. Pero I feel like as well na KLB was just doing his job, being the one that's holding dito the steering wheel para sa ating Stallions. And once he gets that ship aright, pare, dadating na yung kanyang kanyon. At yung kanyon niya, pangalan si Kano.
Ay, grabe, pre. Wala nang mas bunal pa sa series na to kundi yung Team Stallions sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye. Pinakita lang ng STS laban sa FERVID na sila nga ang mas bunal dito, no? And we now have a tie series. I can't believe, sa kanuknuka ng ulo ko, hindi ko maisip, hindi ko labis maisipan na nasa set 3 pa lang tayo sa loob nga ng port. Hindi pa to Grand Finals, pre. Seeding pa lang to, papunta ng Grand Finals. Iniisip pa rin natin paano dumidikit ang FERVID. Paano nakakahabol ang Team Stallions. Sabi ko nga, tone setter to na kailangan ipanalo ng FERVID, pero syempre hindi magpapadaig ang Team Stallions. Pero tapos na ang Eagle Eye. Babiyahin na tayo sa loob nga ng port na kung saan dito itinakda ng Team Stallions makuha ang puntos, pero FERVID maghahanap sila ng bawi. Ito nga pala ang CFS SEA Masters Spring Playoffs, FERVID versus Stallions. Kami ay mamamahinga muna.
Hindi ko alam kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakapulpukan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
makes it
grabe!
double naman kasi receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Are you not entertained? At kung hindi pa panoorin mo tong port na to, dito lang sa CFS SEA Masters Spring Playoffs ng FERVID at ng STS. Palakasan ng pagiging bunale, no, El? Dito lang sa ating set number 3.
Oh, it could have went either way, no, Salvatore. I feel like
Grabe.
FERVID 2-0, nandun na yun eh. Nasa kalangitan na yun eh. Pero bababa muna tayo. Punta muna tayo sa karagatan, pare. Dadaan muna tayo sa port bago tayo magkatuusan. And again, no, ang isa lang na masasabi ko para sa FERVID is wag sana sila magkaroon ng momentum shifter, no? Wag sana mabasag yung loob nila dahil that was almost theirs, no? A 2-0, very different story from a 1-1, no? Set a score, pero I feel like if FERVID wants to really prove na kaya nila makasabay, they have to stay competitive dito, pare.
Wag talaga sila mahinaan ng loob kasi onti na lang talaga. FERVID nandoon eh. Grabe na yung nga ng mga tao pag napatusirin nyo talaga dito ang Team Stallions at marami nang bibilib dito sa team nga na to na hindi lang sila basta-basta binuo para lang mabuo nga talaga. Binuo sila para manalo at maging kampiyon sa mga susunod pa na taon. Pero dito muna tayo sa mga numero yun. Mga porsyento ulit ang pag-uusapan natin, El. Pero ang pinakamahalaga dito is definitely the GR side of these two teams kasi nga doon pumapanig dito ang mapa na port tulad lang din ng Eagle Eye. Pero kung mapapansin mo, no, parang kahit papano okay lang din on both teams. 3 maps played. Walang talo sa mga numero na nakikita natin.
Oh, walang talo, no? And correct me if I'm wrong, and FERVID dumikit sa Virtus.pro sa mapa na to, no? So, not really all that bad. They have their better sides dito, Stallions and FERVID. I feel like ang differentiation lang natin dito, Salvatore, is yung ating pacing and yung ating identity ng playstyle for both teams, no? So kung makikita nga dito natin yung FERVID na full force pa rin kahit natalo ng ganun lang kaliit sa Eagle Eye, kung makita natin yung full force nila dito sa port and yung full identity nila against Stallions na alam naman natin masigla dahil nakabawi sila, it's going to be one hell of a matchup dito pa rin. I cannot wait to see how this is going to happen.
Okay, so ang ipapaalam ko na lang talaga para dito sa FERVID at ng Stallions, higitan nyo pa ang nakita natin sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye. We now head into port at ibabato ko na nga rin sa aking paboritong duo, Bipolar and Sticky Frog. Pasok!
Yun yung mga nakuha natin doon. But nonetheless, El, I hope you're happy and I hope you're gonna live longer, no? Sticky Frog, nonetheless, this is an important map kasi port ang lalaroin ng ating dalawang teams. Sticky Frog, why is it important ba para sa ating dalawang teams? Ano yung pwede nating i-expect sa kanila?
Well, it could set the pace, no, for the rest of the series natin, pare. I feel like game 3s are very, very important, especially within the context of best of 5s na, you know, you're kind of splitting the difference in between these two, and obviously when you're going into a game 4 and seeing that you're up 2-1, syempre mas malaki yung confidence nyo dyan, pare, 100%. So, interesting yung port ng dalawang teams na to, pare, kasi Stallions, according to their statistics, no, they have only played 3 maps, no? Di sa buong liga natin, and that was up against the Rosea teams and itong Virtus.pro, pare. And I think they had a win up against JYD as well. Pero ayun nga, the statistics could be a bit skewed papunta ka dito sa side ng Stallions, but I don't think it matters in the grander scheme of things, no? Kasi FERVID, they barely played port as well dito sa group stage natin. So both of these teams barely touched itong mapa na to, and I feel like there's probably more than meets the eye sa nakita nga natin dito sa group stage. Pero makikita natin ang live comms.
D3 og Lance.
Ito po siya. Ingat po siya.
Okay.
Doon nga nang nilalan.
Good. Going to that Jacob from wallback coming into Loy. But yeah, no, Sneaky Frog, yes, onti lang nalaro dito ng FERVID. Pero kasi if you remember, Impact Champions natin FERVID last time, they play a lot of port. And I feel like Lance and Aris knows this a lot, no? So I feel like they'll be carrying a lot of weight here. Pero, Sneaky Frog, STS, capable sila dito on all aspects, GR on BL. So I feel like even though FERVID has a little bit of upside, konti, mas malaki ang laban ng stats. Flash on towards Z, Jacob will kill off KLB. That's an easy frag. Even Kano coming in from Dracifer. And wala, kumakain dito ng balang STS sa first round.
Grabe, and then they're even getting the trader, no? Dun sa mga moments na yun, pare. So,
Lala, no?
back to the no free trades para dito sa STS naman. They're gonna have to really commit a player in the situation. Pero spotted pa si JJ, man.
Oh, Jacob.
Aray mo.
Dalawa yung pumix sa kanya din sa Ziman na magagawa ni JJ doon. But KLP now, pistol. Is this winnable? With a TRG in hand, B is there. No, it is not. FERVID claims the first round, and guess what, Sneaky? Mga first rounds, pag nakuha ng FERVID, it really parang domino effect minsan yun for FERVID.
Yep. Especially PL side pa yung usapan, no, dito, Polar. So, they're getting that really put in on that second half. Pero si Dracifer, hindi titigil ang kanyang push. He still is locked in to get this CA position. Pero na-deny naman to ni Loy. But still, info is here. And 4 na lang dito yung Stallion. So, they're gonna be a lot more separated kumpara nga dito sa FERVID.
Yep. 2 players from top A. 2 players dito sa may close to one square baba ng B. Stallions will definitely be giving up mid na lang, no? Tapos battle na lang yun dito ni JJ pati ni Loy. Kung may makita man sila na magta-try mag-over-aggress doon. Pero FERVID, they're not that aggressive anymore. They will try to play passive.
KLP allowed na pwede pa maiwan na onte dito sa A-site. Fully knowing na sniper naman yung hawak niya. And he's also on the very extreme left ng top A natin, which is that one angle that you can see na kung meron bababa ng CA or hindi. Pero FERVID, dito na sila gumagawa ng checks nila, no, Polar. They're checking how much map control do they really have before the execute starts. And kung na-realize nila na, okay, medyo libre yung curve possibly, or maybe libre itong B-site or A-site, that's where the nades start flying, pare.
Continuation of map control lang for FERVID. They do have a lot of time. 1 minute, pero 35 seconds, 45 seconds, pag nakita na natin yan sa timer natin, FERVID will definitely go for a decision here. 50 seconds, A7J now joining mid. Stallions have yet to see any information. Smokes papunta sa may A site, close towards Bodega. Distraction. Pero kasi, all of the fakes, Sneaky, even on Eagle Eye, never kumagat doon ng STS. So, I feel like FERVID now will try to go to B. Or coming in from curve, no? Ito na nga, D. Pushing in Jacob as well. JJ finds the information. Dalawa to. Mapapatay yung isa. Dalawa pa nga. They disseminate and just dismember the players in curve. But A7J open up B side. KLB still alive. Headshot city for KLB. And that is it. Team Stallions bounce back.
Grabe, hindi nila mahanap yung trade dun sa curve. No? I feel like if you can't really get the curve player, that entire team mid-round would not work at all dito pare. Kasi nabobolster lang lalo yung depensa dito sa B-site. And at the same time, that was very well played. Galing kay KLP, not really committing to the first opponent. Instead, gets a kill, falls back dito sa bottom B. Makes it very tough for the last player to create a winnable situation para sa kanya dito. Pero gandang salo lang. Galing dito sa STS pare.
Yeah, easy trade-offs. Go for like easy picks, basically. Make things life easier for the STS. I feel like that's what they're doing. They're setting up for a B push here. Flash definitely will be needed. At tatlo pa nga ang ibabat or at least a smoke towards curve, no? Is the other one. Big flash, de derecho. M1 agad. Pero mamamatay dito si JK. Oh, they hold that B side. JJ! This claims a triple kill with a wallbang onto 2. What a defeat there for that round.
Grabe, and that was just the fast rotation galing dito sa Stallions, no? The curve player instantly helping dito sa B-site. Anyone, someone covering mid for the rotating Stallions players. And itong sila ang sakain na ng bala sa mukha with the USP dito ni KLP. So 2-1, Stallions, I feel like this is the part of the map na magsastart na sila mag-roll dito. Maybe they will be fighting itong CA more actively kasi pag binibigay nila ng libre to kay ㍍Round, that allows FERVID to set up para dito sa A-side or at least set up a fake to convince Stallions that they're going A-side pare. So Stallions now slowly starting to be more active sa mapa natin pero hindi masyadong active na baka kakainin sila ng buhay dito pare.
You know, I mean, I actually want to dive into more towards the CA. No? Kasi I think we have a little time. They're playing passive. Pinag-usapan natin, CA is such a big control and I want to know why. Bakit nga ba?
Half the lineups come from there sa A-side
Yo,
pare. Lahat na, all the nades na tinatapon nyo sa long, hindi yan naabot sa top A if you're all the way in long. So, you have to get CA para ma-disrupt nyo yung top A player. At the same time, it provides a secondary target, no? Para sa naglalaro ng top 8. So, the snipers doesn't just have like a free angle. Pwede natin sabihin.
Yeah. And right now, talking about CA, they do claim it. Di mo nalabanan ni Loy. Pero si KL po eh. Hindi na nga, mabilis ka nga, Lance. Pero mas mabilis kayo si KLP with the shot. 4 players coming out of CA. Isang malaking surprise to. Para ka lang nasa birthday party. If KLP does it though, pero nakatingin na siya doon sa mismong box. Big flashes pero delayed. Actually, unahan nila yun. Minus tempo kumbaga. Pero JKim finds one. Jumping jawlogs pero naubos ng STS yung push. Mag-isa lang si A7J at guess what? Kung nasan siya, nandun pa din siya sa YCA.
This is absolutely insane, Polar. I mean, I can't really say na pakit yung setup dito ng FERVID eh. Stallions are just straight up winning the fights on site. Anong magagawa mo dun, Polar?
Wala.
Oh, the flashes are perfect. Ang ganda ng pagkalat nila ng CA. But what does that do up against just a rifle dito ni Loy? Any JJ just going absolutely ham dito sa A-side natin. And at dagdagan mo pa yung sniper ni KLP. That's just firepower consolidated na naman para dito sa STS.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, right, yung benchmark na STS, best in CROSSFIRE right now for the Philippines, well, that is garnered with the help of the aim of these players. So, what else can you do kung yung hindi ka makapatay ng dalawa agad? No? So, coming into the 5th round, CA control for ㍍Round. KLP and Loy together here on Sape. Kano holding out mid. And I got another question to you, Sneaky. Last time na pinag-usapan natin to, we were talking about VP on how they adjusted their players. Pero STS is one of those teams that didn't really change a lot. They still put up KLP sa top A and Kano on mid.
It works. Para sa kanila, pare. I feel like the main pinaka-importante na player talaga dito sa buong depensa na hindi kailangan magbago is si Kano. Kano has to be the rotational player and he has to catch that right timing na meron ng away na nangyayari dito sa site and then he's just gonna come in and swoop for the kills. And I actually like this adjustment galing dito sa Stallions kasi it kinda provides a better platform para kay Kano na gumawa ng mga plays na kaysa yung siya yung mauuna dito sa site, no? And him first dying isn't really ideal para dito sa Stallions. Pero I think keeping the boy for the bigger positions, just like mid, he might have 4 in his face, pare.
It keeps him in check. Ninja play mula dito sa Fervid. KLB found out. Easy kill.
Yeah, I think.
They go towards B side. They're hiding. Pero KLB pushes towards us B. J-Kim dediretso na ngayon. Pero wala pa rin libre sa laban na to. Buhay pa rin ang players natin mula sa Fervid after a decimation dito sa B side. Pero Loy, tap walking his way towards B. Coming from house B. Loy, one bang now. ㍍Zipper wins the fight. And even plants the bomb. Fervid down by 1.
Grabe, Fervid winning despite the skin of their teeth. Ang ganda ng reaction dun na Stallions, no? Ang ganda ng ginawa ni KLB. He actually pushed HP as soon as the mid players started pushing and provide a lot more space para sa mga Stallions players na maglaro dito sa B-site natin. The reaction was right. Problema nga lang, there are those small moments talaga. The 1v1, the unpredictability ng mga sitwasyon na kagaya ng ganun. Hindi mo talaga alam kung sino panalo. Kasi man, just looking at the situation, dapat si KLB nanalo doon considering 12 HP itong si last player natin.
I mean, wala ka tayong magawang cluster clock na may kita mo, no? It's like, you know, what else? I mean, it's been a heavy gunfight, so unpredictability is in a sense, but STS actually giving a lot of respect, no, for Fervid. They're giving a lot of these angles towards C, mid, CA, always given towards Fervid. There was just one time na talagang hinold out nila yung Z pati CA, pero they prioritize something else now. Shots flying by, Loy eating some damage. Pero this is different, Loy.
I like the approaches, no, ng dalawang teams natin na chaos around the map na Fervid are trying to dance around the chaos. Stallions, you can see Loy flying kick.
Flying kicks all around. Sano pushes onto 2. Wait a minute. KLB and Loy. Ito na nga yung flying kick, Sticky. Masakit pag pinatukan ka sa ulo. Or sinuka ka sa ulo. And A7J left alone.
Foot palikod.
Let's get the C4.
Oh, spooky.
Spooky. Hey.
Allah.
He's still gonna be alive, but not anymore.
Kala ko may maliit na something gawin naman dito sa LB. Pero yun nga yung sinasabi natin na Polar, they are thriving within the chaos. Itong STS men na as soon as the flashes as soon as the flashes are thrown, as soon as the nades are exploding, dun sila nagbe-benefit para they love diving into that kind of play. Pero if Fervid naman trying to dance around it, like what I said, gusto nilang iwasan yung chaos as much as possible dito pare. Pero how can you avoid it if Stallions is the one starting it?
Yeah. And it's pretty crazy, you know, you have a team like STS that banks on aim. And it's not a risk, it's actually a reward already when they bank on that aim because you know, sinasabi mo nga palagi that firepower and as well as the mechanics of just aiming sheer precision, yun ang lakas ng STS every time. Ngayon, combine that with strategy plays and discipline, well, you have a top tier team. Yun ang STS. Fervid is eating up a lot of that right now dito support. But we're seeing some glimpses. It's always a 1v1. It's always a 1v2, 3v2 sometimes. Pero CA control. Pero this time, Sneaky, hindi sila mag-invest dito madami. Meron sila dito. Lance on the long side.
A-split is definitely possible dito pare. They have the room to make the ninja happen dito sa BR. At meron ding pwedeng lumabas dito ng CA at long. So A-split to, 100% Polar.
Ninja play, tatama. Pero Kano doesn't kill off anyone. ㍍Zipper actually holds. Pero Jacob already here in the box. Tatalon. Loy as well. Killing off one. Pero makakapatay pa rin naman si D. Still alive. 7 HP. Flashbang. Oh, going for trick shot plays. But not gonna be hitting anyone there. Doesn't 5 players sa exit. Pero iikot ang players not for STS. JJ here on bridge. ㍍Zipper Bodega. Low HP. Easy kill for him. And now STS with a little bit of advantage in terms of HP. KLB flashes D sa my left side, flashed up, and he does not see anything. Lance falls down. It's all up to A7J. KLB finds him as he goes up, and they go for the defuse. What a retake indeed.
Grabe, and they're just poking and prodding itong A-site natin, o Polar. Na-cover na nila yung Ninja, 100%. Ang ganda na ng play actually dito ng Fervid with ㍍Zipper actually kind of blocking Kano from going for the full rotation dito sa A natin. Pero STS with the recovery actually starting the retake bago pa nakababa dito ang C4 at meron ng pressure galing kay Kano from long and there's also one coming in from Bodega pare. So STS, really good fighting, really good knowledge ng mapa natin na you know, may timing pa sila na pwedeng asahan dito.
Yeah. it's just pretty insane to see these retakes for STS. No, I guess that's why nakikita natin tong 3-2 setup, not a lot of pressure on mid kasi alam nila if A falls down, they have a retake that is full form. If B falls down, they can fight easily kasi saan lang ba magagamit ng mga players, Curve as well as House B. And even if they just get one kill, well, these two players na natitira for A side, they have a lot of like percentage pagdating sa clutch. But CA control Ninja again. Round number 3 para sa Fervid.
You gotta hit those, Lance. Try number 3. Oh,
Up, doon pa lang.
try number 3. For real this time,
One.
pare. Okay. 1,
Two.
2. Oh, isa pa. Isa pa, pare. Don't worry.
Ayan, nilagay kay Lance.
Isa pa. Eh, natawa na nga si Lito eh.
Up.
Yun! Okay,
dali.
scope in.
Patayin mo.
Ay, hindi na po.
Ayun lang.
Grabe,
W
30
observer,
seconds na
by the way.
nag-ninja, pare. Wala pala nakuha. No?
Lahat ng play na yun, pare lang kay Lancer, hindi gumana. But, they do go back to court. They do go back to House B. They're waiting for something. Kasi alam na nila eh, Kano is still in curve. They're sending out D. Pero, no movements. STS doesn't care. And STS will just give this mid-side. Kano finds players now. J. Kim, kita ulo. D gets the kill back. Pero they're pushing towards Curve actually. Dracer is a distraction. He'll be waiting in the corner. And he is still alive. One more. 10 HP and still alive. STS claims one more. And it's 6-2.
And it's the exact same problem time and time again, Polar. The execute is right, pero hindi nga nila mapatay ang mga immortal na players natin on the side of Stallions. Pero Lance will take one to the heart of Kano. So, one way to start a 4 versus 5 para dito sa Fervid. Pero judging from the past 5 or so rounds dito, Polar, hindi sila natitinag sa 4 versus 5. They can still operate fully with this one.
Yeah. Tsaka, sneaky, this is STS playing calm. They're not even pressured. They're not even staggered by this forces mula sa Fervid because they're too easy to read game. See a take, 4 na players, flash going to Bodega in towards LA. Oh, A7J gets KLP. Wait lang, Loy still a threat here in top A. He does get one, pero he falls down. A site now taken by Fervid with brute force intact. KLB, nakita sa exit, still alive. Pero Dracifer nag-aangas. All the players coming here. Dracifer peeks out once more. He does get a kill, pero pisong-piso na lang. Saktong isa ang buhay dito ni KLB and he will not try anymore. Trying to go for frags, but it does get D. Pero 20 seconds, it looks very impossible. STS gives a round.
And yeah, maybe saving bullets for the next round na lang pare pag umabot na siya dito ng ating PL side, STS. Honestly, it's a good half in normal CROSSFIRE SEA Masters standards, no pare? Pero si STS kasi yung nasa usapan natin dito. And a 6-3 is obviously not ideal for them, especially considering Fervid, no? Hindi pa natin alam kung anong tricks na ilalabas nila dito sa second half. You know, GR side, global risk. We already know na meron silang malaking advantage pagdating sa mapa ng port. So, Fervid meron na silang chance na bumalik dito, but they need a definite answer sa Stallions firepower dito, pare.
That answer needs to start right now. It is the round number 10. If they don't find that already, well, they're gonna be having a rough time. Kasi nakita na natin, 45 it was already impressive now for Fervid ng past maps natin. Pero 63, ang laki ng lamang dito ng STS na they can even go for experimentation. They can go for risky plays wherein ang dami nilang leeway. And I feel like they're aware naman no, Lance is still on top A.
3 chances, no? Para mag-experiment. 3 chances to try and confuse itong Fervid defense natin. Pero Fervid, judging from their positions, no? I feel like they're pretty locked into wherever they are right now, pare. And I don't think they intend to move anytime soon. Pero para naman sa Stallions, no? Straight up long? As in, tatalon lang. Tapos, ipa-fight mo lang siguro si Lance with a EBR. Pero Lance, he's not actually having the best of games. Pero pwede siya bumawi dito sa top 8.
Yeah. This is a sniper's haven pagdating dito sa may long A. Meron pa naman dalawang bomba dito ang playstyle for STS excluding the C4, no? So, pwede nila gamitin yung top A pero iba ang plano. Take control of C, take control of House B, and then look towards mid. Isang minuto ang gagawin dito ng players ng ating STS, the receiver. Dito actually fights JJ, and it doesn't get the kill. How? Flashbang is there at yun ang Aloy coming in from Z and somehow Fervid fumbling in the last minute of this round. They have investments dito sa House B pero sneaky, look at STS. They know they're in control. That the prey is Fervid and A7J is a sniper or a killer. Pagdating dito, kasi Quan, it's almost an ace, but that is enough. Pero buhay pa dito si KLB. Dalawang players pero loves to kill him off. What a round for Fervid after a fumble mula kay Dricifer. Yep.
It's a really good
Craziness.
recovery after yung mistake, pare, honestly, from that CA drop. And Dricifer, ganda na sana ng kill niya dito, no? On DR, he could have prevented JJ from tossing that lead papunta ka dito sa CA, but we'd like to credit itong si A7. Hindi na in-action na agad yung nangyari dito sa mid, and he just waited for the perfect opportunity dito sa House B. And man, what a round from the captain, pare. A 6-4. That will definitely turn the tides for a bit, pare, dito sa mapa natin. Pero 5 long? Nah.
No, you don't.
No. Hold lang pala, hold lang.
Yeah. They're trying to look kung mag-aggression dito, no? Flash mula sa top A, tapos si, si Dricifer magpupush. Pero kasi hindi yun yung plano. Smoke lang. Delay STS once again. Uy, baka untog. No, hindi naman untog. 6-4 score line.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's moving anytime soon dito, pare. And you can kind of see yung impatience now from the side of Fervid. They're now starting to check kung may tao dito sa HB, which will not net them any information no dito, pare. Pero Fervid, still the steadiness, no? Medyo naaaning dito yung Stallions. Bakit ganito ang kadaming map control binibigay sa amin? Can we actually set up?
A7J in a very good spot, no, Sneaky, doon sa pinakadulong box. And we don't necessarily see STS clear that out, no? So, ibibait up neto. Wait lang long, eh. Receiver making wonders. Muntikan pa mabatabasan yung ulo doon ng isang player mula sa STS, but mid now taken. Z control. Para sa STS, 45 seconds. Mukhang CA, mukhang A-push ang gagawin nila dito. But Receiver finds one. What a job! And he's a parkour master. Meanwhile, exit has been cleaned. JJ with the kill. Lugs falls down. TRG doesn't hit. Pero Dricifer also just gets claimed. 2v3 now. Kung saan Fervid, ang ganda sana ng plano. Kaso nga lang wala na silang makita dito. Puro ulo ng kakampi. And Kano finds these two players lurking in the shadows. Claims another 3-point lead.
And that is the superior fighting na naman galing dito sa Stallions. Parang ilang beses na natin nakikita si Dricifer expecting the second swing from another player from right in front of him. Tapos yung pala, the other Stallions player from the backside will be going for the kill. So ang ganda ng awareness dito ng Stallions na on what fights to take and what fights to not take in this situation. And that is the genius of the Stallions offense, pare. You really do not know kung anong suntok ang tatama sa'yo, pare, kung pagilid pa or paharap or palikod.
Hindi mo rin alam kung dyan, it's really unpredictable. And I like na pinoint out mo yun, no? Yes, nakapitas dito si Dricifer, pero walang pakinig yung FES. They have numbers in hand dito sa mid, and that's only one player sa CA, so they don't really care. They have players mula dito sa LA, so EPT na lang yung pumatay dun sa isang player, dun sa may CA. But Fervid, trying to catch up. 3 ang kailangan ulit habulin. And STS, once again, checklist crossfire. May paglong B, dito sa may C, claim house B. Pero wala, Fervid is not here.
Yep, C na lang kailangan nila i-check, pare. Well, it's a 50-50 if you do. Well, that's not a 50-50, pare. I think KLP wins that one every single time.
Yeah. I feel like they wanted na i-bait out yung smoke na wala magpipik doon. So A7J actually made way. Pero Dricifer, kanina pa siya dito. Pero si Kano, nag-iinit, actually goes back. Doesn't even push.
You don't wanna fight that, pare. 100%. That's a choke point na pwedeng gawin libre dito ni ㍍Round. ㍍Round, though. Bit too tempted dito sa long side, pero meron naman siyang protection dito ng kanyang sniper, so he is fully confident about this long push. 30 seconds though, man. Hey, why are we playing? It's 30 seconds left, pare.
Oh, this is just too much. They had an equal playing field, pero ngayon mukhang B side is just gonna be clear for STS. Fervid, banking na mag-exit pa rin sila dito, pero mali ang read, Sneaky. B side, tignan mo. Libreng-libre. Pwede mo nang i-claim. And 30 seconds now. J Kim gets a kill. Pero look at KLB, they're just waiting for them to get out of curve. Nag-reload in front of ㍍Round. Oh, he gets the kill as well. Binastos man. Even Lance falls down. KLB doesn't care. And now, 4 na ang lamang.
Yeah, ang ganda na sana ng kalat dito ng FERVID sa mapa, no? Meron ng aggression na nangyayari galing kay ㍍Round sa long. You can kind of confirm that there is something going on dito, no? Pero feeling ko na-bait din sila ng information dito, Polar, kasi nakita yata ni ㍍Round yung C4. So he assumed na magiging tuloy itong A site natin. Pero D, with the attempted late lurk, siya pa kayo nahuli dito. And I feel like medyo matagal pa nag-antay dito yung Stallions because they want the possibility of fooling the defense after that kill cam. Pero KLP, he's just gonna take it first to launch, pare.
Yeah, you cannot fool KLP every time with these long angle picks. Ikaw ang magpipik, ikaw ang mamamatay. Nakaisa ka lang ng Eagle Islands. Pero dito sa port, si KLP ang mananaig. Defense now for FERVID. Scattered all across the board. Mid does have some cover mula dito sa may Z. Brought to you by Jakin.
Crazy, what?
Pero what a lineup indeed, yeah.
HE nade galing house B into court. I need to learn that replay, pare. Parang masakit yun para sa mga abangers natin.
Ito masakit.
Ouch!
TA take. Ay, masakit nga natamaan yung sarili niya.
D is here, though.
Can you do something? It's a big fight. If they don't care, basic reaction falls down. D does get two. Do good damage. Not bad. At least some damage at Jakin ngayon. Tapping with the HK. Does have A7J. Both of these players have been on fire. 11 kills on A7J, 9 on Jakin. Pero di sila makakata ng CA. Pero di pa naman pinaplanta dito ng STS. Now they plant. CA from both players of FERVID now pushing. KLB unaware. Gugulatin nila ngayon. Ladder position tapping his way, pero makakay sa A7J and Loy will claim the map point. Napakadali ng port.
Grabe, ang ganda ng jiggle dun ni KLB, pare. Nandun lang siya sa ladder just waiting for info the entire time, and he has the option to hide back into the wall as well. And Loy was just there to react, in all honesty, pare, and he reacted perfectly to that 1v1 situation. So once again, Team Stallions, actually, this is not much on the firepower side, pare. This is really just them picking the right fights dito sa mapa natin to take. And at the same time, FERVID, tama yung ginagawa nila, pare. Tama yung ginagawang pressure ni ㍍Round dito sa CA and sa long. It's just that the rest of the map is being absolutely stifled dito ng ating Stallions team. And this is the desperation now para sa FERVID this time. And FERVID don't really do well with desperation dito sa mapa natin.
Yeah. And I feel like ito, dumadating na tayo sa punto na parang, is the confidence for the players of FERVID now broken? Are they overdriven by emotion and sadness and despair? Kasi ito hindi natin na-bring up, I feel like a lot of pressure is on Lance and as well as on D. Just because they're still so young, no? In a sense. So, if the emotions really do play in well para sa kanila na itong mga despair moments na ang layo pa ng tatahakin and you have STS as your opponent, well, it's only a matter of time. But you know what, A7J race for Jakin, they can possibly bounce back. But with this timeout, sa map point pa mismo, kaya bang habulin? Let's see.
Let's see, man. It's quite a mountain to climb, no, pare. Granted, GR side sila, pero I mean, you're up against Stallions offense that's currently just rolling. Just won the past 3 rounds, pare. And they're now starting to mount, just like what we said. The main point of their offense, the firepower. Yung it really is mind-boggling, no? Na nakakuha ng 6 rounds itong Stallions in the first half. Exclusively kasi Fervid, they execute, yun nga, no? This is a dead horse at this point. They execute's good. Kills aren't there. Loy nakakapatay ng 3. KLB nakakapatay ng 3. Kano gets the retake. I don't know, JJ gets an odd off angle or KLP gets a highlight play, pare. That is the defense na you're going up against dito sa Global Risk, no? And that's a very hard para sa Fervid, a very bait-heavy team, pare, na gusto mag-draw ng attention galing dito sa top A, papuntang mid, maybe try and draw players going to the B side, pero para naman sa Stallions, they're not really incentivized to move too quickly dito sa mapa ng port kasi the players are just nuts.
Yeah, what can you do if your firepower is not too on par, no, dito sa mga players? Parang it's a bogey every time or double bogey for the players of Fervid na, yes, they're fighting, yes, they're getting the good swing, but they cannot put it in. Yun lang talaga yun. Ang hirap ng ginagawa dito ng Fervid just because it's too perfect. A7J gets some of the reads, it always ends a gunfight. And kung kanina sa first 2 maps natin, walang libre, ngayon libre. Para nga lang sa Stallions. A7J the performance dun sa previous round natin, pero sticky papalalo ka lang. Dito sa second half natin, 1 puntos pa lang ang nagagarner ng Fervid. STS has been dominating, and dominating is a lesson word to looking at the highlight or the replay sa ating previous round, from the get-go, first blood pa lang, STS claimed it. The whatever position could have been better, but it was great nonetheless. KLB getting the first frag and Loy getting the last. But now, eto kasi yung problema sa TK. STS is just waiting and waiting for the 45-second golden timer. And Fervid does find a kill, and that's a good pick.
Yun yung hinahanap ni Lunsman. Actually, he was initially in CA earlier, getting boosted dito ni Dracifer, and was trying to find the initial bridge player natin. No, that would have been Loy. But on the second attempt, he finally finds a pick-off, which makes it a lot easier, no, eases the tension a bit para dito sa Fervid. But still, ayun nga, no, you take out Kano, there's still KLP, Loy, JJ yun na kailangan mong isipin dito, pare. And those are some shooters para dito sa Stallions, pare. Oh, wait. Careful, no? Foul it.
Oh, no, you don't do that, Loy. I know you're too good, but damn, I was over too confident. Nades will not connect. I like the position of A7J, but it does go back. What's the plan now? There's still 5 players for Vid Stallions.
They need a kill. They need a kill. That's what they need, pare. Before they can decide anything.
Yun lang, ginahanap. KLP squandering, and he just falls down. Jakem now with a double. Not able to claim a triple, pero ito na nga, Fervid in full control in this round specifically. JJ falls down. No map win. Just yet. 9-5.
I just heard the radio message dito ng isang player, pare, storm the front. So I have a gut feeling na merong 5A rush na mangyayari dito, pare. And oh no, this is the A rush that I was looking for, Polar.
Oh, they're going in, Lance. Can he get a kill? Nails, ito na nga. It's like a holiday. Welcome to Happy New Year sa A site. Unaffected. And look at the fast rotation stop coming from Fervid. STS stuck here on long A. Makakalikuran dito ang players. Staan mo lang dito kay Dracifer. But they kill him the first kill. And Dracifer and even Lance. 4 pinapatay. Kano left alone. Parang bata sa corner. Walang magawa. At pinatay na lang ng buhay. Fervid doesn't let them win.
Grabe, Fervid refusing to lose dito sa laruan natin. That exact push from STS, I can remember it, pare. They did it up against Paisha Gaming. And that would work up against the big BS, but not up against the big FV. Pagdating sa kanilang depensa. And handa-handa sila nun, men. There was 3 players already placed on the A side. The Bodega players were shooting out of their minds. Meron pang top A support galing nga dito kay Lund. So, it was perfectly rotated galing dito sa Fervid. And it seems like the timeout kind of helped them lock in dito sa laruan natin. Kasi na-recognize na nila na napakapangit ng kanilang sitwasyon. Pero pwede pa ipanalo, pare.
I mean, I would like to give commendations din dito, no, kay Dracifer, kasi talagang he's just been holding down the CA position to si Lance. He just just trust this man so much. Impressive din na talagang na-dodge out niya lahat ng nades. I believe it was more than
Also,
3.
yung funny part, Polar, is I can't believe na we have full comms and everything. May comms tayo on like the cord and everything sa players and they still use the radios. Na-storm the front narinig ko pare. Alam ko A-site agad yan.
Nagulat din ako na parang, wait lang, yun ba talaga ibig sabihin? Oo nga, yun nga talaga.
Shout out to CF players man. Di ko lang bakit memorize sa lahat ng radyo. Pero...
Hindi rin natin gets kapag LAN, nakatingin pa rin sila sa computer ng kabila kahit nakikita nila yung... So, watch out na lang yan. Kaya may kitang ganyan. Pero, D push, D,
keep jumping, brother. Talon-talon ka lang, pre. Wag kang rinigil.
Nakakatakot. Parang bata. Nakita yung paa! Nakita yung paa! And they claim now D, pero A7J fighting Jacob as well. They claim 2. Up now in numbers of FERVID. Loy finding, pero na-blind. They can't find anyone. A7J Tracer! That's the play! One more kill! KLB falls down! At hindi pa nandito ang Stallions in FERVID still alive!
And it seems like FERVID are kind of catching the rhythm dito ng Stallions. No, Polar, they are recognizing that STS is now going for 5-man pushes across the map. So, handang-handa na sila pagdating dito sa pagsalo and pag sa retake at the same time. And the fact na there was a flank already happening galing dito sa FERVID due to the CA player already having access there. Grabe naman yun galing sa FERVID. The reaction time was fast and they recognized na this might not be a fake, pare.
Yeah, plus... It's just too good na tumama pa din yung mga shots. No, he actually didn't even get a kill, I believe. Talagang, ulo, kita lumpa niya dun. So, Loy getting that kill,
should have kept jumping,
crucial. Man. Yeah, wala tayong magagawa. Napagod yung bata. 1 minute 50 seconds. This is still dire, Sneaky. Just 1 point away. At dalawa pa dito para makapag-close ng other overtime.
The positions that FERVID's playing too, man. Especially in this round, di na sila masyado umangat. Tracer not in CA anymore. Could be a mistake. Pero also could be the adjustment that they need na, okay, Stallions, they have attacked A at B side. Baka mid naman yung kailangan nilang kunin dito. Pero lumipat siya, ha?
Yeah.
Suspicious.
This is scary though. Wall bang wall palagi to. And KLB, if he pushes on house B, pero nandun siya sa may Smokes still out to util though para sa FERVID just to delay a possible push. Meanwhile, STS ngayon palang gagamit ng mga nades. So a funny thing now happening. Two sides are taken mid as well as house B. Pero narinig. Alam na ni D. And look at A7J nandun mismo sa may box. 50 seconds flash, hindi sila affected. KLP falls down, Loy, half HP. JJ on the other side, naikot yung curve, mamamatay si Lons. And now, Kano, wait lang, unaffected, A7J!
No!
Naikutan! At dahil dyan, 10-7 ang final scoreline ng Port.
Grabe, it's an absolute war dito sa port map natin. Polar, mapa-BL or GR. Itong Team Stallions, they refuse to stop fighting. And grabe naman yun, man. The firepower, just like what we said, it's a dead horse at this point, the way we're saying it. Pero we have to really say it how it is para sa Stallions. Once again, hindi sila naloloko sa fakes. They are just straight up holding it as 2 or 3 players na nasa loob ng site. And that's just a testament of how good the players are. And at the same time, this creates a really hard environment para sa FERVID. Kasi, ayun nga, what if you can't kill the first 2 players na nasa loob ng site? And that's just how it is. And pagdating naman dito sa BL, no? I mean, FERVID, just like what I said, they did nothing wrong dito sa kanilang GR side. It's just that sobrang galing talaga ng mga players dito ng Stallions. They are finding opportunities where opportunities aren't even present, pare. And, you know, there's also the option of yung battering ram, yung brute force nga na nakikita nga natin sa Stallions. Granted, hindi yun gumana, but I feel like the threat looming, no, kinda helped them dito sa mapa natin na, okay, mas matatakot na kami sa mga 5-man pushes. Let's try and see if we can pull off a bit of a fake. And the last call was perfect. Galing kay KLB, a B split with 2 players na nasa loob na house B and 3 players coming in from curve. And ayun nga, that just ended up FERVID confused the entire time. Di sila naka-react in time, eh.
Yeah, hindi talaga, babadya. Yes, nakapitas dito si D dun sa place natin sa my house B, but wala eh. Kulang yung depensa, Sneaky. Tapos na overall pa dito yung mid. And just like what you've said, perfect call mula dito kay KLB. But, Sneaky, I feel like iba eh. If we were to describe Port GR side for Stallions, they're like a steel wall. Kung saan hindi sila magalaw, whatever you do, they will stay there and saka na lang sila gagalaw when they need. But nonetheless, tapos na po ang ating set number 3, 2-1 in favor ng ating players mula sa Stallions. Pero ngayon, oras na para sa ating panel desk, it's Salvatore and as well as El.
Maraming salamat, Sticky Frog. Bipolar, solidong port ang pinakita ng Stallions at yun ang regular na araw para nga sa kanila. Fervid humahabol pero masyado lang talaga mabilis tumakbo ang ating mga kabaya. Team Stallions dominating the second half, L.
Yeah, hindi natin masisisi itong Fervid. They did everything right, pare. Pero it's just the difference of the quality ng port dito, ng Stallions. So makikita mo, they have had an attempt in a comeback. Pero I don't feel na Stallions will let that through, no? Especially with the lead na nabuo dito ng Stallions on their side. I don't think na makakakita tayo dito ng Fervid na sabihin natin malaigal ay yung datingan. Very different ang Stallions pagdating dito sa port, and I feel like ang standard na pinapakita ng Stallions no is mas near or even better than Virtus.pro's, and siguro statement na lang yon up against Fervid.
Yeah, definitely. Agree na Fervid, no? Parang parang di pa kahapon nung nakita nga natin na sumasabay naman sila sa port ng mga ibang teams, pero may special something lang talaga dito mula kay Kano at JJ na yung second half na yon ang mas nanaig mula sa duo na binanggit ko nga kanina compared to a team na may sistema, na may hinahanap mula dito kay Ladi at kay Lance from the moment na nakakapwesto sila Dracifer. I believe those kinds of elements, no, hindi pa rin yun sapat para sa mga dalawang nakakapas lang just from the ratoling, pati yung pagpupush nga lang nila. Kaya nakakapagtaka, no, Team Stallions, despite less number sa pag-e-entry nga nila from both LA to LB, nagagawan pa rin nila ng paraan para lumusab nga sa kalaban, no. And now, with all of that, no, collectively, yung port nga na yan, masasabi nga natin na this is one of their best maps up to this date, no. Parang napakadikit laban nga si Eagle Eye, pero hindi nakakalimutan ng Stallions kung saan nga sila lumaki. Port was one of their maps next to sub-base back in the day. At ngayon pinapakita nga nila na hindi sila nakakalimot ng mga nakaraan nila. Pero look at the discipline plus an improved offense mula dito kay Loy at KLB.
Yeah, still the same in terms of the Stallions, no? Still KLB leading the pack, still very familiar with the maps dito natin na malapit sa tubig, no? Pansin mo yung Salvatore sa base port, Cebu being an island, parang meron bang port dyan? Of course meron. May sub-base ba dyan? Di natin sure kung may submarine pa nga dyan sa Cebu, pero I feel like it's just that quality talaga, no? Uulit at uulit-ulitin talaga natin na kahit makita natin tong Stallions na nahihirapan, no? In terms of some of the rounds na sabihin natin nakukuha ng Fervid in terms of timing, in terms of the rotation, in terms of the call itself, it's still just the firepower, no? Kumbaga kung ano yung pinakapos nila dito sa Eagle ay yun yung ginamit nila dito sa port as an opener, as a mid-rounder, and as an ender, no, Salvatore?
Grabe men, the presence, no, hindi mo talaga matapatan yan. Siguro Virtus.pro, pero you can definitely feel the gap between those two teams inside of this map. Nung una talaga Virtus.pro really got the number, pero Stallions, no, they had to recover. Kailangan nga nilang bumawi, kailangan nga nila ipakita na meron nga silang ibubuga nga dito. Despite the negative KD mula kay Kano, the showmanship from KLB and Loy, ibang klase nga naman talaga. KLP was also hitting some nice shots para hindi nga maging effective dito yung LA ng Fervid, and same goes for their blacklist side. Naramdaman din ng Fervid, no, na may pagyanig nga the moment na dumedepensa pa rin sila. Pre, GR-sided map, but it kind of felt like, no, Stallions pa mismo yung nananadya dito para labanan at labanan dito ang Fervid. I feel like, pre, nakita talaga nila yung Achilles dito ni A7J, no? The moment that they want those kinds of plays, na kailangan nga nila maging aggressive, parang hindi na ata tumalikod ang Team Stallions. Let us introduce ang ating set MVP. Ang nagwagayway, ang nagbigay-pugay kung bakit nga ba natin ginugunita ang pagkapanalo ng Team Stallions. Wala nang iba kundi ang pinagkatiwalaan na idala ang kanyang mga kawal patungo sa dulo, KLB, with a 1.78 KD and a 0.89 kills per round. No? Napakasolidong performance para dito kay Kapitan.
It just had to happen, no, Salvatore. Na si KLB, kanina pa siya nagka-frag, finally will get his crown of being the MVP for a set. And with the important kills and calls na nabigay natin, or nabigay niya rather, sa kanyang team, I feel like he knew how to shut down the sniper. He knew how to shut down that IGL as well on the opposite side. Fervid, well, last na to na chance nila para makakuha ng map force game 5, no? And it just might be the closer din ng Stallions. We'll have to see.
Kailangan natin makita yan sa loob nga ng new compound. Fervid, nasa inyo yung bola, paikutin nyo, ibigay nyo ang lahat para makita pa natin ang New Mexico. Pero Team Stallions on their way to the Grand Finals pag wala pang magagawa dito ang Fervid. Nakatutok ka nga pala sa CFS SEA Masters Spring Playoffs. Salvatore L nga pala, mamamahinga muna kami saglit.
Ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakapultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the double for naman sa receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Prevalence Race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Welcome back to the battlefield dito lang sa CFS SEA Masters Spring Playoffs. Sa semis na nga tayo ng FERVID at ng Team Stallions na kung saan lumamang na ulit ang Team Stallions. Ang itinakda naman talaga para sa kanila ay lumamang laban sa kanilang opposition. No? FERVID will now be entering into new compound territory. A map pick that I do feel like can heavily benefit Team Stallions pero may lakas naman na ipapakita ang FERVID. Ano sa tingin mo, El?
Ang tanong ko lang sakto ba yung lakas na mapapakita nila, no? Of course, this is Team Stallions, di ba? Sabihin natin sa base man yung best map nila. Even if you say other map names parang you can just put the best map conversation into Stallions in every map now possible since they are just that dominant. Against VP, medyo may troubles, sure. Pero I feel like new compound, this is the dagger ng Stallions dito sa FERVID na feel ko naghihingalo ng onte with the length of the games that we have had and of course the explosiveness na pinapakita ng players natin from the Stallion side.
Well, kung maalala mo nga, no, mitras lang tayo makakita ng new compound para nga dito sa Team Stallions and same goes for FERVID. Even last year, hindi nga lang man nila ma-prioritize tong mapa nga na to. At parang yung iba nag-worry kung meron nga ba talagang buka ang Team Stallions. Siguro mas prominent nga to sa international pero hindi nga na dinadala to sa local. Whereas FERVID, no, even in last year's losing efforts during SEA Masters, Master Summer rather, parang nararamdaman naman natin na kaya nga ng FERVID but they're just coming up short. Pero now, this year with a new improved FERVID, malakas ang pinapakita nga nila sa kanilang GR side, which is definitely one of the benefits pag pinili mo talaga ang new compound. Whereas Team Stallions this year 83% ang kanilang pag-aatake, no? So it's the battle of two styles, El.
It's the battle of two styles. It's the battle of a map that we barely see from both of these teams, right? So I feel like it's just going to be the I forgot the word, no? Remembering the word, no? So reviewer, yun. Reviewer for both of these teams, itong mapa na to. Just to close it out, I feel like lamang dito yung Stallions since of course, they know every map and it's just a timing. No? It's just a timing dito na i-3-1 na. Tumama mali yung prediction namin nila Sneaky at Bipolar.
Ay, malay mo nga naman, it's now the clash of the styles. It's time to play the game, Team Stallions and FERVID. It's time to show up big para sa ating set number 4. Sino nga ba mananaig, FERVID and Stallions? Sasagutin niya ni Bipolar at Sticky Frog na sa ating caster's test. Palong-palo na tong dalawang to, kaya guys, it's time!
It's definitely time, Salvi. Here, it's a new day, it's a new set, and it's on new compound. Sneaky Frog, new compound is a map where rotations will definitely be in play pagdating dito sa BL side, and GR side will definitely be reactionary. Pero pagdating dito sa Stallions and as well as FERVID, I feel like they have other plans. Ikaw ba, Anas?
Considering na limited lang yung new compound ng dalawang teams na to, I feel like yun nga, Stallions might have the bit of the upper hand, no, pagdating nga sa experience sa mapa na to. But at the same time, we cannot really gloss over, no, yung new compound na nakita natin from week number 4 from FERVID specifically, no, dun sa day number 3 nung nakalaban nila yung Execration. That was a 10-5 and they just systematically broke down yung ginagawa ng Execration nga dun sa mapa na yun. But at the same time, this is a different team. This is now Team Stallions na kailangan nilang harapin and they will be starting off from the PL side first, which is gonna be a bit difficult, no, para dito sa FERVID. I think they would have preferred if they started dito sa kanilang depensa. Pero, ngayon nga, no, the sides just happened and of course, with Stallions picking itong new compound, maybe may balak yata dito, itong FERVID, dito sa BL side. Maybe they're trying to attack a certain part of the map. Maybe itong mid, maybe itong A long. Kaya napapili sila dito ng BL side muna, pare.
Yeah, you know what? The BL side actually, I feel for FERVID, dito magagamit lahat ng strategy ni A7J as well as ni Ares. Kasi if they are actually, they opened it up, which means for new compound will definitely be played wherein A7J has something cooking. If not, well, may kita na naman natin dito na sometimes on the GR side for Team Stallions, may kita natin dito na they will push 3 times in mid with Loy, KLP, and as well as Kano, no, para lang talaga makakuha ng early advantage and to just shut down the offense immediately. But let's see, I mean, last time na nako-consider natin ang new compound for Styles na parang, you know, in testing phase pa. In what we call parang, eto pa yung butas na nilalagyan nila ng tapal pero not yet that strong. Kaso tumagal na tayo to a point na parang we consider New Compound now as a pocket pick for Team Stallion. So for Vid, yes, you have you have a little bit of advantage, might be minuscule, pero they can play with that, especially kung mainit naman dito si D, kung mainit naman dito si Lance. But guess what? Mainit dito ang 5 players natin mula sa Stallions.
Uy, nababawa!
Marinig naman natin ang comms.
Oh, Nathan. Ah, Nathan ba to?
Nababawi eh.
Ari, Elvita.
Ratio to di. Mag-say ko. Ito na wala bangil. HK pre HK.
Z daw.
Pati yung baril kinakola, no?
Mag-HK ka daw. Up, D. Damage. Nades. Alright, this is just, textbook New Compound. Isang player dito sa may store A, rotation sa may curve, B, very far back defense. But for Fervid, they're pushing towards store B now.
Yeah, ito naman yung testing phase natin dito, Polar. Just testing store B, LB, LA, maybe mid. Yung importante dito, Polar, na makuha talaga nila yung curve, no, at the end of the day. If they do want to go for a B hit. A-hit nga eh.
Oh! Wait lang. JJ. Did not expect that, even us. I feel they wanna brute force this or get one more pick off, no? Kasi nagsistay naman dito si D. But, I guess they digress. Good defense though. Still, kahit naman yung si JJ, sabi dito ng Stallions, diretsoy natin yan. And,
Uy, risky.
very risky.
I think yun yung hinahanap dito ng Fervid, eh, kaya nag-back off sila, Polar, eh. Na
Yeah.
yung trade-off na nakikita sana dito ng Stallions, especially knowing si JJ pa yung nawala. That is one of your anchors towards this B side. Fervid naman just separating themselves from B. Atakayin na lang nila dito yung mid.
They want stability. 45 seconds left.
B
Ooh,
split.
they wanna go B. Yeah, they wanna go B split. Go to Chris, pero kailangan mo ng smoke dito sa may EA. I believe there's not a smoke yet.
Check kaya.
The plans. Check. KLB doesn't have the TRG anymore. And he gets the double heady. And they just instantly crumble yung plano dito ng Fervid. But may sagot naman. They enter B side. 20 seconds. D. With the TRG. Low in HP. Mapapatay niya isa. Pero naubos na dito ang B side natin. The C4 actually store B. Kailangan yung labanan dito sa KLB. Pero Dracifer, the spacing not so good. 7 seconds hahabulin ni D. Pero with an HK and low, very, very slow feet, 20 or 2 seconds left, wala.
Yun na nga. 1-0. STS. Kind of had a bit of a lucky break dun, no, Polar, na sobrang tatagalan yung Fervid sa pag-setup nila ng mid na nakita pa ng opportunity itong si KLB na makapick dito sa storage B, no? And the fact that they could not clear him in that position, it goes back to the port problem natin, pare. Tama yung execution. Firepower, though, is winning para dito sa Stallions. Why have this convoluted plan when KLB can just shoot 2 players dito sa head?
Anong pake ng kapal ng textbook dito ng Fervid kung sheer mouse control and as well as, aim and precision lang talaga ang pambawi ng STS. A lot of store B control, even pillars for JJ and Kano. Tinatry ni JJ yung sarili niya if he dies. And he does. Kano stays jumping a little way para lang hindi mawalbang ng todong-todo. Pero it's successful for now. Nades attacking a little bit. Pero TRG now na hinahanap dito ngayon si D. As he was too curious, even Luntz. They claim 2 though. J. Kim. A force to be reckoned with still, 2v3.
Ayan, confirm on the B push just yet dito, Polar, pero nangungulit na nga dito si Dracifer sa long, but he cannot confirm it on Loy. Makes it equal, pare.
Barag though, 6 HP.
Okay.
C4. Oh,
Okay.
pala ko nag-propose. Hindi pala, nagbigay lang ng battle. Gulat out, lumuhod pa eh. 56 seconds.
EB smoke.
I need to learn that. Palagi ko pa naman hold yung story.
Yeah, you always get picked from EB.
Eh, no. Ang plano kasi doon, lalabanan ko. Pero kasi, talo ako. So, now I know. 35 seconds. Is this winnable? If KLP is alive, yes. So it is. 30 seconds left. A7J holding down the doorways towards B side.
It's all on
Flash.
Fergie, pare.
Yeah. Waiting lang dito si Loy kasi alam niyang it's a big risk. He goes in first. KLP fights A7J. Yun na nga nilabas na kaya dito USP. Pero J Kim sprays on down. One more USP versus USP. Smokes two very thick. 8 seconds and J Kim claims up KLP. J Kim with a quad ata yun sa round na yun.
Oh, for sure. And it is the perfect player in that type of situation. O yung pinakamakulit na player in terms of movement for the side of Fervid na naiwan dito sa baterya for that 1 versus 1. And what a well-played round para sa kanila dito, pare. The little traps around the map, no, gumagana na para dito sa Fervid. It is kind of forcing the hand dito na Stallions to make some decisions that they don't want to. But at the same time, that was a tale of an almost a retake, pare, na kundi dahil dito kay A7J or kundi dahil dito kay J Kim, that would have not been possible, pare.
And J Kim has been such a performer pagdating dito sa series natin, no. Has been lower in the KDAs in terms of weeks, but this time that's actually falls down up against KLB. I'm surprised that KLB is still wielding the TRG in this sense. They want that firepower and they're always getting the shots in. Storby claimed, pero yung smoke, delikado na naman to.
Bumalik sa kanila yung smoke, pare. Hindi nag-bounce sa bintana. And that could cost them in this situation. Di with the 1-for-1 though. Fine situation, pare. 4 versus 3. Pero ang pangit na to para sa Fervid. ㍍Round is 1 HP.
Tsaka kalit pa sila. And look at the hold of STS. Nandun si Loy sa may mid. Storby is clear. Or at least taken, no? Mostly by Kano and JJ. Pero di, mahanap. Does have a flashbang. But it doesn't commit. They wanna execute KLP. Pero ang hirap nito, Sneaky. You count on KLP to hold this angle. Double P, mamamatay. Hindi lang si KLP yun. It is ㍍Round. And guess what? 40 seconds. It's a dream. That is very much possible pa if we get these kills. Goes in. Kaso Z player is Kano. And they claim 1. J Kim left alone. Kung makulit ka, try mo pang kulitin. Dito yung utak ng STS. Pero di yan kaya ngayon as they are able to dominate on the defense.
And you can start to see yung mga fights natin is now flipping the way of STS. And hindi na nila masyado sinasagad itong LB. They're just playing the extremity ng Storby dito, pare. Just making sure that their side of B is actually safe in this one. It's a really good two-man game na naman galing dito kay KLB and this other B player. And ganda sana ng attempt dito ng Fervid, no, kung nakakuha pa ng isa si D, pero it's just good awareness all around para dito sa Stallions.
They're pushing towards exit. Mukhang over sila na mag-isa ng KLB. But look at this, JJ coming from CP! JJ, isa! Tatlo pa mamamatay dito for Fervid. ㍍Round with a trade, but it's already too late. At diretso pa rin naman si ㍍Round. He wants to go for cover, but JJ from the backline kills him off. And mag-isa na lang si Dave. What can this kid do? Kung KLB, so nifty, so crafty. Kita mo naman yung angles dito, KLB always on top.
Yeah, it's a really good read as well galing dito kay KLB, no? Kasi na-recognize na okay, wala masyadong presence dito sa B, wala masyadong presence dito sa mid. They are more likely or most likely starting off with a 5-man on LA. So instant CB push, nakuha yung nasa tower and the rest of Fervid forced to play in that situation. Pero si JJ nakarating na ng con mid and he's looking for more.
Oloy, napitas though. They're looking for more, pero aware na dito ang players for Fervid na nandito sila lahat sa may mid. And this is what I've been telling you, Sneaky.
It's a playoffs. It's a playoffs.
Sometimes they push in mid, pero mukhang narinig ka nila, Sneaky.
Nagtaka ako, I'm like, yo, dito pa, pare, get back on those sites. Kind of forgot for a second dun, pare, pero okay lang naman ang ginawa dun ng Stallions. They gotten massive damage dito sa opensa ng Fervid. HP bars are low as hell para sa opensa. And tignan mo naman, men. Everybody just still steady para sa Stallions. Every single hole in the defense plugged up na dito, men. Ball is on the court dito ng Fervid.
Plus, they have all of the utilities they can play with. KLB, flash, a nade, and as well as a smoke. So, Storby will not be free for Fervid. Yes, mo, try to take care of that wall. Tignan natin kung pwede mag-EA ng curve, but Still si JJ nag-hold dito and he is currently just a performer as well. But 1 minute left.
Have a flash.
Let's see.
And they have a flash. One flash. Sa buong team nila, pare. So, gonna have to wait and see if this is gonna work.
Oh, Lawrence, isa, even Jakim from mid. And they claim up A side. It's open now. Kano and as well as KLB in full form. Full HP as well. Makakahanap pa dito ng HK si KLB. They plant the bomb sa may kabaong C1, C2, C3. Lahat kinuha na. Mukhang walang libreng computer dito ang Stallions natin. But KLB finds through the smoke. Oh, yun na nga. The NC Diversity is a performer that really does perform. At dahil dyan, FERVID claim a round out of desperation and a great execution on it.
Grabe, parang sinabi ni D, there is a new kid on the block dito kay Kano, and he is also looking for that star role, and the star shined in that round, pare. A situation that has to be won para dito sa FERVID, no? I mean, you do not want to be down 4-1 to start things off dito sa new compound. And the A site finally worked para dito sa FERVID. Nakailang try na sila dito, Polar. Siguro mga 3 tries to just penetrate itong A site, and on the third one, they finally got it.
Yeah, third time's the charm. But for B, it's also the same story. Nades will connect. Guns are blazing na at si Lance patiently waiting for JJ and he connects.
They know though.
Di even know Kano. Kita yung kamay. KLB falls down from the box. Reconsiders an angle though. Nadali pa si D. What? A7J pushing now, finds KLB, but there's still one there. Oh, nahanap pa na A7J. But the C4, ang layo. At mapipitas pa dito si Tracer. Makikita yung C4, sneaky.
Hindi yata nakita.
He goes to curve. They don't know. Alam nila nasa B site na, they're banking. What if mag-A site bigla?
Uy, Kim!
Tumakbo pa, no!
Kim,
Tumakbo ka na!
Itakbo ba na yan, par?
Jacob, just go. You don't have a smoke, brother. Or at least, your teammate does. They plant it on the wall. Kaso hindi na pitas. 40 seconds. Let's pushes! It's very winnable for Stallions now. Pero si Jacob, makulit siya dito. He holds out batteries so well. 30 seconds. Is it enough? Flashbacks now. Flying double pa nga, Jacob. On the corner, Loy falls down, tumatalon pero mamamatay lang din. A7J with a triple to close out the round.
Scary looking round para dito sa FERVID. Malapit na mahabol yung C4 dito sa CB, pero buti na lang mabilis ang paa dito ni Kim. And they have made it into the B site, and of course the best angle you can hope for na hinahawak dito ni Kim yung ilalim talaga ng entrance natin, and they have got exactly what they wanted dun sa round na yun. Finally a round win, finally a B take that worked out in their favor, pare. And FERVID ngayon, nare-recognize na nila na okay, nakakagalaw-galaw na kami medyo sa mapa. We're gonna start doing our good old default na naman. Hanap lang ng butas dito sa B! And Lons will do it on his own. He doesn't need help, pare.
Yeah, he is a one-man show and he has been providing para dito sa FERVID. That's a great kill, no? Look at KLB, 10 kills and 4 deaths. A crucial kill para sa FERVID to start off round number 7. But I like the adjustments of Stallions. They hold out mid with the crossfire with Kano and Loy. But they still want Storby for FERVID. They want to try once again. Alam nila na si KLB has been a solid defender, at least the main powerhouse pagdating dito.
Would have wanted to KLB here, man.
Is it time?
Oh, he's here.
They're just holding. Distractions on LA, kakagat nga ba? Sneaky, hindi. Alam naman natin yan, Stallions have been just holding 2 for sight. And such a time where Dracifer has a lot of weight if he commits onto curve. Meanwhile, itong 4 plays for FERVID execute on A. Or on B, I mean. It's such crucial point in time kung saan dediretso na sila with the flash combine. JJ falls down. D with the kill. At yun na nga, nahanap ni Tracer for yung rotators. At dahil dyan mag-isa na lang si KLP, you should have been on B. not on A! At dahil dyan, advantage for Fervid.
I'm trying to see anong flash yung bumulag dito kay Kanu, pare, kasi napaka-unflashable yung kanyang position, which is the underside of entrance, but somehow, some way, they made the kid turn around and run dito sa may baterya, looking for his ally, and A7J wanting a turn on the sniper. Nakita na nga si KLB, he's gonna continue fighting, pero the information he got dito sa LB, that's gonna cause an A-side collapse, pero collapse pa talaga.
KLB creates chaos now. TRG not hitting, but the USP overwhelmed, but he still gets a headshot. Lifestyle jumps as well. Pero Lloyd with the trade. Kano finds A7J. At ako po, granata! Not the bang, but the USP kills him off. Gracefer found as well, and goddamn, Lloyd with the last kill.
Grabe, the absolute chaos in that round, and Stallions, of course, the ones coming out on top in that one, man. I feel like this is the series that will go neck and neck, similar sa nakita natin kahapon, pero tignan mo naman ang Fervid na naman A7J getting some action in this one. Di pa tapos sa labanan, pare.
Same situation, Sneaky. Diretso natin sa A-side, pero wala mamatay. Loy with a double kill and KLP with a dagger. Mukhang kailanganin nyo doon ng extra pang firepower, but JJ will kill off Dracifer as well. Kung nakapitas dito si A7J ng maraming kills, well, he needs more. 3 to be exact. And with an HK, might be possible, but he does have time.
Well, it is definitely possible, pare. Only needs one headshot dito, Polar. That's all he wants. Siguro a bit of timing as well kung sino man magagaling dito sa curve, pero A7J, chance of a lifetime to turn the tides before mapunta tayo sa second half, Polar.
A capable man of doing something of a clutch. A7J. Kaso maharap yung ulo. JJ just too patient. And that is the first half. But then again, it's a 4-5 Seamas first map and the second sa buong series na ito. So a chance much better for Fervid, but Stallions stay up top and stay standing.
Stallions having a harder time compared to other international teams dito, pare. And seems like Fervid might have the right equation dito sa first half natin. Pero dito naman sila sa depensa magta-try. And the thing is with the Fervid defense, no, you can't really say na passive lang sila 24/7. Para meron talaga mga round na testingin nila dito yung LA, testingin nila dito yung LB. So Stallions, you have to be on your toes all the time kung kalaban mo yung depensa na ganito.
Yeah, Fervid very proactive, no, pagdating dito sa depensa nila. They have storm control, they have mid as well. They will always smoke up mid or at least grenade towards towers, no. I like this position, no, for LA. Kahit na mapitas si Lance, they still have A7J behind him. And the TRG pa nga, a lot of investment dito sa may exit.
Imagine they just start running in.
Daming sinabi yun lang pala gagawin. Orbi. Same applies.
Wait, no, the C4, man.
Nah, they want something.
Di pa to ending.
Di pa to ending. Simula pa lang to. Stage 1. KLB finds Dracifer. Jakim gets a trade and KLB is the ender. As they kill off Jakim, JJ is still patiently waiting, pero hindi pa naman gumagalaw na to dito yung Fervid. They want to go A, actually. They heard you, Sneaky.
Yeah.
Or di pa din. Di! Isa lang mahanap. Pero Lance with one more, 2v2. They still go on A. A7J hears everything. At malilikuran niya kaso nakita dito ni Loy. Pero A7J digresses, expresses his own demise. And one more coming in from Loy. Pero siya pa din ang malakas. Team Stallions with a quick rotation coming out of B.
Lest you forget the other half of the 1-2 swing dito na Stallions is not just Kano. You also have to expect Loy to pull out those kinds of situations. Pare, Stallions, kaya nga na sinabi namin, once the fight starts, it never really ends for them. And it wasn't really a comfortable spot para kay A7J. No? He was scrambling the entire time na katabi niya na pala si Loy dito sa site. And the pressure is just mounting once again. STS kahit sa BL side, nape-pressure tong Fervid, pare.
Yeah, they have to. They're passive na nga in a way. Sila gusto makakuha ng initial frag, but STS knows and have deciphered them immediately dito sa ating second round ng kanilang BL side. FERVID, capable of doing this in a 4v5, pero kasi sneaky, look at the HP, look at the util ng Stallions. Ang dami pa. They can easily just distract these players from FERVID.
Tanong, madi-distract pa pare. And one good read from FERVID can definitely turn the tide sa round natin, pero I think Stallions parang na-recognize nila yung kanilang position sa round natin. It's a 4 versus 5. Why not play with the feelings of the opponents, no? Habang palipat-lipat pa sila ng mga angulo dito pare, you might even catch a little timing na nag-aayos pa sila dito sa B side or sa A.
Good nades. I mean, they still have slowing power, no? Pero 1 minute left. STS will commit on to B. With little to no information, pero JJ and Lloyd pushing in now. Jacob smokes it back. Bracever pops off, but he only gets 1 kill. The flash is just too good. B side is open, especially if they find D. Kaso nga lang A7J with a dagger with the TRG. 35 seconds. At iikot bigla ditong STS. Sabi na, delikado to. KLP, gumawa ka ng milagro. And A7J curious. Is he aware? He is! And it's now a 2v2. Kung saan brothers in hand want to deny KLB and JG a 7-rounder. They plant the bomb. Enough time. B gets killed. JJ from Z. A7J finds him. IGLs. Pistols. But they need to reload. Gets a new gun. KLB nakalabas yung granada. Flash connects. And timing is of the essence. 20 seconds left. A7J pushing! But the headshots is just too good pula kay KLP.
Grabe, KLB not stopping and forcing a timeout para dito sa STS, and you saw how that round panned out, no Polar. It was just testing after testing after testing para sa Stallions, pero hindi pala sa B-site lalapag ang mga players na to, and it's a really good on-the-fly call galing kay KLB. Alam kong 2 versus 3 na yan, mukhang favorable ang sitwasyon na to para sa kanila pare, pero you have to know the nuance of the compound map. Nakita naman natin kanina si Jacob nandun sa ilalim. He got 2 kills. So tinatry talaga ni KLB na i-avoid yung ganun na sitwasyon na mangyayari sa kanila, because that would destroy yung kanilang mid-round. So instead, recognizing nila na the first 2 players na nahulog, obviously sa kanilang death cam, nakita nila yung 2 players na nasa loob na ng B-site. Logical thing para dito kay KLB. KLP, ikaw muna yung sakripisyo ngayon. Let's go for the full turnaround dito sa A. What a on-the-fly call, pare.
Yeah, parang in a snap of a finger, Team Stas was able to just rotate, tapos isipin na, oh, we have positions here. Committed na sila sa site, they're nasa loob na mismo sila, so they will take time, they will immediately think na, uy, kulang yung oras, they will execute here, pero wala eh. KLP was still there to make distractions, but A7J, this is like what, the 3rd clutch na medyo parang tabingi eh. And it has to really run down towards their veins sa parang ang sakit na neto. So a timeout is very much needed. But new compound though, closer than what we expected, especially for FERVID.
When does it feel like deja vu though para kay A7J at kay Tracifer, man? You're already in this position time and time again, up against Stallions, up against Virtus.pro, down, almost out dito sa semifinals. And I would like to see that light at the end of the tunnel shining para dito sa FERVID, no? Kaso Stallions.
Yeah, same.
Stallions, man, it's like they're taking over the entire map. Firepower be damned, pare. They're also now starting to strat up as well dito sa compound natin. So FERVID, you better play like your life is on the line, pare, kasi it could be another year of disappointment for these two, pare.
I mean, if it feels like deja vu, well, it also seems like they're 1 step forward, but there's 3 steps back every time. STS have been on top of them from the get-go. Insane plays every time. Palagi napapa-close out ka into just, minimal players, pero mid-roundings compared to the first and second map natin, FERVID haven't been doing that as much as Stallions. So napapahagat. Risks have been taken, but rewards were fully in STS's hand. And they play passive. Look at this defense, Iki. 2-2-1.
Grabe, they do really trust the si ㍍Round to go for that full swing sa mid if ever meron nga mangyayari doon. Pero I think FERVID, this is kind of them that just turtling up dito sa mapa. No? They don't really know what part of the map atake na una dito na Stallion. So they're just playing safe here.
Lance delikado.
A bit too safe.
Ooh.
Wala siya nakita doon.
Wala siya nakita. Patira.
So wala nangyari.
Wala nangyari. Wala lang. Free entry. Out muna.
Okay, A-smoke.
Gusto nila pero rotate isang player, no?
Oh.
Coming in from B. It's a B split.
Uy,
Smokes
di
towards
Prestor.
EB, EA.
Oh no.
Found out D with an instant shot and he still has full HP. KLB kakain ba ng Granada? Yes, he will be. But KLB from Curve, they execute na pero A7J looking left, right, and center. They see the C4 pero pinaba yung baril. Kano in a 1v2, he plants the bomb to Mirecho sa side. Jake falls down. Lanza with the pistol. Too close for comfort, but FERVID with 5 rounds.
Grabe, Kano inches away from a headshot dito sa laruan natin. Floater, that would have possibly just have broken itong FERVID, pero buti na lang tumama doon si Lonza at that very last moment. It was a good strat na naman galing dito sa Stallions. They recognize there was a bit of weakness dito sa may mid-side natin. Got the free curve control para kay KLB. But unfortunately, para sa FERVID, I was actually curious, like, meron palang third player dito sa B-side, hindi ko napansin. Bigla na lang lumabas sa harap ni KLB. I was like, huh? You were here the entire time? And it seems like hindi lang tayo yung surprise, pare, pati yung Stallions nagulat dun.
Yeah, kasi nagkagulo-gulo yung laban eh, no? Hindi nila alam kung sino yung papawa. They will suspect some. Now look at the replay. You know nga, just fast locations was...
Oh, it was great.
If you're FERVID and you're up against Stallions, pag kumakain, surrender na lang. Ayoko na lang labanan yan. Pero kasi, FERVID, they have a semis to win. It's working for now, pero they are easily readable pa din mo, Sneaky.
For sure. Pero... Oh! I mean, these traps are now starting to bust open dito, pare. Granted, it has become a lot more readable para sa FERVID, but... Grabe, it's just the sheer firepower talaga yung nagpapanahal sa kanila dito. The angles that should work para kay ㍍Round for A7J at kay Lance, hindi kagana kasi STS kalaban mo.
Yeah, ㍍Round. Let's say, gagana to ㍍Round on C1.
Oh, look at this pre.
Lance does get killed. What a pre-aim, pero ㍍Round claims up 2 before he falls down. Napatay si Kano. And it's all up to A7J in a good second. Naubos ang apat sa dalawang kupunan. The old brothers. Nakita yung ulo, spraying! Oh, no! Oh, ma! Oh, ma!
Grabe naman yun from Lloyd. The jumping USP to say hi to his old matches captain, pare. He's probably missing that kind of firepower, that kind of clutchness galing dito kay Lloyd. The only one left alive in that A-take, by the way. Pero si JJ, itutuloy na lang ang kanyang momentum. Lance na naman ang namatay. And it seems like the sniper of FERVID has been silenced dito sa laruan natin.
Oh, Lance have been silenced pagdating dito sa ating previous map and even here. It seems that they cannot shout anymore, but A7J is also a sniper from before. So Kano to fall, and it's now a 4v4.
Still a stable situation para dito sa FERVID. Not gonna lie, meron pa kayong control somewhat dito sa storage B. Pero yung mga buffers nila, pare, kagaya ng long A and kagaya nga ng pillar being dito, pare, has been fully taken over dito ng STS. Problem na talaga ng FERVID if they start looking towards yung B-side ng mapa natin and he doesn't get a kill. That's a free B-side, pero yun nga lang, nakalibre pa ng isa dito si A7J kay JJ.
Ang impressive na mga quick scopes na ito ni A7J. He knows where to aim every time. And he's been getting away with these like double kills since the BL side. Pero it's STS. Buhay pa si KLB. Buhay pa si KLP. Buhay
Ooh,
pa
Dre,
si
Dre,
Lloyd. Dre, you need to hit the shot, brother! Pero si KLP is just too aware of this situation. A7J gets one KLB. A7J to fall. And J Kim left alone. Kaya pa ba to ni J Kim up against two players? No, he cannot. That is a 9th round for STS. Pinatahimik lang ni Lloyd ng ganong kabilis.
Grabe, and STS are now fully overpowering itong Fervid natin, and it is very similar sa nakita natin sa new compound. The last time STS played it, there was a bit of hope at the beginning. There was a bit of hope in the first half, pero STS, as soon as they hit the offensive side, the offensive line pare, nababangga at nababangga ang defensive line. It's like a full-on linebacker pare. Binabangga lang dito ang 100-pound defender pare dito sa court kasi ayun nga, lakas ng bangga dito ng STS.
Yeah, and you have Loy as your quarterback no na parang tatalon na lang tapos ibabato yung bola doon. But nonetheless, we digress. We are coming back to our games muna in just a little bit, no? So, eto, isin ko muna ta aking caller kasi mukhang nagpapawis na ako from that very heated exchange mula dito sa ating two players. So, it's very intense but sneaky. I hate to say this but it's looking impossible by every second dun sa round number 15 natin. Could have been better, but let's see if kaya pa makabawi.
For sure, man. Could have definitely been better para nga dito sa Fervid. I think Stallions, honestly, it is up to them kung anong parte nila na mapa kailangan nila atakihin dito. I mean, B-side is looking vulnerable. Nakakuha sila ng pickoffs dito sa long A and on the A side as well. So no side is really hard to take, no, para dito sa Stallions. It really is up to the fights that they're taking at the start of the game. Fervid, ito na yung nagiging problema dito ng Fervid. They're now no longer willing to fight the early fights para makakuha sila ng advantage dito, and it's actually handicapping them pagdating sa kanilang side defenses kasi kalaban mo, 4 papasok ng side, there's only 2 there, and with Stallions' way of fighting, no, nakita naman natin yan dun sa port. They know how to parse these fights. They know how to separate yung dalawang defenders para ma-pressure sila on both ends by all 4 players. So, it's a hard fight every single time talaga na magde-defend lang dito yung Fervid sa loob.
Yeah, kasi hindi sila nababawasan, which means you're still up against a full force of Stallions on the BL side pa. And it doesn't really help na, it doesn't help na they're not getting as aggressive anymore kasi they have to be careful given the circumstances. Plus, their passiveness, lalo na dito sa B-side, you have players na hindi na nagsustorby. Nakita natin yung sneaky, storby palagi nilang pinapriorities for 2 players nung nasa GR side nasa GR side ng place na for vid, but they took the careful approach now. Batteries close towards EB na yung kinukuha nila, which means very far back, and all it takes is a flash for Styles to get in. It's so free. Kung kanina map 1, map 2, map 4 was very much a non-free game, well, dito may libre nang nakitang STS. It's execution. And what else can you do, no? To a point na parang never na rin natin nakita yung STS na mag-rotate after a single engagement. Kasi sobrang diretso na lang ng approach nila. And that's given to a fact na basa na nila na, uy, wait lang. Di na nila kaya mag-rest ng early pickoffs. Kasi ipadala lang natin dito si JG sa mid, Lance will fall down, and the rest will play out. So, it's difficult, Sneaky. It's very difficult.
For sure. And yung frustration din kasi yan, no? Galing dito sa Fervid, you're already down by quite a ton dito sa mapa ng compound, and obviously if you are Lons, though, if you are the sniper, obviously reputation of the snipers dito sa liga natin is to kinda be the star player, kinda be the guy to lead the charge para sa team mo, and if hindi na magawa yun pare, unfortunately they will drown. And it just so happens na on the other side of the spectrum pare, KLP, man, he is hitting hard dito sa mapa natin, and he's not missing anytime soon.
Yeah, itong si KLP, man, I mean, he's been one of the most consistent players pagdating dito sa Masters, even from before, no? And now that he always wields the TRG and the USP, well, as long as you don't kill him, well, he will kill you. And ngayon, JJ wasn't even a big factor, no? He was getting the entry frags or he was getting the rotations, but now he is instilling the fear as the one to go first. And ano magagawa dito ng players for Fervid? it's Stallions at the end of the day just doing whatever they can just to enter these sites, just to get an early advantage, just because, again, they have the leeway of having these multiple rounds and they're not scared anymore. And up against Stallions, kailangan mo ng team na very much fearless. And yeah, that's not what Fervid has right now in their pockets. New compound, mukhang naayos na rin nila, no? Pero let's see, mukhang babalik na tayo dito sa ating mapa ng new compound for a possibility of a comeback or a possibility of a defeat.
Pero yun na nga, Fervid looking to see if they can still fight for their dream to get into the grand finals, to beat the best of the best dito sa laruan natin. Pero pare, isang pagkakamali na, 6 na buwan ng preparasyon, babagsak para sa kanila dito. And Fervid, this better be your best bet, this better be your best shot. Kundi Stallions, it's another free road para sa kanilang finals appearance, pare. It's a lot more passive on both sides. Luns instead of mid. Long A naman ang kanyang packay. Nakakatakot na, pare. KLB already maybe over-spamming dito sa ating CA side. Pero may kita naman natin ang ating STS. Hindi yun yung kanilang packay. 3 players towards mid. Mid control for the side of STS. Pero si J. Kim medyo suspicious na may nangyayari na dito sa curve.
Deep. Looks like nothing is happening right now. It's gonna be a possible kill. There it is, D with a kill. But all falls down. KLP finds the kill on Tracifer. Pero diretso pa rin naman sila. Makakapatay pa nga dito with D falling down from the grenade. A7J with a double. And JJ left alone. That is more round for Fervid. STS not able to close it out.
We're just gonna have a little bit of a dead round about it, but at the same time, Fervid, ganda ng kanilang depensa. Stallions was a bit too direct yung approach natin dito na pole. I feel like straight up fighting long, not knowing kung sino man na nasa kabilang side. I can't blame si KLB for dying there kasi last information ko nasan si Luns, diba? He was the mid player. So, not expecting yung long player obviously to be the sniper, and that bit of adjustment, no, ay nakatulong pa nga dito sa Stallions, or nakatulong pa nga dito sa Fervid. Stallions obviously assuming na meron na silang free cross papuntang curve since napakalayo nga na sniper dito ng Fervid, pero I think naagapan naman yan ng mga ibang members nga dito ng FV, and just not allowing any gaps dito sa kanilang depensa no matter how far back it is.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting into the positions wherein kailangan mo talaga maging passive, but they do have the angles for those immediate push mula dito sa EB and coming in from curve. So, nonetheless, it was good. It was just very crucial na parang di pa rin nila napita si KLB na nakaawat pa siya dun mismo sa may RS dito ng GR side. It could have gone both ways, but yung main point intact din dun, Sneaky, I feel like, was the smoke brought to you by the players dito na binato towards EV. It was a good pang entryway, pero it also became a double-edged sword. Kasi nakita mo naman, A7J had free reign over 2 players kung saan babarilin niya lang ng dire-diretso kasi open na open yung sideline para sa kanya. Meanwhile, the STS players na nagpo-push, well, you know, bulag pa din kahit na padiretso pa lang sila. So they didn't have a clear vision. Kumbaga, kung nasan nga ba yung mga players natin, they were going blind pagdating dito. Yes, they did get some kills, but yun nga, what else can you do kung wala ka pa rin makita or you're still getting overwhelmed from the back and from the front? But, you know, Sticky, I feel like STS, they're just playing for fun a little bit na konti. They want to try and close this out with a big push, and sometimes that doesn't work, and baka makita agad natin dito after the dead round na parang balik tayo sa disiplina, those most calculated plays.
For sure, man. If they were having too much fun dito sa laruan natin, then, you know, Tanks is not gonna be too happy in the timeout that they're gonna have. For sure. Kasi if these players go kind of out of line, no, napapansin mo agad kasi may overextension na nangyari dito sa long, maybe dito sa mid side, or maybe dito sa B pillars, and they need to, you know, discipline themselves in this one, which is the responsibility naman dito si KLB. Pero minsan makulit din kasi ito.
Yun yung problema.
Whoa.
Dire-diretso sila. Good nades, but Tracifer falls down. Mukhang dire-diretso lang talaga sila. But they digress. They fall back. They only wanted the early pick-off. And now, advantage para sa STS.
Grabe, isang katutak na nades, men. Kanin na lang yung kulang na 4 HEs ang uulamin ng tropa natin dito sa kanyang kinain. 9-6 in this position in a 4 versus 5 already. Fervid, some parts of the map have to be sacrificed, and it seems like Curve will be the one to be left alone dito pare at magpo-focus na lang sila sa store B. This could either be the best call of their lifetime or could be the heartbreaker para sa kanilang taon pare.
There's still forward approach mula kay A7J. KLP actually doesn't have the TRG now. It's on Kano. So they have something out of it. Pero sneaky, alis sila.
Yeah, they're playing retake B polar. They don't care about B side. They care about B storage more than anything.
The only one. Another side. Pero
it could be a split.
They could, yeah. Nandito pa rin naman si Loy. At baka maipat dito yung dalawang players natin for Fervid. KLB and KLP actually moving now towards EA. Lance close by. Naku po, Lance. Kailangan mo tumama dito ng lahat. Kaso kung narinig na namatay na nga dito si Lance. And Loy opens the base side as well. Ito na nga, 5-4-VP actually wherein yung 3 players natin for Fervid are running towards A site. Planted of the bomb, 35 seconds. D pushing now, pero what can they do? Sneaky, STS is holding this down. It's like a ranch, pero D with a kill. 3v3, 25 seconds. Can they go in? D cannot go out. The flash is just too good. At ayun na nga si Loy. Kano as well. And A7J left alone, and that is it. The Stallions, ang kalbaryo papunta dito sa side ng Ferd, have ended their run, or at least their chance to go towards the finals. And STS is your first final spot takers.
Grabe, Team Stallions, the golden standard of CFS SEA Masters, makes it to another appearance. And expectations finally met para dito sa Stallions. And I feel like they even exceeded it by quite a bit, pare. Grabe, in this entire tournament or this entire part of the tournament no Polar, they have only dropped, let's say, like 3 maps, no? 3 maps if I'm not mistaken, no? Oh, tama, 3 maps. So, that's just a testament kung gaano talaga sila ka-dominating, no? Dito nga sa ating liga. But at the same time, ayun nga, Fervid, that was probably the closest that anyone outside of Virtus.pro to having almost beaten, no, itong Stallions. Stallions obviously was put in a very bad position sa map 1, pero ang ganda ng kanilang recovery sa map 2, 3, and 4. I mean, it just says a lot about dito kay KLB and the way na kaya niyang sabihin sa kanyang kakampi na, okay, natalo tayo sa map number 1, okay, natalo tayo sa round na to, let's just reset and remind ourselves, tayo ang Stallions, tayo yung hinahabol, tayo ang golden standard nga dito sa ating liga. So, I feel like when that confidence finally instilled sa sarili nila pare, the gameplay sumunod na lang para sa kanila dito, and the firepower increase was insane. Napaka-tangible from map 1 to map 2 ang difference natin, men.
Yeah, very much so. You know what, Sneaky? It was a little bit anticlimactic, to be honest, pagdating dito sa last round natin. Pero that's what you expect. Domination, power, and as well as excellence mula dito sa side ng STS. And yun lang talaga ginawa nila. Pick off one, claim the other, and then close out the round. And nonetheless, mukhang Sneaky Frog, meron namang miracle ang STS dito. It's not in those miracle clutch, pero miracle in terms of closing entirety of those 4 maps. Yung Mexico, not a contender dito sa mga video natin, pero Sneaky Frog, what a day to be alive. Fervid cutting out against Stallions, pero Stallions still alive.
And ayun nga, no, before we lose Polar to the universe dito, men, we would like to throw it to our panelists kasi feeling ko madami silang sasabihin about yung series na to and the way it went. So Salvatore and El, take it away, pare.
Team Stallions are your first grand finalist, pre. Who would have thought? Wala naman nagulat, pero yun talaga ang itinadhana, no? After a fumble in the first map, they just had to take the 3 next sets. Ganun talaga. Nagpapabugbog ang bida sa una, no, Boss El? And ultimately, Team Stallions with the last laugh.
Ilabas ang Razor, kaibigan. Talagang inalbo dito, kumbaga. Kalbunal, pare, kalbunal talaga dito ang ating Team Stallions kasi wala silang masabi nating primo weakness. There were spots dito sa armor nila na nachichink, no, na medyo nabubutasan ng konti, nababarag, pero overall the armor still shines dito for Stallions. And that new compound map, I feel like A7J really had the toughest draw dito sa ating stakes dahil medyo nahirapan na siya mag-isip at the end of it, no. They gambled a lot of spaces, they tried to make these heroic plays, pero at the end of it, wala. tutok, strat, composure, confidence, kompleto sa Stallions, and I would like to say lang, no, siguro maganda yung pinakitang effort dito ng FERVID, pero hindi enough yung maganda. Kailangan magaling, kailangan nakakasabay, at kailangan pulidong-pulido.
Kompleto dito ang Team Stallions, no, with every check in the box para talaga kunin itong new compound na to. And what more pa kaya para nga sa side ng FERVID, JKim and D had a pretty good time, no? Hindi sila nahirapan, hindi ganun ka-concerning kung paano nga nila dinadaan talaga sa tutok yung mga duelo nga nila. Take a look at these clips here from the duels na tinitake talaga ng FERVID. Parang hindi sila nakukulangan ng lakas, sapat na yung pinakita nga nila. But at the end ng finish line, isang team lang ang pwede natin makita na papasok ng Grand Finals. Props to A7J and the squad. No? For the second consecutive year, makikita na naman natin sila sa runner-up finish, and you have to feel bad talaga para kay A7J. His whole legacy since the start of 2023, palagi na lang siyang natatapos sa punong dulo, no? Kung saan nakikita niya lang nauuna yung mga ibang teams kaysa nga sa kanya. And despite the 20 bomb effort para dito kay El Capitan, wala pa rin siyang binatbat sa 4 na double-digit contributions ni KLB, Lloyd, JJ at ni KLP. My God, Team Stallions, talagang tunay na naninira ng pangarap ang STS.
Napakahirap lang naisipin na kapag sinabi lang si Lito, si A7J, yung laging runner-up na natatalo sa blank and blank, no? Ang sakit lang naman sa pakiramdam nun, and I feel like yun yung gusto niyang basagin. He wants to break through that ceiling, that barrier na runner-up lang siya. He wants to get at least a competitive match or at least a win in a competitive match versus the perennial top 1, top 2s natin. Pero of course, he has to face against this Team Stallions being led by, I'm going to bet it, the MVP, KLB. Of course, pare. Medyo pinredict ko na ng onte kasi all 4 maps, no? Masasabi ba natin nag-turn off dito si KLB? Hindi. He's been there from map 1 to map 4, and he's been delivering, and I feel like poposta na rin ako, siya ang ating match MVP as a whole.
My goodness, no, pre. Parang pang ilang set MVP niya na nga to, so di na ako magugulat talaga kung collectively siya nga ating magiging overall, no? Kaya KLB, this man has to be praised with much of the wonders na meron talaga ang Cebu. Akalain mo nga naman, pre, sa sobrang talented niya maglaro ng Crossfire, kaya niya maging MVP and call the shots para maidala niya yung mga kakampi niya towards the finish line. And FERVID couldn't do anything but see na tignan ang Team Stallions na nasa dulo ng lahat. NT para nga sa FERVID, but we will see them tomorrow sa ating battle for third, na kung saan nag-aantay ang Querdas o kaya ang Virtus.pro. Malay mo nga din naman, but FERVID, no, it is still an improvement, no? Impact from 0-7 to Impact Champion to a semi-finalist laban nga sa Team Stallions. Kaya FERVID, you still have to be proud of that accomplishment, no? Pero pre, eto naman ang ating MVP nga naman talaga. Sino nga ba ang nagbigay-pugay para sa side ng Team Stallions? Wala nang iba kundi si Kapitan lang Bunal, no? KLB with a 1.44 KD to finish it off. A guaranteed kill per round. Yan pa lang sa KR pa lang, Boss L. Makikita mo gaano nga ba ka-impactful si KLB.
He's gonna get his one and more, no, in some of the rounds. And I feel like this leading by example na ginagawa ni KLB, yung sa puso dito sa ating Stallions na, okay, we might have fumbled dito yung Ankara. We might almost have lost dito Eagle Eye. Let us take care of the rest of the maps, no? Nakita natin support. Medyo nag-step up si Kano. Nakita natin dito sa new compound. Yes, KLB was still fragging, but Kano, Loy, and KLP was also there, no? So, kailangan ng spark plug dito, and I feel like that is the perfect word, no? The spark plug para sa Stallions dito sa KLB. Dahil kahit naman walang apoy, no? Siya nagagawa, no? Siya na magsisinde, siya na maghahanap ng mga dayami. Siya na talaga yung magluluto pala ulam mo. Talagang maglaro ka lang. Talagang magkaroon ka lang ng kumpiyansa sa teammate mo. And I feel like, yun nga, no? Maybe, just a small tidbit dito, no, Salvatore. Nakita mo ba yung gupit ni KLB? Nakita mo ba yung shaver ko? A7J, humanda ka na. Feel ko yan yung solusyon, pare. Yan yung solusyon para gumaling ka lalo mag-IGL. At the same time, have great time. Pero jokes aside pare, great performance from our captain on the side of Stallions and well, I feel like they are ready for the grand finals.
Man is blessed with amazing skill nga naman talaga. And to do that
And the
for the
hairline.
second year in a row, pre. Para maging kampiyon ulit ang Team Stallions, they are one series away for making it happen dito nga lang eh. No? And KLB, the consistency that this man possesses mula pa lang sa Ankara on a losing effort. Both ends, no? Offense and defense, kompletong-kompleto. Counter-rotation, counter-stratting at its best. KLB can lead you to victory. Yan nga talaga ang motto nga natin at tema para sa ating MVP performance. At nakahanda ng ating interview stage L kasi marami tayong katanungan at tamang-tama lang yung taong dinala natin dito kasi siya with his mataling hagang ang mga presensya pre. This is now time for us para tanungin ang ating bossing, no? Said na TTE Sports AC Gaming, no? Mula din dito sa ating Team Stallions, Coach Tanks in the house. No? Coach Tanks, kamusta ka naman? Baka gusto mo muna mag-hello dyan sa ating fans na nanonood.
Hello sa CFPH community. Hello El. Hello Salvatore. And good evening sa lahat. Ano ba nanonood? 2K? 3K? Yan. Sa lahat ng mga nanonood.
Almost.
Tsaka sa
Maraming salamat,
sa
Coach
buong
Tanks.
prod.
Thank you so much Coach Tanks sa oras mo no? And nakita nga natin yung Ankara nakapuntos dito ang FERVID. Tell us something about that Ankara kung paano nga ba nakabuelo ang FERVID doon laban sa STS. Knowing na itong mapa ng Ankara, ito yung parang pinagmamalaki ng Stallions during the group stage eh.
Number one, I have to give props sa FERVID for having such good strategies against us. But at the same time, hindi ito excuse, no? Pero Loy was not in his game in the first map. And honestly speaking, not only sa Ankara, pero maybe 70% of the time na-outmatch kasi ni Lance si KLP and hopefully KLP. And you are listening now, you're being outmatched by the sniper of FERVID, and shout out kay Lance, no? He did a great job of dismantling my sniper. So yeah.
Vouch from Coach Tanks has to be studied talaga. That is huge props pala dito kay Lance and KLP. Says, kayo really need to step up no? El, baka ikaw may tanong ka dyan.
So after that loss, Coach Tanks, dito sa Ankara, what was the story for the next 3 maps? Especially sa Eagle Eye, if you can sum it up into one statement or like in your style, no, one word, ano yung storyline natin dito sa next 3 maps natin after Ankara?
I just told them to be persistent and forget the map loss. Sabi ko, stay the course lang. Kasi eventually, yes, off game si Lloyd and maybe KLP was being outmatched, but at the same time, hindi lang naman din barilan ng CROSSFIRE eh. So, sabi ko sa kanya, mag-steady lang kayo. Yes, maybe na-outmatch tayo, maybe sa duels. Kasi, di ba yun naman lagi sinasabi, kahit sa inyo or na malakas bumaril yung mga bata. Yan, kagaya niyan. We had a bad duel game or bad, parang mga trades game and all, pero we still managed to get the victory. And I'm very proud na, kahit siguro naman nakita rin na lahat na even si Kano was a bit offline today.
Yeah.
Pero the team persisted and yun nga, gaya ng post ko before the game. Sabi ko, unity lang talaga.
Unity.
We will win this semifinals.
And ultimately, no, Coach, nakita naman talaga natin na naging bunga naman tong unity nga na to, no? And everyone says na meron talagang brains and bronze tong Team Stallions. That's why they got the victory. Lalong-lalo na talaga yung Eagle Eye. And speaking of, no, siguro last question ka na nga to, Coach Tanks. What was going through your mind sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye? Kasi every round was a coin flip, no? People expected the Team Stallions will be taking Eagle Eye dominantly. Pero kung makikita mo, every round was pedal to the metal para sa dalawang teams.
Yeah, I think sa lahat ng maps dun pinaka na-outmatch ni Lance si KLP. I think 70% of the time or 80 siya nanalo sa matchup nila eh. So it was basically a 5v4 every round for us. This is not a blame, by the way. Ano to eh?
Yes.
Kumbaga,
Yes.
stats don't lie, di ba? Napanood naman ng lahat eh. And I challenge my player. Kung nanonood ka man kail ngayon sa interview ngayon, I challenge you. You show up tomorrow. And not only tomorrow, you bring your A game. Kasi, we really need you to step up. Pero yun nga, going back to the question, I was steady, no? Yung belief ko kasi sa boys, gano'n na lang eh. I mean, time and time again eh. Maraming beses na. May comeback kami before sa Pacific. That was 2-7, I believe.
Yes.
Tapos meron kaming... Tsaka, ito pa, dagdag ko lang. Sorry if mahaba yung sagot. Sabi ko sa kanila nung natalo kami ng first map. Natalo tayo ng Baisha 1-0, we came back. Natalo tayo ng EP 1-0, we came back. Natalo tayo ng Navi 2 times sa AWC na 1-0 na tayo, we came back. So, anong reason para hindi maniwala sa kanila? I have all the resibo eh. Nasaan lahat na resibo para para maniwala it's over until it's not over until it's over. And we have the tools. I know.
Wow, no? History repeating itself is the best evidence no na Team Stallions is definitely at their A game right now. Coach Tanks, hindi na namin patatagalin pa. Baka may gusto akong sabihin dyan sa mga mahal mo sa buhay. Shoutout, mensahe sa mga sumusuporta sa Team Stallions. Tsaka bigyan mo naman kami ng onting sneak peek. Baka may gusto akong sabihin statement lalo't nasa Grand Finals na nga kayo. Take it away, Coach Tanks.
So, number 1, salamat sa prod. Yan, sa pagbibigay lagi ng matches or production dito sa community natin. Shoutout sa mga casters, sa inyo, mga analysts. Shoutout to Team Stallions, Brother Abdul, Brother Khaled. Sorry, we struggled a bit today, but we'll get better. We will be better, definitely. Shoutout kay Boss Chris, na lagi na dyan nakasuporta, kay Ma'am Lizelle. Tsaka, since ako yung interview, gusto ko shoutout yung pamilya ni Ken. Shoutout sa captain namin, man. He carried the team. He carried the team. Parang malaking shoutout din kay Ken talaga. Nag-step up talaga siya big time today. If it wasn't for him, I don't know. Pero yun nga, if may mga absent sa mga players ko, anyone could step up anytime. Anyway, shoutout sa family ni Ken, which is family ni Belgida, tsaka sa bebe niya, ng one and only love ni KLB, si Yana Frasco. Yan, nila ko na yung ginagawa. Pinabati ka sa akin. Nabilabs mo. Sa mami ko pala, tsaka sa misis ko. Tsaka kay Lord, na lagi nakagabay sa amin.
Coach Tanks, maraming salamat sa oras mo. Well appreciated lahat ng insights na sinabi mo. Thank you so much for that amazing performance. At higit sa lahat, good luck sa Grand Finals because Team Stallions once again is in the Grand Finals. Coach Tanks, maraming salamat.
Salamat.
My God, El, to? Insightful interview nga na naman na nakuha natin kay Coach Tanks. Walang bahid ng kakulangan ng impormasyon. Sobra pa nga yung mga nalaman natin sa Team Stallions. If it wasn't for KLB, that was like one of the most goosebump statements na sinabi ni Coach Tanks. Akalain mo nanggaling pa talaga sa isang IGL, Noel.
Yeah, it's all about the persistence ng team na to and the grit na pinakita dito ni KLB and the rest of his team all throughout the 4 maps na nag-ramp up lang sila in terms of their firepower. Sure, na-outmatch sila pero I feel like it's not just the aim that they have to bring. It's also the strat and of course the unity in the team, di ba?
Ay, eto na pre, coming up next, we have the Cinderellas of the semi-finalists dito lang sa ating CFS SEA Masters Spring habang hindi pa alas 12. Magpapasiklab nga sila laban sa mga oso. Querdas versus Virtus.pro coming up next dito lang sa CFS SEA Masters Spring. We'll be right back.
Matigas sa shot.
Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Pumatak na ng alas 8, sumasayaw na si Cinderella pero bilang lang ang oras para makuha ang panalo dito sa ating ikalawang serye na SEA Masters Playoffs. No? Salvatore and El nga pala para dito nga sa panel at inaabangan na ng mga tao kung pagpapatuloy nga ba ng Querdas ang kanilang selebrasyon sa pagkuha ng isang malaking upset. Pero ngayon, isang oso na ang nakabantay dito sa Querdas. Virtus.pro versus Querdas Esports para sa ating ikalawang semifinals, no, El. At alam naman natin ang kalidad ng Virtus.pro pero Querdas, the golden age question, pre. May bitaw ba ang Querdas?
Yun yung malalaman natin ngayong gabi, no? Dahil sa Cinderella story, wala namang oso doon, no? So it's a different fairy tale dito na makikita natin with Querdas facing on the Giants in Virtus.pro, pare. And sabihin na lang natin, in the simplest way, this might be the reality check, no? Either for both teams, Virtus.pro, Querdas, we'll have to explain it later dahil, we have to introduce our teams first, Salvatore.
Okay, pakilala na nga natin ang Tondo's finest, one of the prime franchises dito sa ating SEA Masters Spring, none other than Virtus.pro, being flanked by KLR Aster IGL. Grabe nga naman talaga ang naging up and down season ng Virtus.pro. No? Nakakalain mo, pre, na-expose na sila ng mga teams, nakakuha nga sila ng mapa. Pero hanggang mapa lang ang makukuha nila laban sa Virtus.pro, hindi ang buong panalo. No? And you can definitely feel the improvement left to right, up and down. Elvin has one of the best outings dito sa ating Virtus.pro sa SEA Masters. Group stage pa lang, pre, nagpapasiklab na nga siya. And with a steady improvement mula dito kay Cetra and Yobib, everyone is much excited para dito sa Virtus.pro. Pero nakakalimutan nila ang elemento ni KSA. That man has been very consistent with the headshots. And I feel like kailangan talaga magsulat-sulat dito ng Querdas.
Kailangan talaga nila magsulat-sulat, no? Ibahin man nila yung nakatakdang ending dito because look at that record. Sure, they got a one map dito sa Virtus.pro. Pero everybody else did, no? Almost everybody else has done that. So do us a favor here, Querdas, even though Virtus.pro hina-highlight natin. Pero papunta rin naman na tayo sa Querdas, no? I would just want to highlight Virtus.pro here na let's do the same, Querdas, na magpaka STS tayo to a point na in the best of 5, kaya yung makuha ng isa, dalawa, even 3 sets and get that win because sure, it's going to be a reality check pero para kay Nino, yun yung malalaman natin.
Yan nga, no? Virtus.pro, anything still can happen dito sa serye nga na to, pero malay mo nga naman Virtus.pro will make everyone believe na sila pa rin talaga ang tunay na kampiyon. Sabi ni KSA, bigyan natin na magandang laban yung buong community at walang iyakan kapag di kayo nanalo dahil una pa lang dapat alam niyo nang di na kayo mananalo sa amin kapag playoffs ang usapan, no? None the wiser words para dito nga kay KSA. Alam naman natin na ganito lang naman talaga yung quality na makukuha natin para kay KSA pag naghahayok nga siya ng laban, no? Pero pre, this is not him being very boastful, May mga claims na pwede niyang i-back up na damat lang naman niya sabihin yan. Virtus.pro has been in the Grand Finals since Regionals 2024. Magdadalawang taon na siyang pamilyar sa eksena ng Grand Finals, L. At isa sa mga players na nandoon, si KSA. Kaya dapat lang niya naman sabihin yung mga ganong words, no, L?
Dapat lang naman niya talagang sabihin yan. Hindi siya nagyayabang. It's more of, babalik to talaga ako dun sa sinasabi kong reality check. Pero at the same time, no, wala pa tayo sa in-game, pare. He's already firing some shots. It can backfire, no? It can jump for his ending. Pero, well, even if the facts speak for itself, now sure, historically, kayo yung nandito lagi sa Grand Finals. Kayo yung laging number 1 or number 2. Pero, natatalo din kayo, di ba? We have seen that happen in the previous match or in the history of our game. And for Querdas, no, The reality check na kailangan nating ipaalam sa kanila is hanggang dito lang dapat kayo. But at the same time, Virtus.pro, pag sila yung biglang bang na tamaan ng suntok dito ng Querdas na boom, matalo man sila, if ever that happens, that is a severe reality check because they might need to tone it down, they might need to switch it up, but yeah, Querdas surprise us, no? Once again.
Okay, let us now introduce everybody. Cebu's finest, the projects, the prospects being led by Vincent, the veteran. That is Querdas Esports, no? And I really cannot fathom pa rin sa pagmumuka, sa pag-iisip ko at sa sistema ko, umabot ng 5 games ang ating series kahapon to determine sino ang lalaban sa Virtus.pro. At eto, ang kanilang kamay ang nakataas nga. Querdas just had like the best series of their lives na hindi mo talaga pwedeng makalimutan. Maaalala mo yan. Nakaukit na yan sa utak ng mga manonood. Nakita ng buong mundo na kung ano ang kalidad ng 4 na rookies at isang veterano. No? Justin, Yetja, Yobs, and Yotib all came in impact, pre. Isipin mo, inisinasabi ng mga ibang tao na may agwat ang Masters at ng Impact. Justin, Yobs, Yetja at Yotib, isang patunay na wala kaming kinikilalang agwat.
Wala sila kinikilalang agwat, no? And sure, they might have had a shaky regular season dito, pare. Pero with them managing to barely clinch on that playoff spot, they made the most out of it, pare. Kumbaga, you have to know how to work with the littlest and get the most out of it, pare. And they did indeed. Natalo nila yung Execration 3-2. Sure, yung mga mapa ng Execration dito, medyo one-sided in favoring Execration. Pero on the maps that they wanted to fight, no? And in that final map, new compound, they realized one thing. Confidence is all that we need. We don't really have a name here. We need to make that name for ourselves. And who else, no, but Vincent, with all that years of experience to release all of these players' skills and make an impact, no, dito sa ating Masters.
Okay, sabi nga dito ni Vincent, and I quote, plano namin ay kontrolin ang mapa nila. Guluhin ang sistema at stress ang decision making at pilitin silang magkamali. Masasabi ko lang sa kanila, good luck, have fun, heart emoji, win or lose, we don't care, we play. Galingan natin lagi, bigyan natin sila ng magandang laban. No? The complete polar opposite ng sinabi ni KSA kanina. At least sinabi niya kay Vincent no, na good luck nga sa kalaban. At higit sa lahat, pre, doon pa rin yung linyang sinasabi niya, no, we don't care, we play. Talagang para sa kanya, ang series na to ay purong laro lang, nothing personal. Kita-kits na lang daw talaga sa Grand Finals. Yan ang naririnig ko talaga dito kay Vincent. No? Now we've laid all the cards dito sa ating mesa. Kailangan na nating ipagtapat ang dalawang manok ng Virtus.pro at ng Querdas. Ilalagay natin sila sa ating head-to-head. And we have the battle of the IGLs, pre. KLR versus Vincent, the most poetic head-to-head na pwede mong makita kasi KLR developed his IGL skills kahit nung kakampi niya pa nga si Tino, at si Vincent, all his time nakasama niya yung mga ibang teams, especially Gaon Gaming, tinutulungan lang siya ni Ellison. No? So these are two players na merong gustong patunayan kung paano nga ba magdala ng isang team patungo ng Grand Finals.
Yeah, it's all about the upbringing, masasabi natin dito, no? Salvatore. KLR being, I would say, developing his skills from before under Tino. Parang nagkaroon siya ng sarili identity, then brought it rather dito sa ating Virtus.pro, former EVOS team, and then Vincent, sure, hawak siya ni Elson dati, pero once he got his own captainship, no, he really drove that ship right at home dito sa playoffs. And I feel like yung matchup na yun, talagang ma-highlight lang kasi sinabi dito ni Vincent na guguluhin namin yung sistema nila. Paano nga ba guguluhin ng isang Vincent yung sistema ng Virtus.pro?
Di niya sinagot yun, pre. Kaya sa laro lang natin makikita kung paano nga ba sasabihin ni Vincent na oo, ginulo namin ang sistema yun. Let us now head into the map dito, ladies and gentlemen. Dito natin makikita saan nga ba magdadala ng giyera tong dalawang teams nga na to. No, we will now be starting in Black Widow, pre. Kung naalala mo in the regular season, may numero ang Querdas dyan sa mapang yan. Followed by Sub-Base. 2 maps na pumapabor para sa ating Cebuano squad. But Black Widow could also be the tide turner para dito sa Virtus Virtus.pro. Ang Caraport and new compound for our 3 following sets. At parang sa unang tingin pa lang, Boss L, hindi mo maisip, di mo labis maisip na mapa ba talaga to? Map dito na pumababor ba talaga to para sa Virtus.pro?
Hindi rin natin masasabi, no? New Mexico being banned out, it speaks to me like they want to save it for that grand finals if ever they reach there. Eagle Eye being taken out dito ng Querdas, tama lang, no? Tinitimpla ko pa sa utak ko kung talagang okay lang mo yung decision na yan. Pero I feel like it's the best, no? But with Black Widow, Ankara, Sub-Base, and Port, and new compound, same ending tayo dito for the side of Querdas. All they have to do, pare, is get their maps. Sure, Virtus.pro, they might be good on the standard ones. Let's get these maps na sabihin natin mas kikilala yung Cebuano identity. And once we get, no, pag napadala natin ulit yan sa map 5, confidence yung pinakita nila kahapon. For this one though, let's show that we can match confidence with clarity. Kayang-kaya talaga natin patumbahin tong Virtus.pro, and we will show you if you bring us to the right maps.
Ngayon pre, yung confidence na yan, mananaig nga ba sa GR side start ng Querdas? Alam naman natin na passive is indeed the key para lumayag ng maayos dito ang Querdas, lalo't malakas ang blacklist ng Virtus.pro dito pa lang sa numero na nakikita natin sa ating mga harapan. 71% win rate para sa side ng Virtus.pro, na alam mo talaga na kahit saan magsimula ang Virtus.pro, pumapabor talaga sa kanila ang mga porsyento no? Pero now, let's take a look at Querdas. It's still between, well, in the 58% median line no? Pero with the 4 maps played na nalaro nga ng Querdas during the regular season, masasabi mo pa rin na okay, solido, may naipamalas, may nailabas naman na lakas dito ang Querdas. Pero paano nila gagamitin lahat ng inipon nga nilang lakas to a team na marami nang napatunayan sa loob nga ng Black Widow So it is going to be very interesting para sa side ng Querdas na ipamalas na may confidence kami, may vibes kami, may lakas nga kami na sinasabi nga namin. Pero up against Virtus.pro na marunong talaga makita ng kahinaan, I just feel like it's a long shot for the side of Querdas to be even getting a finger laban nga sa ating mga oso. Ngayon prediction naman. Nakita naman natin kahapon paano nga pumalag ang Querdas, and it's safe to say na balance lang ang mga nakikita nga natin Kasi Virtus.pro is still a strong team, no? Querdas, nakapamalas ka nila na marunong sila gumawa ng upset. Pero like the Cinderella, no? May oras para sa mga upset na yan At baka eto na nga yung oras na kung saan mapipigilan natin ang pag-rally ng Querdas patungo sa finish line. All forecasters pumapanig talaga sa Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I feel like sakto lang din yung oras natin. 8:30 ang time check natin, and kung sabihin na lang natin same yung schedule natin from before or the day previous. When the clock strikes 12, Salvatore, feel ko tamang map for na yon, and tamang-tama yung predictions natin. Baka doon bumaon itong si Cinderella. Talagang maubos yung magic ng kanyang fairy grandmother, and maubos na talaga yung story dito ng Querdas. We'll have to see for sure, pero I want to see myself being proven wrong.
Querdas, ginawa nyo na kahapon, gawin nyo ulit ngayon. Give us an upset na maalala ng buong mundo, but Virtus.pro, they are still destined for greatness. Ibabato na nga natin sa ating duo na nag-aalang DR, Dado and Ramon, para sa aksyon ng Virtus.pro at ng Querdas. Give us an amazing performance. Dado and Ramon, bakbaka na!
Maraming salamat Salvatore and El para sa intro ng isang serye na pinakahihintay nating lahat. Welcome Rotonda sa inyo mga tropa sa semifinals, kung saan matutuloy nga ba ang Querdas Esports maabot ang mga pangarap nila habang kalaban naman nila ang 2-time local champion in Virtus.pro. Kasama nyo kami ngayon ang DR duo na si Didom at Ramon para mayatid ng aksyon. And while it's also imminent na baka makita natin yung inevitable VP versus STS Grand Finals match, ang mere fact na nakaabot sila ng semifinals, Querdas is already a huge surprise, diba?
Ayun na nga. Eto Ramon, may tanong akong ibabalik sa'yo dito. Inevitable ba na Virtus.pro ang didiretso sa Grand Finals? Ayun ang malalaman natin dito sa Best of 5 na to, Ramon. Ayun na nga, I mean, saktong-sakto yung pagpinta nila Salvatore sa kwentong ito ng Querdas na para bang bala Cinderella sila sa taon na to. Mabubuhat ba ni Princess Vincent ang kwento ng Querdas up to that grand finals? Yan ang malalaman natin dito. Ito lang, Ramon, I wanted to point this out. Napakatalino na map dito na ginawa dito ng Virtus.pro. Black Widow is I would give Querdas a bit of a chance dito sa Black Widow. Dito sila may chance na panimulan itong serye natin na may advantage sila, no? Pero pagdating sa Ankara, doon na medyo nakakatakot. I think pag umabot tayo sa Ankara, na nanalo yung Virtus.pro sa first 2 maps, medyo alanganin na talaga kasi yung Ankara, at least for this season, has been kind of a weak point para sa Querdas.
Yun nga eh. I mean, given the fact that they also got a pretty huge upset dito up against Fervid. Other than that, nagkakaroon pa rin naman ng konting lapses pa rin na naging Ankara maps nila. Thanks to good macro gameplay coming through from a lot of teams that are better at them on Ankara. And specifically, one of those teams will have to be this Virtus roster as well, no? Which is already getting their best map entirely. I believe it was gonna be Black Widow at yung Ankara map na yan. And a lot of that strength comes from how well they're able to play around Elvin din naman, no? Where they kind of evolved their playstyle, not only around discipline, pero also kung paano nila ginagawing insurance policy itong si Elvin all around the map. He'll be a very pivotal part pagdating dito sa BO5 natin at titingnan kung kailangan nga ba na umabot dun sa part na yun. As we're also gonna take a look at yung 3v dito sa baba, no? Querdas Esports, Yotib dropped 91 kills against Execration yesterday to push them into the semi-finals. Siya yung naging match MVP yesterday, Dadum, no? And kudos to him. It's a long road galing nung nagsimula siya sa Arise Gaming team to where he is right now in the semi-finals.
Ayun na nga, no? At saka si Yotib, Ramon, isa siya sa mga dahilan kung bakit hindi na pinaprioritize ang Virtus.pro ang port. At least kapag sila yung kalaban. Ito naman yung map dito natin, no? Querdas pa ang pumili ng port. Kasi kung maalala mo, Ramon, in the group stage, Querdas was the first team to show the weakness of Virtus.pro in that particular map. To a point na nanalo pa sila doon sa mapang yun, no? Kaya ito yung talagang dilema ng Virtus.pro, no? They're gonna give that pick away to their opponents, tapos doon na lang tayo sa ating iba nating tried and tested. Going to Black Widow, going to Ankara. Granted, dahil doon sa versatility na meron ng Querdas dito, no, mapipili nila yung gusto nila dito na sub-base, which is where they can make an impact. This team, I think, has an underrated sub-base, Ramon. I mean, granted, alam naman nating lahat na this squad already good in that map, but I would put them in the same tier as maybe top 4 in the league dito. Maybe possibly even top 3 dahil sa performance nila kahapon kalaban ng Execration. At ang malaking kwento dito, Ramon, is the rookies. Vincent, yes, he's been rallying the troops really well. Pero si Yotib, pati si Yobs, nakakatakot.
Yeah, yun nga eh. Specifically those two players where we kind of already expect Jobs to be very consistent performer, lalo na on the rifle. Paano naman kapag kasi Yotib na minsan naglalabas nga on that sniper, which is normally what he is used to naman, siya na din naman sumasama sa mga 4-man rushes gamit ang M14 na hindi natin nakakala na ganun din kalakas when it comes to the rifle as well, no? So, it's gonna be hard to tell and it's very unpredictable kung may expect nga ba to na Virtus.pro. Nakita natin yesterday, pinanood nga ito ni Coach ㍍Round who's been very vocal sa kung gaano kagusto nga niya panoorin yung Querdas sa mga games nila, diba? And kind of felt a little bit of a marking on Virtus.pro themselves after their first bout. Kasi syempre, no, nalabas nga yung weaknesses as you mentioned in the first outing that they've had sa group stages natin. And he's also had a good amount of words din naman para kay Vincent all throughout the season as well. And so, all culminating into the showdown that we are now seeing before our very eyes. Can you believe it? Querdas Esports in the semis. Pero VP ang kalaban nila.
Hindi makuha.
To, B-site lumabas oh. Tuloy nyo nga.
Teka. Rampa.
Medyo tahimik yung comms natin. ㍍Round na hanap si Yetja. And that's already 2 kills for Virtus.pro. Nako po, yung early push na basa agad ng VP. Pero may pangatlo, si Vincent. Nandun sa may rampa. May nakatingin naman na isa sa kanya doon, Ramon. Pero mukhang makikita na si Vincent. Justin looking for a pick. But Virtus.pro not allowing until Yobib spots out Vincent. 2 versus 4.
Proactive pushes as VP taking advantage now. KSA already gets the space. Patay si Yobs na nahuli lamang sa loob ng site, which is a tendency for QD, no? Early pushing doon pa lamang sa may mid, try to get some space, pero it ended up biting him ng daril nung simula tayo dito.
Exactly. And Querdas, ito yung mga signature tools nila, Ramon, no? That aggression And the firepower, yung ano din yung pagiging unpredictable nila, medyo nabotcha ng Virtus.pro na predict. Round 1 push ng Querdas, no? So, back on to the board, Querdas have to try and do something else dito sa ating round number 2. And you have to remember, parehong squads natin excel on the BL side. So, may lamang. Oh, Kellar trying to fight. Justin takes him down to half, pero pareho silang bawasan.
Hindi sila alam nila may lurk na nangyayari doon. But VP, knowing that the team that they are, they still have a play system where, nag-iingay sila sa isang side. May plano na nangyayari all the way towards the other. As S taken now by both of the riflers, VP gotta take the slow approach and possibly just push in towards that A side.
Okay, may plano na ang Virtus.pro. Ang problema, yung LA, wala pa silang control. Ang problema din, Ramon, 3 tao ng Querdas. Yun ang dito. Medyo mahirap tong execute ng VP.
Good stack nga good read coming through. Para sa side ng QD. Stack on the players, Yotib, the MVP from last series. They have to hit a shot of a lifetime. Good shot papunta kay Yobib and another for Vincent as well. The two-prong approach not working para sa VP is a good wall bang from Vincent.
Wow.
He's gonna lay down the law para sa VP. Walang ID, walang entry, walang magagawa sa loob ng site. So Dante Cetra gets the shot kay Yobs, but that's the only shot that he's gotten in the 50 seconds.
Yan nga, Cetra takbo na dito, no? 48 seconds is not a lot to play with, especially kapag 1 versus 3. At sinabi ko naman, delikado yung A-side push doon ng Virtus.pro dahil wala silang LA control. Cetra still finds a kill. But I think that's gonna be it, no? Querdas, wag na mag-push. Just camp the C4. At wag nyo nang hanapin si Cetra kasi naka-sniper yan. Ako, mukhang lalapit pa sila dito, Ramon. Called out.
Bakit ako natatakot? Natatakot?
Nice. Nag-hold lang sila. Okay, Querdas showing us the discipline. At naka-score din. Ako din medyo kinabahan din ako din
Takot ako dun, man. Nakita ko yung high-low setup, tapos kala ko magpa-push din sila, no? But it's a sort of setup na medyo dehado dun si Cetra by the end of the day. So, a good push coming through for the side of QD. 1-1 na tayo ngayon, tablado tayo ngayon, on the way towards that first half.
Exactly. Querdas, nahanap nila yung basa kanina, no? Didn't have to do much because they got the 3-man stack in the right place. Now, the question is, repeatability. How many times, Ramon, na mababasa ng Querdas ang Virtus.pro? One of the best map control teams in the world, itong Virtus.pro. Querdas, medyo baguhan pa sila sa right na yon, but they are unpredictable. They are heavy in the firepower department. At natatandaan mo ba yung sinabi ni ni Coach 02 nung in-interview natin siya? This is a meta of HKs and M14. Sakto para sa Querdas.
Sakto sa playstyle nila, no? Where they just want to run and gun everybody down. The proactive push is still for VP, no? It's still staying to their identity na force na mistake sa kalaban. Just gonna make sure they still commit to that space na nakuha nila on that mid side. While QD themselves naman, medyo nagbago nga yung naging layout na para sa kanila, no? Instead of pushing on towards their extremities, they're gonna try to hold down yung maging S push natin. As VP are preparing for that push.
Good smoke. Pero pag nawala na to smoke na to, papasok si KSA, Ramon, BS for 2 of the players of Virtus.pro. Nakapuslit, papasok na to.
Smoke coming in, and Yobs. At least meron siyang backup kay Yetja. But you can't field, but VP are gonna want to take this side as Yobs prepared. Ang ganda ng shot kay KSA. Yobib, good trade, patay pa nga si Yetja. So that push onto BS might actually take shape. KLR may split push pa. KLR finding si Yobs. That's the only anchor they had sa site. 3v3, VP. They have themselves the plant this time.
Yung push ni KLR doon sa LA. Nakapag-control tuloy ang VP. Pero si Justin finds dive into the smoke. C4 planted. Retake para sa Querdas. Lamang sila ng isa dito, Ramon.
Window pa rin. So being controlled and held up by Yotev, fully knowing na hindi niya kailangan. Naunahan muna yung mga players, pero on the position of KLR is investigating. Even drops into Justin. Big mistake para kay KLR. Nabigyan tuloy yung numbers. Cetra 1v3 at duguan yung dalawang players. 15 seconds, they could just defuse the C4. And Cetra grenade. Papunta yung isa! Grabe naman! Ang basketball player si Cetra! Hindi kailangan ng 3 points. It's just 1 nade to kill 2 players.
Alam niya, Ramon, nung nakuha niyo isa, rotate papuntang S, bato ng granada, gets the double kill, and that's how you clutch a round. Cetra giving a flower to his team, 2-1 on the board para sa Virtus.pro. At ngayon, nasusubok naman dito sa Store B, mga miyembro ng Querdas. Medyo mas agresibo na sila, Ramon, kasi Yung map control ng Virtus.pro, pinapakita na nila. Nice push from KLR to control LA kanina.
Almost like VP were forced to make those decisions themselves, knowing that QD sila takot na lumaban. It's kind of forcing that VP could actually kick up the tempo ngayon. Yung slow peak na nakita natin on mid now transforms into that push all the way towards Torby. And now, there's on QD. Medyo hesitant na kumuha na ulit ng space kaya magtuturtle ulit sila ngayon dito.
Justin, aggressive angle Hindi na siya nasa loob ng Storby pero nakawantabay sa labas ng window dito sa may entrance. Actually, pwede siyang dumaga dito, no? Tago after getting a kill with the EBR. That's the flash coming in. Virtus.pro papasok na at si Justin yun na nga makes the position work. Perfectly flash set up as well. Pero si Elvin hindi galing sa mid. Elvin taken out by Vincent and that's a support of the IGL. 2 players down para sa Virtus.pro. Hindi sila makapasok and that's the big grinder dahil kay Vincent. Pero si Kel ang sasagot. Virtus.pro forcing themselves in. Smoke out. Pero may oras pa naman na makaipkot ng Virtus.pro kasi andito na si Yobs at kaya niya nang ubusin yung dalawang membro ng Virtus.pro. 1v1 Ramon.
It's Yotib, the standout from last series. KLR in the round so far. He's trying to be that hero. Hindi sila makalabas ng store. Hindi nila ma-challenge yung crossfire na na-set up nga naman ng QD. So that difficulty just saved a lot of seconds. But it does give a lot of time and space para kay KLR. Nag-reposition all the way towards A site. And now Yotib transforms into the rifler that we've seen him in the last series. 30 seconds. The IGL versus the rookie Yotib. Long and far away from the impact stage that he has been known for. And now has to clutch up yet again against a top 2 team. But KLR, the veterancy, the patience, not paying off in the end. It's Yotib with the reaction. And QD standing tall.
Nice little bait from Yotib, no? Tinap niya yung C4 to bait out the peak. And it works. At ang maganda pa doon, 1 HP kasi si Kel, no? So isang bala lang yung kailangan ni Yotib. Querdas on the board again. Off the back of the hold from Yobs. Ang ganda kasi ng hold ni Yobs at ni Vincent kanina. Oh, si Justin pala. Sorry, my mistake. Justin and Vincent held down that B site like it was theirs. Dahil dyan, pinalagan pa rin kasi nila Ramon no? Hindi na lang sila nag-rotate dito. But I can't blame Virtus.pro dahil nag-invest na sila ng utility.
Yan nga I think the split-second decision din para kay KLR, fully realizing na wala nga din yung sniper doon. That's kind of took a lot of time for that rotate. Respect for his decision. Nakakuha nga siya ng free A, but cannot but feel that would have been different if he actually committed to it. Maybe he could have actually gotten a good timing dito kay Yotib. But I digress. 2-2. Tablado na tayo into the semifinals.
Exactly. Virtus.pro. Ramon, mabagal pa rin yung approach nila dito pero nakakontrol na sila ng CB. Parang napapansin nila Ramon na hindi nagpo-push ang Querdas, no? This is perfect para sa Virtus.pro and gives Kies a nice position dito sa may ramp. Pero hindi niya nahuli si Vincent. Buhay pa ang IGL ng Querdas.
Buhay pero duguan. So that means it's a lot more risk na kubuhan ng mga forward spaces niya. Dapat hindi siya maging backup player din. Pero hindi naman yun yung trabaho niya. All he needs to do is just hold down yung door towards that mid side. While VP themselves now, i-insert na lang siguro si Cetra. They have a lot of time para makonsider na yung mga extremities.
1 minute on the clock. Paubos na ang mga smoke dito ng Querdas. Virtus.pro, konti na lang papasok na sila. And I think they're gonna go to S, pero nahuli si Zetra. Naku po, Virtus.pro, saan kayo pupunta?
Taking too much time na ma-set up yung split. Napuslit pa nga agad yung kill and Zetra goes down. 40 seconds, VP. They have to get the push going. And they still keep KSA dun sa mid-side. Pero Yobs investigating. Clearing tong si KSA. Kian goes down, Yobs. He's gonna make sure that happens para sa QD. And now VP, they're forced onto the push. KLR just forcing himself sa site. Patay si Yobs. But there are a lot of problems that they have to consider pa. Yobib, damaging. Patay si Vincent. Patay pa si Yetja. They take down the anchors. And now it's a 2v3 para sa VP. Patay pa nga si Justin. Trying to salvage the round, but they're trying too much. It's si Yotib naman. 1v3, but he pops into Yotib. The worst possible player that you face up against sa VP. Hey, 3K para kay Yobib. And a third round para sa Virtus.pro.
The Dark Prince is back. Ramon, all season long, I've been waiting for him to make an appearance and here he is. May kasama pang timeout para sa Virtus.pro. All things considered kasi, Ramon, yung map control nila doon medyo naglaho. Inangkor nila si KSA doon sa mid-round, doon sa mid. But because Querdas was searching for information, dinouble peak nila si KSA at nalaglag. Buti na lang, naka-entry si KLR doon sa LA, tapos nakakuha ng maraming kills si Yobib. That round was all KLR and Yobib. Which is why nag-timeout dito si Coach Shane. Alam niya na maraming mali na ginagawa dito ang Virtus.pro. But the silver lining, medyo napapansin na nila ang tendencies ng Querdas. Napapansin na nila, Ramon, na hindi nagpupush ang Querdas. Pwede silang mag-mid control.
On paper, 1 minute and 30 seconds is not a lot of time, pero for a veteran coach para kay Coach Zero to recognize kung ano yung dapat ma-point out is a sign of the amount of experience that he actually can bring to the table. At for sure, after this timeout, magbabago kung ano yung pwede mailagay dito para sa VP, and they're gonna try to do something of a little bit of an adjustment. I can help it feel na baka pwede nilang ulitin yung ginawa nilang insert play dito where Cetra was holding that angle dun sa BS, maybe control that LA. Yung split naman na yun on paper, it works, pero against the QD na talagang walang takot lumaban lang para sa mga ES natin, sa mga mid pushes natin, nagulangtang lang siguro sa timing tong si Cetra by the end of it. And maybe a few adjustments is needed para lang kung uulitin man nila yun ulit, edi baka by this point may improve nila yung pacing dun sa naging play na yun.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's a pacing issue dito, Ramon. No? It's more expecting the unexpected from Querdas, if that makes sense dito. No? But so far, so good para naman sa Virtus.pro, no?
Baka malas lang talaga. Minsan ganun lang din talaga.
Baka. Pero hindi naman maras ang Virtus.pro. So, no? Lamang sila 3-2 and Black Widow so far is a bit of a 50-50, but Virtus.pro, I think hindi nila in-expect na mahirapan ng ganito dito sa Black Widow. No? As the timeout ends, we're back in the game. Uy, LA push. Unang beses lang itong ginawa ng Querdas. Yetcha throwing an HE sa mukha dito ni Yobib. And just like that, nabotcha yung LA push dito ni Yobib. And first time ginawa ito ng Querdas, no? Immediate effect, medyo bumagal ang Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I mean, it's calling the same identity for QD na gusto nila lamanan yung space, pero yung discipline naman, yung nahalo dito. Hindi na nila kinumit yung LA push na yan. So it's kind of putting VP in a mindset na baka ulitin nila, i-re-clear ng QD ito. Possibly risking VP for an over-aggress. So, buti na lang, umalis sila, giving still that opportunity for VP to take that space.
Pero mukhang ayaw ibigay ng Virtus.pro yung LA dito naman. They're still going in. Look at Yobib. Siya yung nangunguna dito. What you like to see, Virtus.pro poking and prodding. I feel like if hindi nila i-contest tong LA, no, they're giving a little bit too much respect for Querdas. So this is a good sign na papasok na si Yobib dito sa LA, kasama niya pa nga si KLR. This was their saving grace last round. Ito ang gagawin nila sa ngayon habang may nag-iingay dito sa water. So it's an approach on both LA and LB. Querdas, baka malito sila.
Yun nga eh. Where will that push though? Yun siguro yung tinatanong sa ng Querdas. As he Hetja, feeling all that pressure, smoke in his face, at hindi niya alam na nakalapit na agad din si Yobib. Cetra's just holding down the rotation. They're all still holding down that space. Justin pushing a little bit too far. KSA, patience paying off. Patay si Justin. And the rotate, Vincent spotted pa siya. Cetra gets the kill kay Yobs as well. 40 seconds. QD, nauubusan ng oras. Namamatay na yung mga players.
2-for-1 exchange lamang ang Virtus.pro sa ngayon, pero yung sniper ni Yotib may asinta pa rin naman dito sa Store B. Mid contact, Elvin wins it every time, and Yobib with the M14 takes down Vincent as well. It's just the duels, Ramon. Panalo ang Virtus.pro.
Just discipline, paying off again para sa VP. Or QD, we're starved of info. Hindi nagpapakita kahit sino sa VP. Nag-iingay. Pero it's in a way na nabibait tuloy yung QD na mag-push sa labas lamang ng mga sites nila.
Ayun na nga eh.
And now falls on Yotib's shoulders. 15 seconds. Pero with the guns of the bomb, nag-extend na tuloy para sa VP. Doesn't hit the second shot. It is not the charm para kay Yotib. VP are sucking the life out of Querdas with a 4-2.
Perfectly played round para sa Virtus.pro. That's the first time na pumalag ang Querdas doon sa LA, trying to bait them into push towards B. Dahil doon, nag-ingay sa LA si Yobib at si KLR. Napaisip tuloy ang Querdas na baka mag-A na dito ang VP. But then, na-bait si Yobs na lumabas ng Store B. Nahuli tuloy siya. It's a total map control nga, sabi ko kanina, no? And Virtus.pro showing us what it takes to be an international caliber team. Querdas taking a lesson. Pero mukhang hindi pa nakukuha ni Yetja yung lesson dito. Mukhang gusto niyang pumasok ng Ramon.
It's risky on paper, pero may kasama pa naman siya dito si Yobs.
That's true.
Been pretty instrumental in a lot of the setup that Yetja's been trying to set up for the team. But if ever man na dun pumasok ang VP, it's a good trap. But instead, VP, still investigating. Yung Waters hold na kinuha nila kanina, it's now being relegated into a long hold din pa lamang sa may LB. Habang ang VP naman, nasa karana pa rin naman ang Terrace. So, it's a matter of time kung saan magpupush dito ang VP.
Ako po, medyo delikado to Ramon. Natin mo yung LA. This is the first time na may definite control si Yobib Mente. Alam niya na walang sniper dito kasi buhay pa siya eh. Kellar pushing towards STB. At nakakita siya ng isang player dito sa may bandang kaliwa. Right behind the box perhaps. Pero si Yotib lalapit na along with Justin. Spots out one. Kellar trying to take the 1 versus 2. At isa lang ang may papanalo niya doon. 1-for-1 exchange. 1 minute on the clock. Virtus.pro about to make a move.
The job here was just to keep Justin dito lamang sa may site. And beautifully, yun lang yung mangyayari lang din. It's gonna keep all 3 players on that A site. Still, VP with a lot of time to play with. Hintay lamang siguro nila kung tutuloy ba nila yung push on the way towards S or hayaan lang ba nila maglaro tong si Elvin papunta dun sa may Waters. 30 seconds, Justin still holding down that sideline.
Always in that Storby position, Justin. Pero kailangan niyang ubusin itong Virtus.
Here comes the push. Justin, good spray but not enough. Yo, Bib, maayos ang trade. Maayos din ang magiging pasok. Smoke's coming down. And Virtus.pro have a free B site. You're gonna have to play for that retake, UD. Only 3v3 numbers. Definitely not in favor of VP. Yobs pushing into the side. The retake by Yobs is picture perfect. Making that 3K Yobs. Taking everything away from Virtus.pro. A perfect retake setup para kay Yobs.
And what makes it perfect, Ramon, is not because it's tactical, not because it's a good team play, it's because Yobs, inubos niya lang lahat. Triple kill para kay Yobs, pero si Yotib, pipik dito sa kill. May malapit dito. KSA is down. Yobib trying to avenge his teammate. Nakahanap niya si Yetja doon. 1-for-1 exchange yet again. And Querdas nakahanap ng isa, pero babawi ang Virtus.pro.
Man, frustrating para sa VP to lose that post plant kanina. So they tried to do another check on towards LA to kind of regain that early control. Problema, they give away KSA. That's an attacker that they usually try to push on that forward angle. VP are okay with that since buhay pa rin naman si Kellar. Naspat pa nga itong si Justin. Trying to actually tease itong si Justin to keep peeking onto him. Lots of damage done. It's not enough. Sasamahan pa nga ni Elvin. So time para kay Justin. He finally confirms the kill kay Kellar. 4 versus 3 VP losing numbers.
Oh, Justin, just back off. Huwag ka na mag-push dyan. No? Nakantabi kasi si Kelvin at dahil dyan, lamang na ang Querdas dito. Vincent trying to catch someone na potentially papasok dito sa mid-door. 3 players left para sa Virtus.pro. Yung bomba na sa RS pa. Pero si Elvin yung susubok dito kay Vincent.
Who's gonna push first?
Sino?
Magkatabi lang sila halos.
Ayun nga eh.
Nakakabanaw para kay Vincent. But Elvin is in a position that if he does push mid, baka hindi niya i-check yung left side ng door na to, pre. Could be huge for Vincent. That could be a position para kay Elvin.
Oh, Vincent, narinig niya yung paa ni Elvin doon. And Virtus.pro gambled everything on the lurk. Pero si Zetra, hindi siya nagla-lurk. Nagpupush siya dito sa LA. Finds Yotib. And the peek out from one of the QD players will not be punished. Pero wala pa rin espasyo. Zetra, Yobib, the duo. What can they do, Ramon?
30 seconds, LA spotted as well. Flash coming in and Yobs with a perfect headshot. Si Yobib masaspatan and also gets the kill sa Anchor. So 2v1, C4 within his hands. He has no time at all unless he gets the 2K. And Justin, with full HP, he doesn't want to get that 1v1. Ayaw niya i-risk yung 50-50 na yan, pre. Discipline is real para sa Querdas. And discipline is what makes the dream work para sa kanila. A 4th round para sa QD.
Respect as well. Alam nilang si Yobib yung kalaban nila, no? So, Justin, wag ka na mag-peek. And that's the right call, of course. Giving the round para sa Querdas, making it into a tied game yet again. Ramon, Virtus.pro, I think they might not have expected this much of a fight from Querdas. Not at all. Tablado tayo.
Yun nga eh. Can you believe it, man? Querdas that came out swinging dun sa naging series up against Execration. An impact team from last year. Full of rookies. Tinatry kunin yung pangalan nila all the way out into the CROSSFIRE world. And now taking it very close in the first half up against VP, the top 2 team in CFS SEA. This is a monumental preview what we're seeing from QD ngayon.
Exactly.
But VP are setting up a masterclass in terms of macro. Push kami kita to Storby.
And if you consider as well the storylines dito, no? 4 rookies and Vincent, the sub of previous Ligaon Gaming. Oh, Yotep, nice shot onto KSA, and look at the magic na ginagawa dito ng isang rookie ng pangalan na Yotep. Pero si Zetra hindi siya rookie. This is how you play the sniper angle, sabi niya. 4 versus 4 in the 4-4 scoreline. Virtus.pro wala pa rin nakukuha ang espasyo.
Yeah, the sniper is making their name so far. Trying to get themselves on the kill feed. Mid taken, S now controlled. And it's KLR, wala nang takot kahit nasa kanya yung C4. Gusto niya kunin yung espasyo at good read to para sa kanya. Si Etche lang yun nandito, mapatay siya. It's an early A site para sa VP at hindi pa nga siya spotted. So it's an easy clearance para kay KLR. Nagulat na nga na nandun pala yung IGL. Good spray coming through for Elvin. Munti ka na mapapatay si Vincent. And he finally confirms the frag. 2 versus 4. He's C4 planted. Justin Yotib outside of the site.
Uy, Elvin, nakahanap din siya nung nasa dito sa alert. Yotib is down. Justin spotted in stage. That should be the round para sa Virtus.pro. Double kill for Elvin as they pick up the lead dito sa kanilang BS side. 5-4 is as close as it can get, Ramon, dito sa Black Widow. But Virtus.pro are starting to regaining their prowess. Okay, switch sides tayo. BL naman ang Querdas. Also their favored side. So hindi ko pa naman mapagkakaila na tapos na ang advantage dito ng Virtus.pro. Pwede pang makabawi ang Querdas. And the one thing that I like from Virtus.pro dito, Ramon, no, Zetra and Yobib are slowly starting to come online yet again. Ito kasi yung hinahanap natin all season long. It hasn't been the same form that we expect from the stars of Virtus.pro. And I like it na medyo nagsiscale na dito yung sniper at saka yung rifler natin na si Yobib.
Yeah, at parang to entail with that, it kind of just speaks to how much they've relied on Elvin all throughout the group stages, diba?
Exactly.
It's a debate on whether it's a shaky VP or it's a renewed mentality sa naging playstyle nila so far. Kasi yun nga, no, yung dalawang players na sinabi mo nga, si Yobib at saka si Cetra, they took a little bit of time before they could regain the playoffs form that we kind of expect out of them. But from what we're seeing right now, it's not just Elvin, no? It's been those 3 players that we can kind of see taking shape so far sa nagiging playoffs match natin, no? So, kung nakakatakot na nga ang VP nang malakas lang si Elvin, paano pa kaya yung 3 players na to, no? This is a QD that have to be prepared for that.
Keller also is finding a lot of space dito sa Black Widow in particular. There's been 2 entries na si KLR yung gumawa in that last round. In and of itself, ang ganda nung entry pick ni KLR na nakayuko onto that one player of QD na nandito sa nanggaling sa S. So, go back into the game. Some of the highlights ito ni Yotib and the sniping department in that last round. Yung entrance na sabi ko. Not giving any information. And that's a nice little touch from KLR. It gives them the round. Virtus.pro lamang ng isa. Dedepensa naman ngayon. Ramon, Querdas, what is the plan?
It's gonna be that disciplined play, Justin. I think nagpaingay pa nga siya dito, no? And that's gonna give him a lot of time. Actually force itong si Elvin to shave a lot of time to consider his position. A very disciplined approach for Querdas. Usually yung ganito, parang lalaban na lang yung S na mabilis, contest na lang yung mid player na magpipeak, pero hindi eh. Lots of respect for a VP hold.
Absolutely. Double player stack from S, which is exactly where Querdas are gonna go, Ramon. Medyo delix sila dito.
At high-low pa nga to. Yobib, KLR. Will they be prepared for a train of QD players? It's Yobs that continues to hold down W. Patay pa nga si Yobib. Si KSA na-activate pa. Vincent down. They're doing their best para matrade lamang yung pagkapatay nila sa kapitan nila. But it's an early 4v4. Duguan pa nga si KLR dun.
Medyo may hesitation ng Querdas dito kasi na-smoke na sila ngayon ng Virtus.pro. Hindi sila pumasok despite getting the 1 kill dito sa S. KLR yung dahilan nun. Nandito siya sa baba. And Querdas still have a minute to play around with. I like this defaulting from Querdas. This is not something that they're particularly known for. But so far, it's keeping Virtus.pro at their toes.
And you can see the change in tempo na para sa QD, no? Yung usually nakikita natin aggressive. It's kind of knowing na baka if you're too aggressive, then you might get punished. KSA, ballsy move. Alam niyang marami dun sa may S, pero the push on LA is still benefiting QD. Cetra with the kill. Yobs to try to get that trade. Papasok pa rin tong si Yobs, pero Cetra spots this out. He has to be careful. As QD will have the plant secured Crossfire, but Cetra has the shot. 2v2. QD securing that post plant.
Si Elvin manggagaling naman dito sa S, no? So it's a split approach from the two players of Virtus.pro. Time taking down. 25 seconds na lang. Si Yetja nandun sa kabila. Justin nakaantabay sa window. At si Yetja maganda yung position. Pero kita yung paa mo dyan. Bossing kita yung Air Jordans mo. At dahil dyan, Elvin takes him out. But Justin still alive. 13 seconds. Kailangan na magpuwersa dito ni Elvin. Pero si Justin buhay pa. Elvin with the pistol. And Virtus.pro just barely wins that round. At ang solusyon doon, Cetra with a nice couple of shots.
Man, the longest time we've seen a stalemate in that post plant. After clearing out Cetra, hindi makakuha ng space ang QD dun sa window. So VP had a lot of time para makaikot all the way towards BS. Take control over the site and catch Yetja off guard as well. Becoming a 4-6 now. Yetja finding the kill kay Cetra. That LA push does not work out para sa VP, so they're forced to play a little bit more passive again.
Nice read from Yetja, no? Alam niya na dun po position si Cetra sa may box in LA and gets a shot in quite easily. So that is a big advantage already para kay Querdas na nahuli nila yung sniper dito ng Virtus.pro. But look at the gamble from VP. 4 players na nandito sa B, Ramon.
Masyadong marami, no? And I think they're just gonna insert tong si Elvin, a secret weapon na naluto ng mga players natin on VP.
Sa water, no?
Exactly. Parang sa tagal ng niluluto ng QD on their macro, they're giving a VP this opportunity na makaluto ng gantong play. Kung hindi to in-expect ng QD, ubos sila kay Elvin, pre.
Masarap ba yan, boss? O hilaw? Elvin, ikaw ang apoy dito sa kalan ng Virtus.pro. Nasa water mag-isa, 3 ang lalapit sa kanya. At yung Querdas walang nakatingin. Yotib, not spotted yet. At si Justin nakita na. That's 1 kill para kay Elvin. Looking for more. Elvin has been the star of the show sa group stage. At yun, pinatumba na nga siya ng Querdas. Bawal magluto dito, boss. Querdas, 3v3.
And I think that's good enough for Elvin. They have the info na baka sa B sila magpupush. But QD still have the benefit of time. They don't really need na i-force pa rin yung sarili nila sa pagpasok ng B. Fully knowing that VP could have set up a crossfire, could have set up the angle by the sniper. As with 30 seconds, the spot pa nga ni Yobib. Yung push nila outside of B. Pero Yobs, look at the position. Baka mapatay pa nga siya ni KelR. Yetja with the shot, but KelR finds the lurk as well. 2v3, QD, baka i-commit pa rin yung sa B site.
Si Yobib mag-isa dito sa stage, kailangan niyang mabuhay kasi si Kel lang matitira mag-isa. That's Yotib down. Yobib looking for the other. Double kill for Yobib. And that's the Dark Prince making his presence known. Yetja naiwang mag-isa. Walang bomba at pwede siyang mahuli ni Yobib. Time is up. And Virtus.pro leads by 3.
Ang pinakapangit na oras para makapag-hesitate ang QD sa round kung saan pwede nilang i-triple push yung papunta doon sa B site. It was only 1 man, Yobib. But Yobib was all it took para hindi sila makapasok. Just because of a kill dito ay Justin that made them all hesitate na i-commit yung pagpasok sa site. And it was also a gamble that Jobs decided to take, yung rotate niya all the way towards LA, where hindi lang kasi natin na-highlight yung naging push ni KelR, but the fact that he had a minute there all this time while the focus was on Elvin is sort of a good decision para sa VP kasi nakuha na nga nila yung info dun sa B, kaya nag-push sila all the way towards that A site.
Exactly. Well, in hindsight, no, pareho silang naghahanap ng info doon. KelR dito sa LA, Elvin naman doon sa water. Just so happened na yung Querdas doon kay Elvin pumunta, no? But same goal for both of those players. But because of the aggressive position ni KelR, medyo naiwang mag-isa si Yobib. And when Virtus.pro needed him to step up, well, he did. Yobib taking the spotlight at medyo napuruhan yung Querdas na napa-timeout sila dito, no? Na I wonder what adjustment yung sinasabi dito ni Coach Mensky, no? Big shoutout kay Coach Mensky, no, na hindi natin nabibigyan ng highlight masyado. Has been having a phenomenal time guiding these players from Querdas. Remember, these are 4 rookies and Vincent that is leading them along with Mensky. So innovation is fine para dito sa Querdas. They just have to rally the troops and clean up the act laban sa Virtus.pro.
Even from yesterday's games, pre, I mean, I don't think anybody would have considered the possibility of Querdas reaching up to this point, but they really reached the deepest of their strat book. We really saw the peak of Vincent's aggression. Sa ilang times na nagulantang lamang ng execration dahil sa mga pushes na ginawa niya doon sa new compound, it was diabolical. And it was a huge factor into an execration that we thought was prepared. I don't think they were prepared for just one man who kind of felt like a chip with a machine gun sa pag-push siya doon sa CB, di ba? I mean, he's a madman.
At kita mo naman si Yobs, nag-celebrate siya. Kasi hanggang ngayon magulo pa rin yung buhok niya. Not done celebrating. Kakatapos niya lang mag-celebrate. Panalo niya against execration. It's time to clean up the act, Yobs. Kasi kailangan mo rin talunin ng Virtus.pro to try and get to that grand finals. Pero kasi Virtus.pro itong kalaban nila eh. And the thing is, timeout serves both teams dito, Ramon. Hindi lang yung Querdas, yung Virtus.pro din nag-uusap. Yetcha pushing LA. Zetra spotted. And Zetra has to be taken down. Yetcha is up for the task. Zetra out. Vincent na din sa mid. Ako po KSA. Saan ka nakatingin? Ikaw din, Elvin. And that is Vincent with a triple kill. Querdas taking the round after the timeout.
Taking a page out of the Virtus.pro playbook. Off the timeout, you cook up an LA towards the mid-site as well from the IGL, where all the attention was on Yetja, pero yung pinaka-star doon was Vincent, cutting the rotation off and not letting VP get any sort of move on the situation as well. So 5-7, KSA, good spray papunta kay Yobs, denying any sort of space na makuha nila yung stage. 4 versus 5. QD down on numbers.
Instant adjustment para sa Virtus.pro, no, na panoorin na yung mid kasi kanina naposlitan sila ni Vincent, no. A bit of a lapse in judgment for Virtus.pro cost them that round, but this time medyo questionable yung push ni Yobs doon, ha. Wala kasing nag-iingay sa ibang parte ng mapa, kaya isolated yung lurk ni Yobs doon. So that's a big mistake that Querdas is starting to pay for right now. Tapos yung S nakuha na ni Yobib at Nickel.
I think a big part of that as well is what is na nag-expect din siya ng push dun sa S, but Kelar used it para hindi din makakuha ng kahit anong espasyo yung kasamang split push papunta dun sa may BS. So while it's a combination of an isolated kill dito kay Yobs, it was also VP recognizing the util necessary para ma-deny yung play na mangyayari dun. So QD, LA push na lang. At sama-sama lang Justin lurking around the shadows and gets the kill dito kay KLR. 4 versus 4. Vincent spotted as well. He knows that Yobib is taking yung BS. But KSA gonna reconsider that option. Patay pa nga si Vincent on the peak. And now QD need a backup plan. They're losing numbers and they're losing a lot of time.
Elvin, medyo risky to, ha. Makikita siya dun sa baba ng slide pero hindi nila alam na nandyan si Elvin. Gumalaw na. Yes, just spot him out. That keeps Querdas in contention. And Justin nahuli pa si Yobib. 3 versus 2. Lamang na ang Virtus.pro. Ramon nawala pa.
Paubos na sana yung oras. Kaso yung VP pa, yung nagkaroon ng idea na mag-push din sa labas lamang ng mga sites nila. LA not taken by QD. Free space, free real estate. QD can secure that post plant. The flash pa nga nila yung ES. May idea sila. Baka may isa pang player dun sa VP on the way towards the site. 35 seconds on the post plant. Secured na yung mga angles para sa Querdas Esports.
And KSA is 1 HP. Manggagaling siya sa mid. Zetra will be coming in from stage. Iikot ng malayo si KSA, ha? And that's Yotib spotting out Zetra. What a shot from the rookie. Taking down Zetra. At si KSA 1 HP na lang on an exploration around the world. Will be putting a little bit of bullets, a little bit of damage onto Yotib, but that is all he wrote. Querdas keeping it close, 6-7. And that was a phenomenal mid-round para sa Querdas dito, Ramon. They lost the advantage early on by Yobs making a big mistake. Pero pumunta sila ng LA, got a pick, got the man advantage yet again, and Virtus.pro kind of fumbled. Querdas, napakaganda ng mid-rounding nila dito, ah.
It's a rare occasion where VP were the ones who were forcing the mistake, pre.
True.
A system that we usually know for them na hindi nila kailangang i-overaggress yung mga pushes. And it was Elvin of all people na nagdesisyon na mag-push na lamang dun sa may LB. Nag-push din yung nasa mid. Kaya nakakuha ng 2 kills yung QD. So, what turned it into a dying situation for QD, yung VP na mismo, yung nagbigay ng 2 picks na yun, now garnering a little bit more of that lifeline, now getting a 6-7, is surprising to say the least. They have another lifeline dito sa series natin, pre.
Look at this default from Querdas. This does not look like it was a team from Impact last year. That is
exactly
very clean para dito sa Querdas. 1 minute 35 on the clock. Medyo madami pa naman silang oras dito. Pero kailangan na lang i-anticipate yung posisyon ni Yobib. Palabas na siya ng BS, no? Looking at ES. They need to control that if they're gonna push mid.
He's making a lot of noise. He's also putting a lot of attention dun kay KSA. Pero in fact, KSA is gonna get ignored. Yobib, the spotlight's on him. The Dark Prince goes blind. Yun nga lang, Yetja nakaharap ng trade. Hindi nag-iisa si Yobs doon. You always expect Yetja to be right behind him. Really frag onto S. And maybe mid might be the call. Vincent taking that space a little bit too closely. Etc. Investigating and gets the frag kay Yotib. Sniper versus sniper, and the robot continues to get that frag.
And it's Zetra to come out on top. Virtus.pro, naka-hold pa rin sa Storby dito pero yung bomba nasa S. Ramon, perfect position dito si KLR at si Zetra kasi nakaantabay sila sa A. Justin finally makes noise but it's a bait kasi yung bomba nasa kabila. Okay lang, Elvin has got the win on that duel and Zetra is lying in wait dito sa may metal. Yetja spotted, Yetja down. The next is Vincent. Zetra is clean with it at si KSA tutulungan na si Zetra. Hindi niya kailangan ng tulong up until Vincent shows up and that is just the IGL all alone. This should be the round para sa Virtus.pro. And that is it. 8-7 Virtus.pro making a lead.
Huge pick coming through para kay Yobib despite him getting a little bit traded doon pa lamang sa may S. It kind of gives him an idea what the setup kind of looks like with Yetja showing his presence sa mid and also the kill doon sa may stop B. Pero kahit anong backup plan, they needed to go to the A side para Elvin. Spotted agad si Justin. Drops into waters and he takes that challenge every day of the week. Elvin, top-rated player. Yotib might finally get the timing pero yun nga lang, smoked up na yung extremity niya so there's no time for the trade.
This is exactly the kind of thing that Querdas loves doing. Virtus.pro giving Querdas a taste of their own medicine gamit si Elvin. Na-control nila dito yung water pati yung bridge. At kailangan na namang kumahog dito ng Querdas. Saan sila kukuha ng kill? Lugi sila ng isa. It's Justin taken down early. And they're trying to put KLR on the spotlight. Pero si Kapitan hindi yan sisilip. That's a lot of discipline that has been exhibited already by Virtus.pro. So kailangan pumwersa ng Querdas sa isang lugar. Ang sagot nila, Ramon, is
full committal. Mostly all the players para sa QD and Yobs Yetja, the duo. Setting up Yobs on the entry itself. A smoke place doon pa lamang sa may BS.
oras pa.
Parang sinasabi dito na baka dito kami, baka hindi kami tumuloy doon. The idea is planted onto them, pero Yotib, napatay pa nga si KLR. That's all the way from downtown. 4 versus 4. QD papasok.
Pasok na dito para si Yobib nandito sa likod ng hindi nila alam. Nakita na. Yobib spotted and that's an easy entry for Yobs. Yotib nakaantabay pa sa HM nila. And KSA will be taken down as well. Querdas winning the duels. And it's Elvin left to fend for himself. Magkasama si Elvin at si Zetra.
Zetra and Elvin, as you mentioned, Elvin being the one who shaves off S para makuha na lang yung split all the way towards that A side, pero hindi itutuloy ni Elvin yung push dun sa short. Elvin's gonna wrap all the way around the world. And Vincent, he has no idea. Habang si Zetra, nabuksan pa nga niya yung retake. Napatay pa nga niya si Vincent. And it's all down to Yetja. All the pressure on his shoulders. 8 seconds. Lots of time. Yetja gets the shot. And it's now down to Elvin. And Elvin has to stick this. Elvin has to stick. And unfortunately, para sa QD, hindi nag-repick si Yetja. Virtus.pro, inukit ang round na dapat nasa QD.
And that is set point para sa Virtus.pro dito. Courtesy again of Elvin. Si Cetra sinusubukan na naman dito sa LA, but Yobs says no. 9-6, Virtus.pro, lugi ng isa, Ramon. Pero kaya pa to.
Kayang-kaya pa, puso pa. LA already taken para sa QD, Yotib.
Uy, nasa A na sila.
Taking a lot of challenge on that mid side. A already taken away by the players on Querdas, but KLR busy para mapatay si Yotib. Nakuha pa nga ni Elvin si Justin. Yung mga flank ng VP pumapaldo. It's now down to a 4v3. Nakapag-flat na ng C4 ang QD despite the numbers.
At si Elvin na naman naging solusyon para magkaroon ng lamang ang Virtus.pro dito. Manggagaling sa SKSA, manggagaling sa window isa, pero si Yobs nakahuli na sa LA. KLR is down. Querdas may control sa round.
May flank, may push pa rin. As Yobs is able to stabilize the flank watch in time. KSA entry on in, patay yung dalawa. And it's down to just one. And Yobs will not be able to clutch against Virtus.pro na mga hata yon ng panandalian. Pero nagulat ba tayong lahat? It is Virtus.pro on Black Widow.
At si Yobib ang naging solusyon sa problema ng Virtus.pro. In that post plant, Yobib picks up a couple of kills and picks up Black Widow para dito sa Virtus.pro. Lamang pa nga sila by some considerable margin. And there you go, Virtus.pro strike first. Ito ang sinasabi ko, no? Medyo makakapalag ang Querdas dito sa mapang ito, but I am pleasantly surprised again by this team, no? I want to give a bit of credit muna sa Querdas po. Ang ganda ng mid-rounding nila dito. Seems like a team that has been consistently improving. Pero up against the benchmark that is Virtus.pro, up against the likes of Elvin and Yobib, it just is not enough, at least in Black Widow.
For sure, pre. I mean, while they had a considerably good GR side, no, I think they've done a pretty good job of trying to find yung nagiging butas na kailangan nilang hanapin para, yun kasi yung laging hinahanap lagi ni Elvin at saka ni KSA. They'd like to do these pushes na magkakahiwalay para makatch off guard yung QD. I think they didn't really have that as a factor kaya nagkaroon ng lead yung mga players natin on VP. It was towards that GR side where ang daming mga flanks na ginawa ni Elvin dito. Ang daming holds din on BS. And a lot of highlight moments as well from Yobib that really made a difference sa kanilang naging GR side dito. So, in fact, I think VP just were able to stabilize nung umabot tayo dun sa second half, which tells you that QD is still a threat. Pero nung tumagal na yun yung laban, medyo nag-stabilize lalo yung Virtus.pro, fully realizing that they don't need to overaggress this time.
Alam mo, Ramon, medyo amazed ako dito sa ginawa ni Yobe. Basically, yung ginawa niya again to, Ramon. Okay, I'll be quiet, pero pag kailangan nyo, andito ako magdo-double kill, magdi-triple kill. Parang kumbaga aura farm lang up until kailangan siya ng team niya, and then he will deliver. Showing us glimpses of life. Not just that, a shower of highlight plays mula sa kanya dito, no, na tuwing kinakailangan lang siya ng Virtus.pro, saka siya magpapakita. But hey, if he performs when he needs him, that's more than Virtus.pro needs.
Yeah, for sure. And what QD needs right now is a bit of a revival because that Black Widow might have just taken them to a back foot, no? Pero since BO5 naman to, marami pa rin silang chance as we're throwing it over towards our panel to kind of give a deep dive dito sa ating set number 1, Salvatore and L. Ano pa ba yung pwede natin masabi sa QD versus Virtus.pro?
Naging pulbos ang Querdas mula sa pitik ni Yobib. My God, what a generational carry performance para dito kay Yobib sa loob nga ng Black Widow. At hindi mo akalain na manggagaling yun sa kanya. Kasi had like the best first half, Cetra, nagliliyaw, pero nakalimutan ata ng Querdas na may Yobib pa pala sa kalaban. Grabe pre, wala silang na-counter doon.
Hindi talaga nila mahanapan ng solusyon. I feel like the timings that he took, and especially the multi-frags na nakukuha dito ni Yobib, hindi na-account for, including as well doon, no? Isa sa mga ninja defuse dito na ginawa ng Virtus.pro. Looking at the highlights, Salvatore, you would expect this instantly for Virtus.pro, getting the early picks, getting that man advantage, transitioning slowly para dito sa ating execute sa kanilang BL side. Pero once Querdas try to get a return, no, nandun naman ang problema nung nag-swap size na tayo.
Makikita mo talaga, the moment na nag-second half, hindi pa rin nawalan ng gasolina si Yobib na para sa kanya mura lang kumuha ng full tank no? This man has been on a roll, umaarangkada, door mid, door B, pati yung mismo etong ES nga natin, pinupunti rin niya lang na parang wala lang talaga. And not to mention, pre, the most underrated tactic na ginawa talaga ng Virtus.pro was definitely the mid-round. Nakakalampas ng onte itong Querdas nga, no? Pero parang sinasadya talaga ng Virtus.pro na sige, kumuha kayo ng space, pero pagtanim na yung C4, wala na kayong magagawa, no? Pasensyahan na nga lang talaga. That first half was such a memorable thing para dito kay Cetra, pero pre, yung second half ni Yobib, 15 and 10 to close it out, and my god, defense definitely wins you games, no? Take a look at the effort dito ni Yobs, 19 kills, almost a 20 bomb, pero wala lason talaga si Yobib
Lason talaga si Yobib. Not to mention as well dito si Elvin, no? Ilang beses natin siya nakita na nakakakuha ng isa or even more nung nandun siya sa may water side, no? And all that tactic as well dun sa may terrace side, no? Hindi natin talaga malaman kung paano ba nakukuha ng Virtus.pro itong espasyo na nakukuha nila kapag sila yung GR side. Pero I feel like it's a bit of the carelessness. So even though si Yobib, yung masasabi nating malakas na nakita natin dito sa mapa, it's Elvin who's gonna take the set MVP, pare.
Pero pre, no, nung mga nakaraang series ng Virtus.pro excluding the STS 1, ito talaga si Elvin, pre, palaging nananaig as set MVP. His impact frags literal na magpapayinig nga talaga ng lupa. Hindi mo inaakala na nasa Elvin na siya, nakaangat ng Catpi. At higit sa lahat, no, naglalaro pala ng post-plant itong si Elvin because this player, ilang beses niyang kinancel yung lakas ng Querdas sa loob nga ng A at B side. Pero ganoon talaga, Querdas, kalimutan na lahat na nangyari sa loob ng Black Widow. Babawi pa tayo sa set number 2. Nakatutok nga pala kayo guys sa ating semifinal na CFS SEA Masters Praise na kung saan nakaunang dugo na dito ang Virtus.pro laban nga sa Querdas. Ako nga pala si Salvatore, siya nga pala si El. Mamamahinga muna kami at pagbalik nga namin, bakbakan ulit dito lang sa SEA Masters Playoffs. Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Centra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Tayo'y dadako na sa ikalawang set ng itong duelo na to na hindi mo talaga mapaghiwalay. Tondo laban sa Cebu dito lang sa ating semifinals ng CFS SEA Masters pre. Salvatore L pa rin sa panel, walang magbabago pero ito pre ang magbabago. Sub-base na tayo dadako na kung saan pinili to ng Querdas wholeheartedly pero Virtus.pro hindi naman sila turista dyan sa mapang yan.
Hindi sila turista yan, madalas na silang dinudurog dyan ng Stallions, no? So at least ngayon, hindi naman sila dyan, hindi naman sila kalaban ng Stallions. Querdas na yung kalaban nila. Oh, is there a lie? Pare, is there a lie?
Sa bagay.
Sinasabi ko lang
Masakit.
pare, facts.
But
Diba?
masakit. Kasi ako nagulat din ako. Kasi pre, parang yung ibang tao dyan, takot magsabi ng katotohanan. Pero ito si El, no? May protection, kumbaga, no? Pero El, given, valid, no? Parang kumbaga binabase mo lang talaga sa kung anong nakikita mo. At wala tayong magagawa sa ganun. Pero pre, ito kasi ibang level na ng Cebuano team yung mga kalaban ng Virtus.pro. At mali mo nga naman maging iba na yung resulta. At baka may pamalas na talaga ng Virtus.pro yung lakas ka nila dito sa ating set number 2. Pero pre, aray ko, first of like what, no? First of few siguro, no? Pero wala na ako sasabihin. Punan mo na yan.
I mean, sinasabi nga naman natin, no? Virtus.pro sub-base versus Stallions, bang. Alam mo na yung ending nun. Pero, different team tong Querdas, diba? Different team tong Querdas. Sure, may palag tong Virtus.pro sa sub-base, but then again, it's a Cebuano team. And if we remember from yesterday, right, every single map na pinili ng Querdas, they won. Right? It might not be as clean as they want, but they won the maps that they have picked. And we are seeing the trend here at the same time with the execration ng Querdas sa match kahapon na sure kukunin dito ng Virtus.pro yung Black Widow. Pagdating ng subways though, iba yung usapan. They played this 3 times. Virtus.pro only played it once versus the perennial Stallions, and you have seen the percentage. Pero I'm open naman to disagreement and I'm open to getting my perspective changed. Maybe Virtus.pro may tira din dito sa subways. Who knows, right? Pero nasa kamay yan ng Querdas para mapanatili dito yung ating prediction, no?
Mensahe siguro sa Querdas no? Bawi, no? Patunayan nyo talaga na yung porsyento na yan may kahulugan, may bigat. At higit sa lahat, ipakita mo lahat ng sinabi mo, Vincent, ay meron talagang talaban. Dito laban nga sa Virtus.pro. Tayo idadako na sa subways at bibigyan tayo ng malupitang aksyon ng tandem ng DR, Dado Matramod para sa ating set number 2. Kaya guys, bakbaka na!
Oras na para simulan ang sub-base para sa parehong kupunan where Battle of Pride na ang labanan. It is sub-base para sa parehong teams ito. Map pick para sa Querdas. And napag-usapan nga naman nila yung naging familiar set para dito sa Virtus.pro up against Stallions, no? Which in comparison naman sa Querdas, I'd say they are shades of Ubek or Ubek Maniac back then. But they're not really as refined as Stallions. So on paper, I don't think Virtus.pro have a lot to worry about, pre.
Pero, Ramon, I present you the counter argument. Yes, they're not as refined as Stallions, pero kailangan mo bang maging refined sa sub-base? This is a map of chaos and Querdas are perennial innovators of chaos. Case in point, nung kinalaban nila ang FERVID, one of the best sub-base teams in this league, natalo nila 10-1. Ramon, remind lang kita, 10-1 nila ang FERVID kalaban in that sub-base map, and they proceeded to go playing sub-base for the rest of the group stage, going undefeated. Ramon, ganang katindi yung sub-base ng Querdas, no? And I don't mean to downplay the fact that this is Virtus.pro they're playing up against, but given what El said, historically this map hasn't been their forte. Yan, mas mabait ako kaysa kay El. Hindi ko sasabihin yung sinabi ni El dito. Yun na lang ang yung kwento ng sub-base para sa Virtus.pro, no? And sabi nga din ni Salvatore, to quote from the panel, yesterday in all of the maps, they won. Querdas, it wasn't the cleanest. Yes, they got pushed into overtime many times. But at the same time, they won against arguably the top 3 team in the country, no? That's execration. So, That's two out of the 4 top teams in the country. FERVID and Execration na natalo na nila, no? So, anong pumipigil sa kanila para tapusin ang sub-base laban sa Virtus.pro?
Yun nga, no? Kasi they're cutting it close up against the top teams as you mentioned, and themselves kaya nilang makapagsabayan in terms of firepower pa rin naman, and they could be cooking something new. Lalo na dito sa naging meta kung saan parang pinapalit na nila yung naging role nitong si Utib dito, no? From the sniper that we usually see him out to be, now he kind of transforms into an attacker, just holding that M14 itself, no? But we're not gonna be seeing a lot of that dito sa ating first half, since mag-GR side nga naman dito ang QD. So because they're gonna be starting on that GR side, it's not really the type of playstyle na masabi natin mag-hold sila ng passive, diba? Kasi pwede nung mag-push ng MR, pwede na lang i-push agad yung magiging second bid natin. It's a Querdas team that is unpredictable. Kahit saang side mo pa sila mapunta, there's always be a fighting mentality from them. Albeit, medyo mas naging passive sila nung nasa GR side sila on Black Widow. Kasi syempre, na-expect na lang yung Virtus.pro. Alam na nila yung galawan ng QD at this point. Kaya dapat hindi lagi silang aggressive. But is that the sort of mentality that QD are gonna be bringing to the sub-base game? Kasi parang sa lahat ng sub-base games nila, hindi ata ganun yung nagiging approach nila sa games.
Exactly. Especially because this is sub-base we're talking about, no? Na komportable yung mga players natin. I think that's one thing na hindi natin napag-usapan masyado, no? When you talk about sub-base and Querdas, not only are they good in this map, their players feel at home in this map, no? Na yung, kumbaga yung pag-iisip sa mapang to kind of becomes second nature almost. And now with the guidance, of course, of a coach and a dedicated IGL in Vincent, I think may enable talaga dito yung mga riflers ng Querdas, no? But Virtus.pro are no jokes in this map either. Just to double down on the Virtus.pro argument dito sa sub-base, they are gonna start on, of course, the GR side, which is where it is a little bit more forgiving. Alright, Yobs! Actually, nasa BL pala dito ang Virtus.pro. And it's Yobs to pick up the first kill. Sumilip sa bintana at nahuli si Zetra.
Uncharacteristic mistake from Cetra, who was trying to set up a little bit of that push on the way towards that Wood's position, no? But in the process, Yobs finding himself a sniper in the crosshair. So an early 4v5 VP, playing very slow because of this.
Exactly. Tapos wala pa silang control. Wala na silang control ng kahit saan, Ramon. Even in Woods, they have no player. There's already an anchor in MR. Virtus.pro, kailangan nilang ma-expect si Vincent dito.
Vincent man there. And Yobs, gumugusto pa. Pangalawa pa. Kill are down. As VP trying to regain a little bit of space. At least MR is now controlled by them since napatay nga nila si Vincent. It's now a 4 versus 3. Pero, tinan mo yung position ni Justin. Napakalapit lang dun sa Woods.
Exactly. At papalapit na yung lurk dito ng Virtus.pro. Elvin, you have to watch. May malapit dito. I like the discipline from Elvin. Every single time, kahit naglalurk siya, no, binibait niya yung lurker ng kalaban. It's very few that can do the same thing na ginagawa ni Elvin dito. Tinawag niya pa nga, or binibait pa nga siya dito, nung shots ni Yetcha. Pinapaisip niya dyan na walang tao dyan, Elvin. Sige, lapit ka na. Pero look at Elvin, still disciplined not to push.
Not really the type kapag-initiate ng play. He's gonna play very patiently habang nag-iingay pa nga sa LR ang Virtus.pro. So still that 3v4.
Tagal.
And I think they're just waiting on Elvin to pull that trigger. Maybe. Out of time para makapag-push yung VP.
Yan na, flash coming out. Lalabas na si Justin dito. Hindi niya nakita si Elvin. Pero the reposition is perfect. Elvin might not expect Justin around the corner. At tinawag na may backup dito na si KSA. Justin spotted. The wall bang. Connecting. But KSA is the one to push. Justin, a nice hold. Pero sasagot si Yobib ng isa. Papasok ng luwag ang VP.
We'll have access towards the site. Yobib will catch up ng si Justin. Yet Justin here and he's already on the back of that A-side extremity. So, si Elvin na lang ang natitira. 2 seconds, not no time para makapag-plant na C4. Maybe just a consolation papunta dito sa isa. But QD handling them on that GR. Patiently waiting for them to make the mistake.
Yeah, Querdas ferocious. Not afraid of Virtus.pro. Kinontrol agad nila yung MR at ngayon gagawin ulit nila yon. Lots of HEs thrown sa mukha ni Vincent dito pero hindi siya magpapatalo. Lalapit mo rin siya at magbabato ng sarili niyang granada. At yung Virtus.pro hindi na naman nakapasok.
Same setup pero this time kasama naman niya si Yobs. So there's at least that assistance. And a good smoke as well. Medyo nag-hesitate ata yung VP. Ayaw nila i-contest. Akala ata nila nag-iisa pero that's that respect coming through towards QD.
Crossfire mula kay Yobs, kay Vincent, dito sa MR. Papasok ang BP at si Kese hindi handa. That's 1, that's 2 kills for Querdas. Tatakbo si Vincent dito at lamang ang Querdas off of that exchange.
Strength in numbers despite 4 people coming through for VP. It was still QD having the 2-man setup. Sa pagpasok pa lang nila through that smoke, they never realized that there was gonna be that trade in time. 3 versus 4. QD still holding the extremities.
Ball in the court of Virtus.pro, ah. Lugi kasi sila dito, Ramon. So they have to wait for Querdas to be aggressive before they can make a move. Pero tingnan mo ang Querdas, Ramon. Sa usapan ng disiplina, pwede mong sabihin na sa round na to kasing disiplinado nila ang Virtus.pro. Pinipilit nila na Virtus.pro ang gumawa ng move and they will do so dito sa luwag.
We're gonna have to make that first contact sa push. 1 minute para makapasok at si Justin lang ang nag-iisa dito. All the trust in the world. Nakita niyo yung info. Flash coming in. Lots of damage. It's enough para mapatay si KLR. Elvin spotted din. Cannot isolate the frag sa anchor. So, Cetra's gonna try to get another option. Sa loob lamang ng second mid na yan, Vincent. Pinakita na nga yung info. Pero si Edja may flank pang parating. Patay si Cetra. It's now down to Elvin. Spotted pa dun sa luwag. And Edja gets that 2K. A clean hold coming through para sa Querdas Esports.
Grabe itong si Yobs na parang siya yung naka-double kill dun sa may labas ng woods. But it was yet at the start of the show si KSA. Yun na nga dumaga sa MR. Pero hindi niya napostitan si Yobs. Pero si Cetra taking control of vents for now. Yobib on the board as well. At nag-ingay na ang mga miyembro, mga oso ng Virtus.pro. 1 player or 2 players left para sa Querdas. At yung bomba, hindi kailangang igalaw ng Virtus.pro. They're just winning the fights.
Yun yung isa mga early times na napunish na finally yung double MR push na ginagawa ng Querdas. Not working out in time because of the flash setup para sa entry on MR. So it's now leaving Querdas to be the ones to investigate. They hold that push on the way towards vents. May tao pa rin na nasa A-site. Pero duguan si Justin. Even if they fight up against this, VP still have numbers as well as the health advantage.
Problema lang dito sa Querdas, I'm not liking the position of Justin sa loob ng events. Wala siyang nakukuhang info eh. So kailangan gumalaw sa mapa ni Vincent. Dahil dyan, makakahuli siya ng isa. That's a nice catch on to kill. Nanumininja pa nga. Pero si Vincent kailangan niya mabuhay dito para magka-chance ang Querdas and he lives.
He does. That's huge. Dahil doon, hindi mag-iisa si Justin sa paglaban niya up against VP. We're still trying to get some space. Vincent nag-repick pa. That is so ballsy para kay Vincent. And he even gets a lot of damage dito kay Yobib. 3 versus 2, 1 minute. And a split push on the way towards B. Nakita niya yung isa. Pero hindi nila alam kung nasan pa rin si Justin.
Alright, it's a guessing game kung nasaan dito yung mga miyembro ng Querdas. Virtus.pro has the man advantage. At sakto yung posisyon ni Elvin para huliin si Justin. Matatimingan! Hala! Nakapasok na ng passage! Justin has the chance to take control. Ayun lang. Nahuli siya ni Elvin doon. At dahil dyan mag-isa na si Vincent. Alright, that's the round. Should be falling apart pa rin sa Querdas. And Elvin is again to thank the impact kills, Ramon. Si Elvin talaga, the old reliable.
Always the guy that you watch out for. Perfect position para lang mapatay itong si Justin. Another MR push that UD are cooking up for themselves. Kaso Elvin, despite the blind, alam na nandun pa rin si Vincent. Kaya save another, pero Yobs bringing the round back, stealing that 2K as well. 3 versus 2, VP. Down on numbers, bibigyan na lang yung MR at hindi na lang nila i-contest nung si Yobs.
Yobs 1 HP, Kel lalapit. That's a shot on the Justin. Yobs also going down. Captain Kel on duty takes down 2 kills. At si Yotib na tirang mag-isa, Ramon.
Yotib's all the way to the other side as well. All the aggression and all the bodies. Nasa loob lamang ng MR na yan. But they have no info para kay Yotib, so it is a mystery kung nasaan yung sniper na to. He's clutched up big up against Execration yesterday. Has become a key factor sa kung paano na na-upset yung team na yon. Now up against VP, against 2 of their hottest players from Black Widow. They have full coverage dun sa may A site and no challenge whatsoever. Setting up a 1 versus 2 clutch para kay Yotib. So push that VP will not have any sort of challenge.
Yeah. Layo ni Yotib no? Magagaling po siya sa MR. The serious sniper ng Querdas dito. The man that is also consistent no matter what happens. Yotib, all things considered, kahit siya yung laging naka-highlight, this man is a rookie. M14 in hand, spotted Mikel. Fight on the flash. It's impossible for Yotib. Time ticking down. At tumakbo na si KLR, and that should be an easy cleanup para sa Virtus.pro. Si Zetra nakita na nga the dip. That should be it. Wala nang oras dito. Si Yotib, still gonna try the 1v2. Gets the shot in, but doesn't have enough time to clean up the bomb. Virtus.pro tying things up.
Good as a clip, but not enough for a round. Where it was the dying hope coming through para kay Yotib. Another MR reclear para sa VP, where 2D took a little bit more time than they used to have. So this time, mukhang hindi pa ata susubok. Yobs pushing in towards MR again, pero KSA will steal the round away yet again. 2 kills para sa kanya, and a 3v3 VP stabilizing yung naging MR push.
Finally, MR control para dito sa Virtus.pro. Sinubukan at pinilit nila nakunin to, no, in 5 rounds. This has been the target for Virtus.pro. They finally get some stabilization dito sa MR. And now we wait, Ramon. Sino ang unang magkakamaling mag-push? Although there is an opportunity para sa Querdas. Medyo may opportunity sila makatiming sa passage. Pero wala na yun kasi nahuli ni Zetra si Yetcha, and should be the advantage that Virtus.pro needs.
Yetcha had a really strong spot pa naman in a position where actually caught everybody on LR off guard, pero Elvin now expecting Justin's push at unti-unti nang sinasagad yung mga QD players. It's pushing outside of the sites again. It's almost like the mistakes that VP were doing dun sa Black Widow now taking shape dito for QD on their GR. So Yotib naman natitira 1 versus 3. They have an idea na baka nasa LR lang to.
And Virtus.pro, no, yung overarching theme nung laro natin, they're forcing order sa sub-base, no. Querdas, like I said, they like chaos. They thrive in the chaos, much like Ubek, much like STS. Pero yung Virtus.pro kasi ayaw nila. They want to play the defaults. And they don't want Yotib to find the kills. Nahanap niya si Zetra. Kaya magdidikit na lang si KSA at Kel. At si Elvin, sorry.
I mean, that's smart. It's gonna be very difficult on the post plan para kay Yotib. Pero if he gets the timing sa dalawang nasa likod niya, yun nga lang.
Kalma tayo, Ramon.
KSA. Yung nasa flank
tayo.
niya.
Exactly.
Makakalma ang VP. 3-2. Go cortisol gameplay.
Ito no, Querdas. Kahit mag-isa lang dito yung players ng Querdas, nakakakaba pa rin, no? Pero Virtus.pro, they have a steady lead for now. 3-2. At yung BL side nila dito starting to take shape. Keeping control of MR. At yun na, nag-adjust na ang Querdas, no? Binigay na nila ang MR sa round na to. Nakikita ko dun sa mini player natin, sa mini-map, na wala nang resistance ng Querdas na binigay doon sa MR. So that gives Virtus.pro a bit of space. They finally break the eggs of Querdas, no? Pipilitin nila na mag-default din yung Querdas dito.
Sakit nun. Yung paulit-ulit na MR push na ginagawa nila, yun pa naman sana yung step 1 sa lagi nilang ginagawang map control.
Yes.
Now they're kind of forced to kind of stop doing yung usual nilang step 1, which is okay lang naman pang adaptation since VP are always contesting that. But in the process, it's a passive hold na lang para sa QD at this point.
Uy, Yetcha. Wala kami nakita.
Kapon pa siya eh.
Okay lang, madami namang kills si Yetcha dito. 1.0 KD siya in the past 3 rounds. Okay. Yetcha though has been kind of a spark para dito sa Querdas at times. Minsan siya yung nagiging dahilan kung bakit na-enable yung mga teammates niya. Will that be the same case this round?
Siya din yung same player na nag-stand out din nung first outing niya up against Virtus.pro sa group stage.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's no secret na he's been grinding all throughout. And he wants to replicate that same performance up against this top 2 team.
Alright. Story beats. Para dito kayo. It's time to take the spotlight up against the teams or the country's number 2 team. Pero yung oras ng Virtus.pro, Ramon, umuunti na, 34 seconds.
Yun nga eh. BB have to push somewhere. And they spot out Justin on the push. KLR aware. Magpupush pa nga doon ng mga players on VP. Second mid now an option. And KLR calling for that push. LR also being taken by VP. So we see two-prong approach para sa BL side. KLR and KSA. They're trying to burst through. Pero Yobs, tinatry niya na i-deny yung space na kinuha. Pero Elvin, still very much aware that Yobs is still trying to hold the site down 2v3. Pero Cetra, very reliable on the angle. Justin na lang ang natitira. 1v2 para sa rookie. Spotted si Cetra, pero KSA denying yet again the dying hope of UD. 4-2 para sa VP.
May respect na composure from Zetra doon. Napuslitan siya ng isa. Still held the angle to get the catching or the trailing player of Querdas. Gives them the lead. And a concrete advantage dito sa sub-base. 4-2 Virtus.pro has started to take control of the tempo. At dahil dyan, papalag ang Querdas taking control of MR again.
The usual setup in the early rounds, and it's been working for majority of them. But VP could just let the smoke dissipate at i-clear na lang yan. That's been the key solution. Kaya nahihirapan magkaroon ng stabilization dito si Yobs. Like to see if VP could try to get another insurance dun pa lamang sa may second mid. But nobody from QD is trying to get that early angle.
They are. But so far, not a lot of space para sa Virtus.pro, no? Eventually, susubukan nilang patayin tong dalawang membro ng Querdas sa MR eh. At si Justin, maganda yung angulo niya. Pwede niyang ma-receive ng maaga yung pag-entry ni Yobib if he does decide to push dito, Ramon.
They're not gonna do it with a smoke anymore as well. So this will all come down to Justin and his trigger finger. VP walking into the storm of Justin, who evades the flash and also quickly destroys VP. Justin with the 3K. And VP, surprised by the attempt, napatayin nila si Yobs. Pero duguan si KLR, mamamatay na ata si Cetra. Yetcha gets the sniper and it's all on the captain. 1v3 para sa kanya. Sniper pa ang hawak. Walang kahit sino lumalapit. Na-drop yung C4, 45 seconds. Saan siya manggagaling? Yotiv na spot pa siya. Justin lumalapit on the shot. KLR with one, but gets up with the trade. QD answers with an aggressive GR side.
And that's a beautiful angle. As I was saying, Ramon, Justin had a nice preface dun sa pag-entrada sa MR. At dahil dyan, Virtus.pro medyo mamadaliin na nila itong Woods. Iwan na din natin yung MR. Dito na lang tayo kay Vincent. Papunta ng A-side at Vincent stays alive for the longest time. Pero si Kel manggagaling sa second mid. Si Kel naka-double! At si Kel uubusan ng Querdas. That's 3 for Kapitan Kel. At si KSM papalit sa position niya. As Kel going down, Justin will be trying to take the fight to the enemy. 1 versus 3 for Justin.
Justin has no idea that Elvin is just right behind him. The sneakiest bear para sa side ng VP is just coming at them from the flank. But look at that split push kanina, no? VP just pulled that out of the hat. QD no expectance and Elvin just strikes from behind.
Wow.
Absolutely no hope para sa QD by that point. A 5-3 para sa Virtus.pro.
And just like that, Ramon, lamang ng Virtus.pro. Kahit mag-second half pa tayo. No matter what happens, Querdas have to play from the back foot. Paglipat nila dito sa BL side, which is their preferred side anyway. Pero tingnan mo yung Woods, ha? Ngayon lang ginawa to ni Justin. Iniwan niya na yung MR. Siya naman ang po-position dito. Which might not be the best call. Kasi yung Virtus.pro, parang napansin nila, tahimik yung MR, ah.
Which is also gonna be a space that they can take.
Exactly.
It's also taking a lot of time for them to take that dahil nga naman dun sa naging conditioning na ginagawa kanina for QD. Since they also have that control dun pa lamang sa may Woods, they're kind of setting up Justin for success. This is the first time na nakita natin yung double hold na ginagawa nila on Woods.
Ooh, Justin. Still here. KLR getting baited. And KLR will go down. The patience game para kay Justin. Buti na lang may Zetra para sumagot.
First time that they did that double prong approach, it did not work out. The peak from Vincent. Na-open yung sarili niya kay Zetra tuloy. But it was just a bait and switch all along. Yung LR ata. Yung ipapush naman ni KSA. Yobs has an idea. An off angle. 1 minute. para makuha yung execution. But I like the smoke to tip these down, no? It's giving that mystery. Papasok nga ba ang VP sa LR? Or bait and switch lamang ba to? Here comes the push for KSA. 2F taken and Yob's taken down. QD have to react, pero Yetja walang reaction time. Ubos galing kay Yobib. As Justin and Yotib, they have to stabilize, pero walang stabilization kay Elvin. Siyang papatay kay Justin. Yotib in a 1v4 will now have to reclaim control of this B site. But it's so many of the Virtus.pro players controlling that crossfire, setting up Yobib for success. It's Cetra with the shot, and it's Virtus.pro with the last laugh.
Ayun na nga, no? Naka-crouch si Yobib para makuha yung kill. Pero si Cetra pa ang nakatama doon. Virtus.pro pick up the 3-round lead. At palitan tayo ng sides dito. Querdas naman ang aatake. Diretso MR Ramon na para bang pareho lang to nung round number 1 natin. They have control of it. Pero yung 2F medyo delikado. Andun si KSA.
And ata ni KSA yun. So he's just gonna spray them down and off angle. Set up at yung 2F. Kinokontrol pa rin. KSA just putting Vincent on a chokehold. Inuubos ang buhay. Pero QD has an answer. Yobs with a 2K. Elvin with a 2K back. Yung walang takot na haymakers ng VP. Walang ubos. Si Yetja na lang. 1v3 para sa kanya.
KSA and Elvin with the hold of their life. Querdas na ubos, Yetja again. Parang last round lang si Yetja din yung naiwan ah. At ngayon naka-EBR na siya. Doesn't have control of the bomb. At nakita pa siya ng prinsipe ng crossfire, that is Yobib. Yetja. Well, this is the first time that Querdas have been challenged in all of CFS SEA Masters in sub-base. At Ramon, hindi maganda ang itsura ng kinalabasan ng first half at mukhang magpapatuloy yun dito sa BL side ng Querdas. Yetja desperate. And time is kind of on his side. Pero yung smoke medyo gagawin imposible na to. At yun na nga, Elvin with his 3rd kill of his round. Virtus.pro, 7 on the board.
What a push coming through for VP then. Actually, regains a little bit more of that control. Kahit nakapush din si Yobs, they still had control over DR. They still had the long angle set up on that shutter position. It wasn't even a need para makakuha ng kahit anong patay si Cetra. And they all needed Elvin to kind of just hold, neutralize yung push dito for QD. As again, uulitin nila yung push dun sa LR.
KSA dun ulit, no? Exact same position, and I don't think KSA is gonna give the same spot. Joke lang, binigay niya. Nag-smoke siya sa 2F. At yung Querdas, hindi na sila papasok. Joke lang din, they are gonna try to contest. Now they're in LR. And maganda dito Ramon, pwede lang intayin na mawala yung mga smoke, and they have control of this area still. 2F is the only place that they need to be careful of.
It's almost like we're talking about a different team, man, because they are not even pushing. They're not even waiting for them. Vincent, Yetja, nakapasok pa rin. KelR, going down dark room. And Yetja, naubos na yung buhay niya. KelR patiently waiting. Pero Justin, nilaraso nila. May space na papunta dun sa shutter. Vincent, nakapasok na sa site pero wala pa rin clearance on the objective. They're just waiting for the push on Yotib. And Yotib nahanap pa siya. Justin patay din siya. 3K para kay KelR. No space taken para sa QD.
Kala nila Ramon, magugulit nila yung Virtus.pro na nagpo-push sa loob ng smoke, no? Sige, palaga natin yung site. Pero si KelR, hindi nalaglag. Kinlame na yung DR, sabi niya, hakin to, bawal kayo pumasok. Vincent down to 1 HP at binato ng Monay ni KSA. Buti na lang nakaiwas si Idol.
Masakit kung hindi nyo naiwasan. And so far, I think kailangang iwasan ng QD yung pag-push dun sa LR kasi KSA and his amount of damage taken also been the sacrifice para hindi nila ituloy yung push nila on LR. They're gonna just decide to go on vents. Daming QD players dito, men.
3 players. This is something that we haven't seen before from them. Tapos yung bomba nasa kalagitnaan ng mid. Kapag sumilip, kapag nakapag-MR yung isang player ng VP, makikita nila yung bomba doon. Pero, buti na lang na-cover agad ni Justin yon. Second mid control, kailangan to ng Querdas.
Dude, flashing in, not UTIB, entry. Oh my goodness, that USP is enough! And another din para kay Justin. Pistols lang sapat na para sa QD. They're pushing it towards Luwag. At patay pa si Cetra. No anchors on the site. 2 versus 4. QD have the site.
Beautiful entry para sa Querdas dito. No? Hinati nila yung A with the most unconventional way possible. 3 invents. Alright. Si Elvin, kailangan niyang hatiin yung CR. Kailangan mo tumingin sa sikip. Ang problema, hindi siya titingin doon. Justin takes him out. And Querdas, wow, that was a very interesting take dito sa A site, no? An A site split that is innovated by Querdas. Not something I was expecting today. But there you go. The Vents triple man push. KSA manggagaling sa Shatter. At parang may ideya na si Vincent na dito yung panggagalingan ni KSA. Nabibigyan nyo na lang itong round na to para sa Querdas. A very well-earned round, sabi ni KSA. Sige, sa inyo na yan. That's the round, Querdas. 4-8. Pero 4 pa naman ang tatahakin nila para matabla ang Virtus.pro.
Alam ko yung highlight doon was the triple push doon sa Vents. Pero the fact that Justin was able to also get the space dito lang sa second mid has also been a crucial part para maayos nila yung pag-execute nila papunta doon sa may A. Kasi napapatay din nila yung nagro-rotate. Nakuha din nila yung CR. If ever man na hindi masecure ni Yotib doon, malapit lang din doon si Justin by that point in time. So QD have really cleaned up a little bit of how they're working their strats around. Pero 4-8 pa, there's a lot of work to be done, pre.
I think they're attempting another Vents play dito, Ramon, ha? Wait, no. Surely not. Surely mababasa to ng VP. Surely madidismantle nila kapag nag-Vents push ulit ang Querdas. Look at the C4. Nasa MR, ha?
If it's not broke, don't fix it nga. Pero syempre, kung gaganap na ng pangalawang beses, baka nga gumana, patay si KLR. At si Yotib pa yung nagsimula doon. He can just drop in and maybe find the CR player. And he does so on the set. Patay yung mga nasa second mid, pre. They did the same Vets push for the second round in a row. And so far, QD, they have a side just like that.
5,000 IQ play mula sa Querdas dito. Do the exact same thing. Baking Kel to peak. Pero si KSA manggagaling sa likod. Nahuli si Vincent, manggagaling din sa Vents. 2 versus 3. KSA Elvin laban sa mundo.
Alright, it's almost like a cosplay para kay KSA. Going towards that Vents like QD were doing the past 2 rounds. A drop in as well. Elvin with a kill. And another through coming through for KSA. It's looking doable. At si Yotib na lang ang natitira. Ang store standout so far at duguan pa yung dalawa. Elvin, are you gonna wait for KSA? And he doesn't. He pushes papunta dito kay Yotib. It's now down to just KSA. 5 seconds. Mawalan ng oras. Mawalan ng objective. Yotib just single-handedly saves the round para sa QD. Oo, pwede mo ko patayin. Pero wala kang oras at wala kang panahon. QD get the round.
I love that from Yotib. Minaximize niya yung smoke na doon. Covering off the bomb while also giving a little bit of leeway sa labas ng missile para makita si KSA. Okay lang, kahit namatay siya, still bought time enough to get the bomb ticking down. Querdas saved by one of their players. At dahil dyan, 3 na lang ang lamang ng VP. Querdas, OT-OT na silang nakakabawi dito, Ramon, ha? And the mind games, they're winning it. Playing Vents again is something that Virtus.pro did not expect. Yung proof nun, si KLR sumilip dun sa Vents. Tapos yun, nahuli na agad siya.
They're gonna do the same Vents push for the 3rd round. And if it works out again, I'm gonna lose my mind, pre. A flash, a drop in, and they're just gonna give the space of KLR. At least he gets the kill. Pero Justin wins the trade itself. So, CR controlled by them. Pero kailangan nilang hanapin si Yobib. They kill Yobib, they have the site. Kaso Elvin, nasira niya yung CR control. Nahanap ni Vincent yung trade. Yobib, yung sinasabi kong anchor, yung sinasabi kong problema, nahanap pa ni Yobs. So 2v2, QD, well, it's not the Vents push that actually got them the site. They have a lot of time and they have a lot of space.
2 versus 2, yung bomba, nakahiwalay pa dito kay Yetcha. At si Yobs, 1 HP na lang dito, Ramon, na kailangan magdikit dito ng 2 players ng Virtus.pro para hindi sila ma-isolate. And at this point, Yobs has the opportunity to do the funniest thing. Pwede siya mag-vents.
Again? Pwede. Diba? Pag narinig nila yung rotate.
Diba? Didikit na siya dito kasama yung teammate niya. And Virtus.pro, they're gonna play the retake, which is the smart thing to do. KSA and Zetra versus Yetja and Yobs. 2 rookies versus 2 international veterans. Alright, let's go.
Gonna be held down by Yobs on that angle. And they're not even gonna play for the flank watch na din. They're just gonna try to fight them. It's a lot of presence made dun sa flank mismo from KSA, pero they're gonna decide to get together. 15 seconds and Yobs just might have made the game-winning pick. As KSA is down, si Zetra na lang with 10 seconds could actually win the round. Yobs down, and it's down to just Yetja, but he's playing this to perfection. Doesn't even need to peek, pero syempre, kung papatayin ko ang VP, gagawin ko yon. Yetja secures a 6-8.
3 rounds in a row, Ramon at Querdas. Maniniwala ka ba kung sinabi ko sa'yo na nag-bench play lang ulit sila para manalo doon? Oh my God, how are they making this happen? How are they making it work? And Virtus.pro, how have they let them become look like fools by Querdas? Tama na. Alright, okay. Andito na si KLR. Siya na yung sabi niya, sige, bawal na. Atin na tong bench ha. Ako na bahala, sabi ni Kel.
Di nila ma-hold kaya mismo yung kapitan pa yung nag-volunteer. And the usual shutter hold na pwede nilang hawakin is just gonna be held up by just that CR player. So medyo lumalambot yung depensa para lang masolusyonan yung nagiging Vents problem nila. But in the process, Lockers now on the side of QD. This is a very good play. Might actually be the bait of the century. Naging sila papunta dun sa may luwag habang LR. Pero Zetra, how did you hit that shot? Ang robot nag-activate at sumakto pa dito kay Yobs. VP might have just been destroying all the hard work for QD. They get the picks. They also get Yetja. It's down to just Vincent in a 1v3.
Ay, Zetra. Pinapahirapan mo si Vincent. Mag-isa tuloy siya. 1v3. Akit ng 2F. Pero may DR control pa rin ang VP. Kita siya ni Elvin. And Vincent revealing himself. Might have just closed the curtains on this round. C4 nasa taas. Medyo imposibleng makakit si Vincent doon nang hindi niya napapatay yung dalawang player ng VP na naka-crossfire. On top of Yobib na manggagaling pa sa CR. Ay, there it is. Vincent down to 1. And it should be over sooner rather than later. Cetra. I mean, all things considered naman, maganda yung execute ng round na yun para doon sa Querdas. They used 2 players para mag-bait doon sa luwag, which was kind of convincing. Kasi nga, ang dami nyo ng binatong utility. Napatakbo nga si Yobib doon eh. They went for a 3-man push dito sa LR. Ang problema lang si Zetra at mukhang siya ulit na maging problema dito ng Querdas. Buti na lang
More forward angle.
naamoy siya ni Yobs.
Yeah, taking a more forward angle compared to usual. This also will just give a little bit of info since nagpaingay na nga sila dito sa MR. At, hindi natin makikita yung first blood from Zetra. So, you got the kind of strat to try to get that first blood going para sa VP. Pero still, they're just gonna play passively. They still have that one player na nakahold lamang sa Vents. So, they're realizing yung mga nagiging tendencies for QD. And they know that that LR has been a little bit more comfortable for them. So what is the play now para sa QD? Uulitin ba nila yung push dun sa Vents?
Hindi na.
Or
hindi na.
uulitin ba nila yung LR push, pre?
Hindi na sila mag-vents, friend. Doon si KLR. Binahayan na ni KLR yung vents dito sa Querdas. Kailangan nila ulit maging creative. Parang ulitin nila yung exit. Hindi na. Okay, magsa-second mid na dito yung dalawang player. Forcing Elvin to move and KLR will be peeking out from Vents. Nahuli si Vincent. At nahuli ni Yobib yung luwag entry. That's the double kill. At tatapusin na ni Yobib ang kwento dito ng sub-base. Si Zetra hindi pwedeng hindi umisa. At maiiwan si Yetja para malaglag mula sa 3F. At yung Virtus.pro napangiti na si Kel kasi alam niyang bawal silang pumasok ng Vents. Sub-base taken by Virtus.pro.
At alam ng Virtus.pro na dapat tama na yung kalokohan. At a moment's notice, Zetra just completely neutralizes yung mga nagiging push nila on LR. KLR being the only sacrifice that they needed para hindi nila ulitin yung naging Vents push. And I gotta be honest, from the last round din, Vincent wasn't even thinking about going for vents ulit. He just wanted na maglagay na lang ng util papunta dun sa may shutter para ma-setapan yung LR push na gagawin sana nila. Pero na-stop na agad yung momentum, hindi nagawa yung first step. Nung nakuha ni KLR yung patay dito kay Vincent, unti-unting nawawasak na agad yung execute para dito sa side ng QD. So while I can honestly say that was a lot of good fun dun sa mga rounds na nagpo-push sila dito sa vents. Overall, it was just a good defense coming through for Virtus.pro that always was reliable coming through from their sniper as well as for Yobib. Two very impactful players na talagang reliable pagdating sa mga solo holds sa pag-hold nila dito sa sites.
If anything, Ramon, I think na-expose nga nun yung kakulangan dito sa BL side ng Querdas, no? Kasi nung nawalan sila ng vents option, parang nawalan na ng options in general yung Querdas dito, no? To the point na actually naging confident si Kel na makapag-push outside of vents as the GR, which is something very, very risky, something that Virtus.pro wouldn't necessarily do unless they know na may chance sila makakuha ng kill doon. Tapos syempre tama si KLR doon kasi tahimik yung mid nung oras na yon, no? So Virtus.pro, successful yung quest nila dito na pilitin na magkaroon ng struktura yung mga rounds natin in sub-base na medyo nawala ng confidence na mag-risk yung Querdas sa mga rounds na yun, which is ultimately their personality, Ramon. So at the end of the day, napuwersa nila yung Querdas na maglaro ng playstyle ng Virtus.pro.
Yeah, and that kind of makes them a little bit more uncomfortable, no? Yung usual na all or nothing mentality, hindi siya tatagos laban sa VP na talagang meticulous pagdating dito sa mga details natin. As it's gonna be that 2-0, that sub-base taken para sa VP this time around. And as we move into set number 3, syempre, huminga muna tayo dito. No? We're gonna be throwing it over to our panel, Salvatore and El, para mas lalo natin pag-usapan ang naging sub-base para sa parehong teams.
Mga boss, wala pang alas 12 pero wala nang magic si Cinderella. My God, Virtus.pro, what a complete total domination sa ating second half. Kung magkakaroon man ng Fast and the Furious dito sa Pilipinas, si KC at si Elvin ang gaganap doon. Ang bilis kumilos para punteryahin dito ang Querdas at wala nang iba kundi si Cetra ang magpapatahimik sa puwersa ng Querdas. Grabe nga naman yun, El. Ano masasabi mo doon?
Sakto nga naman yung sinabi mong reference ng Fast and Furious kasi parang minikaniko lang nila dito itong Querdas sa BLNGR. Kumbaga kung isipin natin itong Querdas, lahat ng pinakita nilang round sa atin, isa lang yung direction, no? It's either take MR or fight woods or take MR or fight woods, no? Sa BL side naman, it's either take vents, fight MR, take vents, take vents, take vents, no? So talagang itong si VP naman, isa-isa lang nilang solution lang, di ba? Isa-isa lang yung solution and every time na napapunish tong VP, kapag hindi gumagana yung solution nila, nagdo-double down sila in the fix, no? Ultimo si KLR tumako na mismo sa vents para lang hindi pumasok dito yung Querdas sa BL side. Pero overall, the game plan dito para sa Virtus.pro is to find that one thing na gumagana sa Querdas at i-shutdown natin yun. And makita naman natin sa scoreline, no, it did work and it worked beautifully minus the shenanigans na pinakita dito ng Querdas, no?
Sabi nga ng ating mga ninuno, no, lokoy mo ko isang beses, walang problema. Lokoy mo pangalawang beses, mahiya ka sa balat mo. Aba, natuto na ng pangatlong beses dito si KLR, pati nga rin ang Virtus.pro. Alam mo nga naman, no, nakakala ata nila itong QD, pa isa-isa lang ng kuha ng pahina sa libre, no? Pero hindi, pre, literal na same page lang nila pinagkukuhanan yung play nga nila na hindi naman mali sa unang tingin. Maganda nga naman ang pinamalas dito ni Vincent para i-manage talaga na si Yobs, no? Parang isa lang yung command talaga dito ni Yobs, Yobs, kill everybody. Pag hindi nakakapatay si Yobs, yari talaga dito ang Querdas. Nahihirapan nga sila kumuha ng space kasi nga Yobs with their main entry really relies on that one particular smoke both on CR pati na nga rin sa 2F para makapasok talaga siya. Yun kasi yung mga angulo para makancel sila Cetra at Elvin, At yun yung mga rounds na naging maganda para nga dito sa Querdas. Pero nakakalimutan talaga ng Querdas kung sino nga talaga ang Virtus.pro dito, no? Parang hindi nila naiisip, uy, si KSA buhay pa, uy, si Elvin nakakaikot pa rin. Balita ko nga, hanggang sa ngayon naglo-lurk pa rin si Elvin sa series nga na to. Kahit nga nasa post-analysis na tayo. Ganon talaga katsaga si Elvin para umikot sa buong subbase, no? Para ma-shutdown si Yotib at higit sa lahat si Vincent hindi natin makita sa sinag ng araw.
Sige pare, mamaya tingnan mo sa Ankara pagkalapag natin sa in-game nasa Dorby agad yan si Elvin, no. Pero I would just like to highlight din, no, yung ating sniper versus sniper. Sabihin na lang natin itong sa base, it's not really a sniper heavy map. Pero I feel like Cetra still showed that his level and his caliber is way above that of Yotib, no? So, goods on him and goods for this man, no? Kasi sabi ko nga lang na kung saan sa nakakapunta mamaya, kung makakita man tayo ng hukay na lurk, siguro si Elvin gagawa nun sa subbase, no?
Ay, nako Elvin, kung paano ka nakakatakas sa mga pinaggagawa mo, dapat hanggang ngayon may warrant ka na talaga dapat. No? Dapat pinapablatter ka sa ginagawa mo dito lang sa QD. Kasi hindi pwede yung ganun. Puro lahat na lang ng rounds na nakuha mo, nakaw. Yung ganun, ilang taon dapat yan sa kulungan. Pero Elvin, nakakatakas, ganun lang talaga ka-smooth dito ang ating silent killer na si Elvin. At ito na nga yun no? Puro tayo tanong sa Querdas at ang sagot dito ng Virtus.pro, lalaruin lang namin yung mga larungan namin. Meron kaming Elvin pero ang Querdas, ano nga bang meron sila? Hindi na gumagana yung vibe spray, hindi na gumagana yung confidence, yung sisirain daw yung decision making, hindi daw natin napansin. Ang bilis mag-adjust ng mga oso at ang Virtus.pro, isang set na nga lang ang pumapagitan sa kanila para meron silang ulit sayaw laban sa Team Stallions kinabukasan. Pero malay mo nga naman maudlot to ng Querdas. Malalaman natin mamaya pagdako nga natin ng set number 3 dito lang sa CFS SEA Masters Spring Semifinals. Salvatore and El, mamamahinga muna kami. Pagbalik nga natin, enkwentro na ulit.
ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na mabuto kanya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action destruction! Eh, masusundan pa! We are gonna be seeing prevalent rate here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Nandito pa rin tayo mga bossing sa duelo ng Tondo at Cebu sa loob nga ng CFS SEA Masters Spring Playoff. Salvatore and El nga pala na kung saan itong ating mga Cinderella no? Parang hindi na ata kasya yung sapatos niya, no, bossing, habang hindi pa alas 12, parang wala na silang nagagawa laban sa ating mga oso, El.
Oh, yung gown na suot-suot ni Cinderella dito, medyo naging luma-luma na yung kalesa nila, pare. Nagiging kalabasa na.
Kalabasa
Ito
na.
talaga, kalabasa na siya, pare. Kailangan na umuwi. Dito ng Querdas, sinasabi yan ng Virtus.pro. Nasa na si Fairy Godmother, pare, kasi siya na lang makakapagligtas, makakapag-extend dito sa oras ng Querdas sa ating laruan. At ano yung mapa natin sa Ankara? Naku po, wala na, no? Pero wait.
Ay, nako pre, ang kara pa talaga no? Parang pinapakita lang naman natin kung ano yung nilahad sa atin dito ng Querdas. Sana man lang, no, nakakita tayo ng onting pagdikit sa loob nga ng subbase. Baka mabigyan pa natin sila ng pruweba na kaya pa nga nila yung Ankara. Pero pre, kailangan talaga nilang malaman na yung agwat. Hindi ganon kasulido. At meron silang kailangan simentuhan kung ikaw ang Querdas. At yung mga numero, pre, ang nagsasabi, hindi na yung mga salita namin, El.
Eto na, pare. Ayun na talaga. Tunay na talaga. Kasi titignan mo yung BL win rate pa lang dito ng Virtus.pro, kahit ipagsama pa lang yung GR siya BL win rate ng Querdas, wala, no? Kung iisipin natin, every time na naglaro dito ang Querdas ng Ankara, parang free win dito sa kung sino man yung nakalaban nila. Masama man sa pandinig, pero yun na nga yung nakikita natin dito, no? Yung pinaparamdam ng mga numero sa ating screen. And Virtus.pro, if there is a time to strike, pare, the dagger has to be put in now.
Masakit ang pagkakatotoo ng mga sinasabi mo, no, Boss L. Pero yung itak o kaya yung dagger na malapit na ang dumako sa puso ng Querdas, kung may puwersa pa, pwede na nga nilang alisin yan. Pero malay mo nga naman yung Ankara, yan naman talaga ang pantahimik dito sa Querdas. Virtus.pro, kayo na bahala. Querdas, lumaban pa kayo. Let us all welcome ang ating duo DR, Dado Matramon para sa ating Ankara. Dado Matramon, bakbaka na!
Bakbaka na nga, Salvatore and El. Thank you so much for the reintroduction. Paabot na ng alas 12 para sa Querdas. Ngayon na dehado sila 0-2 laban sa Virtus.pro. Sinusulat na ang kalendaryo para sa Grand Finals bukas, pero syempre bago matapos ang trabaho, may Ankara pa na kailangan tingnan. No? So Matt, with the final chance para sa QD ngayon, dapat ata hindi lang vibes ang ilabas nila.
Yun na nga, no? Huling pagkakataon para sa Querdas na makapasok sa finals at tapatan ulit yung Team Stallions, no? Kaso lang, Ramon, nakakakaba yung next map natin. I couldn't have painted a better picture than what El and Salvatore has said na yung Ankara dito ng Querdas. Medyo questionable. There are shining moments dito that are incredible highs para sa Querdas kapag napupunta sila sa Ankara. Nung nakalaban nila yung FERVID, medyo nagulat ang karamihan, myself included, na nanalo sila doon sa mapang yun. Yung paboritong mapa ng FERVID kung saan sila nag-i-innovate. One of the best Ankaras in the league, natalo ng Querdas. Pero pag nakita mo kasi yung ibang mga laro nila ng Ankara, mapapatanong ka na lang, pareho, same team ba to? Bakit sila na 10-2 ng matches? Bakit ganun? Bakit ibang-iba yung itsura nila? Depende sa kalaban. Nakita din natin sa mga numero na when it comes to the averages, hindi mo talaga pwedeng pagkatiwalaan yung Ankara dito ng Querdas. Apart from that one time against FERVID, kailangan nilang ulitin yon to stay alive dito sa, not only dito sa matchup na, pero pati dito sa Masters at syempre, yung kanilang pangarap na makaabot sa finals.
Ito, nagiging glaring problem na nga yung inconsistency dito, no? Lalo na sa napakababang lows na naipakita nila up against the top teams in this Ankara game and up against a Virtus.pro na always have Ankara on their back pocket pa. Wala pa kalihado pa para sa Querdas ngayon as they're gonna start on DL side. Tingnan natin yung comms.
Ako mag-ulon ako, tol.
Wait lang, bago.
Seryoso ang lahat, pero pinaka-seryoso si Yobs. That's an early peek out dito sa HM. Elvin is down already. At yung Querdas nakakontrol ng LA. Zetra with a nice catch onto Yobs. Pero lilipat na dito ang mga miyembro ng Virtus.pro papasok ng B, Ramon.
Pedal to the metal. Nakuha yung pick at pumasok agad ng hotel kung saan space security lamang ang nasa isip ng Virtus.pro KSA, laying down the entry, and Yotip goes down without a fight whatsoever. An early execute and an early shot from KSA. Ubos si Vincent at natira na lang si Justin at yan.
Zetra finding a pick as well, and KLR on the back end dito sa mid. Virtus.pro, sila ang una na makakuha ng round dito laban sa Querdas, and Zetra with a nice little hold dito sa arco. Alam niya kasi yung tendency na yun ng Querdas dito. 1-0 para sa Virtus.pro, Ramon. It is another one of those rounds na medyo binibilisan ng Virtus.pro.
Yan nga eh, which kind of just sinking away from the idea that we're used to. Pero Elvin, yung silent killer, siya yung nag-ingay laban kay Vincent, trying to set up that 2-F. Wala na tuloy oras para sa kanya. Justin punishes Elvin, pushing a little bit too aggressively, but he still maintain control over hotel. At napatay pa nga nila si Yetja.
Yotip manggagaling sa TV dito, nakalaban si USP at si KSA hindi handa. And that's one, almost getting the double kill. Gives a lifeline para sa Querdas. Justin spots out KSA na nakalabas yung granada. At ngayon, Ramon, 1 versus 1.
Nakita pa nga kung saan manggagaling dito si Cetra. So this is giving a lot of time for Justin to consider that RS hold. Making sure that Cetra will have to give a sound cue. Kung kukunin nga niya yung C4 dito, but is it close enough para confirm nga yung position niya? At a lot of time dito, pwedeng ituloy ni Cetra yung ginagawang push ng VP papunta dun sa B. Pero napakalapit lang dito ni Justin, so it's very risky. It's also considering na baka mag-push din dito si Justin. A lot of time and a lot of possibilities. Where will Cetra go at this point?
Uy, magkakakitaan sila sa hotel. Nasa BR na si Justin, nagmamadali, pero hindi kinig ni Zetra. Nandito sa exit si Zetra! Uy, nakatalikod pa rin! What a 180! And Zetra with a ridiculous shot on the Colt gives the round to Virtus.pro.
Oh, you cannot do this, Justin! Nakatalikod lang si Cetra dun! At hindi nga one tap yun, pre! He was 80% HP. It was a 2-tap coming through from that Colt. Kaya Cetra with the 180 of his life. Na-steal pa nga yung round laban dito sa QD. They get that 1 for 1. That LE controlled up. Yung Arco napatay agad ang isang mga players ng VP. But QD, they feel that heartbreaker. They're feeling that pressure coming through. Kaya nag-early pick sila doon sa LA. Nakuha pa nga nila si KSA. Cetra getting a shot kay Yobs. At nakuha din niya si Yetja. LA just controlled by just one singular sniper. Downed by Vincent. It's all up to just Justin and Vincent.
Justin, kailangan niya lumapit sa kapitan niya kasi magkahiwalay yung mga miyembro ng Virtus.pro. Kel taking control of HM. At walang ideya ang Virtus.pro kung saan manggagaling ang depensa ng Querdas. Yobib trying to play catch up to the position of his teammate. At maghihiwalay ang Querdas dito. That's an interesting choice, Ramon.
Nga eh.
Hoy!
Kasi can have an easy spray kay Vincent. Yun na nga. Magkahiwalay sa walang trade. Justin, the lone entity. And no info given, I think. Spray pa nga niya si Keller. So alam nang galing lang siya dun sa akyatan. And there's still gotta be that bomb plant. 40 seconds para kay Justin. And considering that option dun pa lamang sa may ramp, he is slowly walking into the sightline of VP. Or are taking control of RS. There is no hesitation, no risk para makapag-peak. Pero nag-peak pa rin si Justin. And it's all down to this Yotib. He has no idea kung nasaan si Yobib ngayon. Shaving a lot of time, a lot of anxiety. Walang kahit anong pasok para kay Justin. As it's the easiest post-plant of Yobib's life.
Sorry, Ramon, medyo natawa ako kasi parang yumuko na lang si Justin. Sabi niya, bahala ka na, Lord. Kung mamabuhay man ako dito. Siyempre, pipick si Yobib doon. And Virtus.pro will be winning the round 3-0. And a nice shot from Elvin. Ano nangyari doon? Quick scope ata yun ah. Elvin looking for more. The double sniper mula sa Virtus.pro lumabas na dito sa BL side. Confident ang mga miyembro ng Virtus.pro na makukuha nila yung first kill. At yun na nga, yung nangyari.
Ulit pa nga ako na si Elvin yung sniper. Usually si double sniper. Either si Kel or si KSA or si Yobib. Pero si Elvin of all people, yung usually nakikita natin on that HK.
Yo.
Getting that first one.
Yobs.
Very risky and very much frisky kay KSA. Gets the kill pero Setra maintains control from Militaire. Yetja with the shot onto Yobib. Babalikan lang at si Yotib sinaktuan pa si KLR.
There you go.
Every time that VP tries to get the kill, nakakabawi pa rin ng QD.
Pero si Elvin dadaga ng isa. That's the sniper hitting its mark pero si Yetcha sasagot din. Alright, Virtus.pro losing control of this round. Elvin now running away. 2 versus 1 para kay Elvin. Pero tingnan mo yung oras, Ramon. 1:11. Time check 10:26. Prime time na ni Elvin.
Yep, all eyes on him. For the million fans around the world para sa kanya. For him to try to clutch this in a 1v2, this is another day in the office in theory para kay Elvin. Pero sa sitwasyon na meron siya ngayon, wala sa kanya yung C4 at wala rin siyang control dun sa LA. Hawak-hawak lamang ni Justin on the long angle. And I think nahanap na siya. Good spot coming through. Elvin, a lot of damage. Nade, possibly alone. Yun nga lang, it's not going to be hitting onto Elvin. He considers the angle. And I don't think this is gonna be doable para sa kanya as a lot more pepper damage galing kay Justin confirms the round para sa Querdas Esports.
And I think Querdas, ito yung solusyon sa problema nyo, no? Huwag lang kayong matakot sa Virtus.pro. Just take the fights to the enemy. Ito yung ginagawa ng Querdas, kaya sila nanalo sa FERVID. Bakit ngayon natatakot sila? Vincent getting caught pants down. And again, it's Querdas having to play scrappy. But that's the way they like it. Ayun lang. Bakit kayo nagpipick dyan sa mid? Alam nyo namang nandyan si Elvin eh.
Iisa pa ba itong si Yobs? Been doing this past couple of rounds. Yobib gets that punishment kay Yobs. They have been peeking so many times dito sa sniper. And fair play, hindi yung sniper yung kumuha dito kay Yobs. Pero I just find to force the CE control at KSC is just gonna punish them. Wala lang, easy pickings lang to para sa VP pre.
Pero man, alam ko namang sinabi ko na maging aggressive yung Querdas, take the fight. But not like this! And that's a flawless round. As clean as it can get para sa Virtus.pro. All 5 players still alive. And 3 of those kills ay galing sa sniper. Alright, 4-1, Virtus.pro have broken Querdas. Mukhang totoo yung sinasabi ni Coach Ella. Kalabasa.
Nagkakaroon ng reality check na ang QD. Getting very confident after the execution game, and Cetra showing us another highlight moment. A quick shot papunta kay Yotib, and they get LA just as easy as that.
Yetcha pasok pa ng vents ha. Mukhang susubukan yung dumaga dito. USP na at nakita na siya. KSA taken down by Yetcha. That's a nice little peek out. Pero tatlo pa rin. Or wala nang lamang rather ang Virtus.pro dito. Dahil nalaglag yung attacker na lang na si KSA. But Zetra is still gonna attempt to take down Yetcha. From vents. Kaya ba? Zetra? Timingan siya doon at si Justin na manggagaling sa TV. There's the shot I'm looking for. Zetra with a quick scope.
Nakita niyo yung sniper but he still continues to trying to give an opportunity dito kay Cetra who for the past few rounds has always been controlling LA all by himself. Is now giving another example kung bakit dapat hindi mo talaga siya pinipick from VP. Kalat na kalat ng bawat miyembro ng VP ngayon trying to take a pick, trying to get an answer. Getting another sort of opening pero yung double pick hindi pumaldo. KLR naman yung may sniper, si Vincent papapatay. Si Yob sumabay pa. This is QD crumbling under the pressure. Isa-isa lang silang namamatay. And it's always because of the snipers.
Kinis kailangan nila mag-timeout. Querdas, there's no way around it. Nagkakalat na yung mga membro nyo dito. I'm not gonna sugarcoat anymore. Querdas need to get their act together. And it is another one of those rounds na lalapit si Yob dito at mahuhuli niya si Kapitan Kel. Alright, good start para sa Querdas. Pero tama na, huwag na kayong gumalaw. Okay na yan.
Okay na yan. Good start coming through. And LA is still controlled by you. So babalik na lang yung VP sa default. Naiiwan na lang natin si Cetra dito habang nag-work pa tayo ng magic. Pero Yobs, low on HP, bypass, controlled by him. Alam niyo nandun si Cetra. Ito yung pangsagot nila sa sniper at patay siya. Good punishment para sa QD. 3 versus 5 and they're still gonna get pushing.
Tuloy-tuloy pa rin ng Querdas dito ha. Yob still looking for a fight kahit 1 HP na lang siya. That's a flash coming in. At kailangan tumingin ni Elvin dito. Mukhang makaka-double kill pa si Elvin. Pero si Querdas dilipat sa RS. Yung isa na ng player na si Yobs. Okay lang. Elvin is still holding the back end habang lumalapit sa hotel dito. Si KS at si Yobib. Ay, there's the punishment. And Elvin expecting the next player. 3 versus 3, 3 versus 4. Doable pa to, pero si Justin. Okay, isa siya bago tumakbo. 2v3. Querdas trying to deny Virtus.pro.
They're maintaining that hotel pressure and Elvin is securing the kill kay Yetja. He's completely sealing the catch off guard para Yotib on the flank. Nahanap na ng QD yung solusyon. Just keep flanking them all around the map. Habang walang kahit anong space ang VP, it all lies on Yobib's shoulders now. At anong gagawin ng Dark Prince ngayon? Exit controlled by him. They fully know na nasa B-site lang sila kanina. Napakalayo for that post pick. Yobib, ano yung niluluto mo dito, pre?
Oh, I like this. Punta ng vent si Yobib. Mahirap siya i-clear doon at gagamitin ng Querdas ang lahat ng utility nila para i-clear yung site. Wala dyan si Yobib. Will play for EA. At saktong-sakto nyo, pwede niyang labanan lang itong dalawang Toramon.
I think it's a good position from him until Vincent just clears the angle. Just knows that Yobib will try to get that isolated frag. Pero Querdas Esports, the vibes are reviving the environment para sa kanila. And they pick up the second round. It's doable. They're still down, pare.
I think I figured out bakit hindi sila magka-timeout, no? Ramon, they have no plan. They're just gonna go in and take the fights to the enemy. At si Elvin willingly obliges Justin. Takes him down. Vincent one more mula sa BR. Pero patutumbahin din siya ni Elvin. Zetra from Miniter. Nag-setup na ng tent. Si Zetra doon sa Miniter. Looking for the next. At mapapatumba siya ni Yob doon. Okay, 2 versus 4. And Querdas pinapapak ni Elvin. That's 3 for the lurk of Elvin. At si Yobs magiging pangapat. Pero si Yobib na ang kukuha doon. 6-2 Virtus.pro nagmamadali.
May FFA pala sa Ankara, pre. Because that literally was all that we saw sa mismong screen natin. Yung pushes on second mid. Yung pag-kill nila dito on that mid side. It was VP. We're just handing fights like it was nobody's business. 6-2 now again. A lot of that layering. Punta dito sa my A site. VP. I think they have an idea that they don't need to change or stray further sa nagiging default nila. It's been working so far. Yung sniper nila on the way towards Militaire. Yung pag-hold nila dun sa may second mid. Yung damage na nilagay nila kay Yotib. I think QD is just getting peppered with the util.
Look at this positioning from Virtus.pro, Ramon. Everyone is ready to receive the push from Querdas except for Zetra. Nasa Miniter pa rin, hoping, praying na maging agresibo si Yobs mula sa EA. Pero sa vents manggagaling ang Querdas.
Yan nga eh. Double peek ba to? It's the worst possible time to do it. They have a sniper. They also have an attacker just holding down some sideline na yan. Pero paingay na nga si Yetja. Pero this is all just a bait para ma-clear agad itong si KSA. Good shot coming through from him. At alam niyang hindi nag-iisa si Yetja doon. Yotib trying to control that spray and finally gets the kill kay KSA. Pero yung nade from Yobib will confirm tong si Yotib.
3 versus 2. It's a messy round para sa Virtus.pro at getting dismantled despite expecting the push. At si Yobs, munti ka nang mahuli ni Elvin doon. He's not done. He's gonna push. Yobs has to run away. Pero wala kang lupang tatakbuhan para kay Elvin. 2v2 at yung AK nilabas na ni Vincent. Manggagaling sa likod. At si Kapitan kontra Kapitan. Vincent ang lalamang. Querdas buhay pa.
Siyempre si Vincent pa. From the flanks all the way around the world to finally get themselves the last 2 players dito sa VP. Well, on paper, mukhang walang plano at gusto lang nila kunin yung LA pero pang setup lang yon para sa flank na naluto ni Vincent in the late round. Just to catch off guard VP in the process. 3-6 is the score. Nagmamadali at si Sentra handa na. Si KLR sumunod pa. That is 3 kills in just 1 few seconds. Si Vincent na lang ang natitira, but El Capitan can't do it all. That is Yobib and the rest of VP sweeping away QD just like that.
Hala, Virtus.pro, eto na sila, Ramon. The server is getting spicy at yung Virtus.pro alam kasi nila yung ginawa nila. Binasag na nila ang Querdas. Wala na silang nagagawa dito sa BL side. Ultimo rush hindi nila mapagana. Kaya natutuwa na dito si KSA, ngumingiti na siya. Si Elvin seryoso pa rin. Pero yung Virtus.pro, 4 na ang lamang. At Yobs papasok. Uy, yan dyan na shot to Elvin. Papasok ng EA. At yung Querdas, pwede na lang subukan tong A. Si Zetra nasa taas. Pero kaya niya bang patumbahin ang mga miyembro dito ng Querdas? Ang sagot hindi. Yobs is alive. Uy, Yobs. Kalma ka lang. Zetra gets taken down. Pero yung KSA na daw nag-iingay pa rin. Doon sa stairs. At noong nawala yung smoke, KLR 1v2.
Nagiging extra spicy yung game natin, no? Sa kada picks nila from mid all the way to LA, they're shooting their bodies, pre. And it's pure disrespect from QD despite the triple man that they had dun sa top A. They were able to catch them all unawares, pero si KLR up against Vincent, ang kapitan, laban sa kapitan. This is para ma-eliminate ang QD sa playoffs. But Vincent wants to stay alive. He wants to be the one to breach through top 2. It starts with 17 seconds. KLR taking a lot of space, clearing every corner dun sa metal box. Alam niyang walang kahit sino ang nandito lang sa site, kaya sa smoke off lamang niya yung exit at natapangan niyo si 4! At yun, ang trap para kay Vincent, saving the round para sa QD.
Natatawa kay Vincent, pinipigilan niya yung ngiti niya. Alam niya kasi na medyo malayo pa bago manalo. Pero medyo inaanghangan na rin ngayon ni Vincent kahit siya binabaril yung mga katawan ng Virtus.pro dito. Nevertheless, I digress. 7-4 in favor of Virtus.pro. At si KLR nandito sumisilap sa bintana ng hotel. Si Vincent, ano kinaakyat mo dyan, Diyos? Boss, bawal dyan! You've been playing security guard. Hindi pinapasok sila, Justin. At yung Querdas, hindi na rin makapasok sa site. Pipilitin ni Yobs, ha? May kasama pa siyang isa, pero andito na si Zetra. Kumbaga, mala-final boss dito sa batteries. Hindi nakasamin. And Zetra is down.
Patay na yan,
secured
boss!
para sa Querdas.
Patay na yun. So they have the space but they don't have the C4 din. Every member of VP can turtle up, pero the ego just rising para sa VP syempre. Hindi nila hihintayin. Hahanapin na lang nila ang QD. Yobs finds a good catch dito kay KSA, pero Elvin nandito pa siya sa kabila. Tamang patay lang para kay Yobs. It's all down to just Yotib. 1 minute and 20. And Hotel, the possible entry. Kaya ba? Star para dito sa QD. Na-spot pa nga siya na Yobib. And lets them know who's the real final boss sa Virtus.pro. It is a do or die para sa QD as VP get their 8th round.
I can't help but feel like parang tinanggap na ng Querdas ang kapalaran nila dito, Ramon. I mean, pumapalag pa rin naman sila, no? Pero yung struktura nila, walang nagbabago eh. It's still raw crossfire na walang definitive na plano. Si Justin nagmamadali sa ASM. Holy sila dito. At yung Ares, kontrolado ni Yotib. Si Elvin, pinuwersa na dito ng Querdas. At sa exit naman, manggagaling si KSA. 2-for-1 exchange. Querdas, hindi sila makapasok ng site.
Nasa yung nga yung Ares. Oo, pero hindi mo mapatay yung exit player. At si KSA pinapalabas ang QD sa ang Karmak at sa playoffs. Getting more damage done, Justin. Pinaupo lang ng VP ngayon. Pero si Vincent kumukulit pa. Sumasagot kay KSA. Sa isang namamatay ang VP ngayon, etc. Re-clearing and fighting anti-Yobs like an assassin in a good night. At nasa kanya na nga ang C4. Si Vincent na lang. At wala nang saya, wala nang party-party. Seryoso na para kay Vincent. Etc. Will try to push it back to reality. Few pot shots. At hindi na to warning shot, boss. It is series point. And VP are on their way to the grand finals.
1 round away. At magkikita na ulit ang Virtus.pro kalaban sa Stallions unless Querdas have anything else left in the tank. Kalesa ba o kalabasa, Ramon? Shoutout Coach L. Si Yobs magiging kalabasa and KLR will be keeping control of CA. Uy! Paano nakapasok si Justin sa BR? Buti na lang doon si KSA sa RS taking down the trade. Yet buhay pa naman at si Ote mandito rin. VP 1v3, Ramon.
They're just throwing the strat book out the window, pre. And playing the crossfire that they very much know. Just hold W at kahit sino papatayin ka. Pero ASA, world class, gets the 2K. And it's not down to just Yotib. Ang superstar ng QD laban sa pinakamalaking kontrabida ng SEA Masters. Can get that C4. And has a lot of time to push back onto the B site. This is KSA's world. But Yotib still has the numbers and the health advantage.
1 versus 1. At si Yotib manggagaling sa loob ng side. All KSA has to do for now is wait. You have to remember, Ramon, KSA, star attacker. Yotib is a rising sniper. In these scenarios na hindi siya nakasniper, hindi mo alam ano mangyayari. At aakyat ng 2F si Yotib. KSA is coming in. Yotib, saan ka nakatingin? Aakyat na sa likod mo si KSA! And that should be it! Not like this! Diretso sa finals ang Virtus.pro na walang mintis, not dropping a single map against Querdas and making a statement in Ankara. Virtus.pro are finals bound.
And another date with destiny, a familiar opponent para sa Virtus.pro in the grand finals where they will meet Stallions. As you mentioned, there's so many grand finals, so much history, so much bad blood between these two historical teams in CFS SEA. And what the way to do it, to demonstrate na yung semifinals natin ay night and day kumpara sa Stallions na medyo nagkaroon ng konting hirap no? Papunta dito sa grand finals natin when they were fighting up against FERVID. Ngayon, ang VP naman showing that the semifinals parang warm-up lang to para sa VP, man. Kudos to the team of Virtus.pro. Talagang nung nakuha nila yung control over Ankara, it was over before QD can get started on this map.
I would even call it nakuha nila yung control, no, Ramon. I would put it in the sense na once Virtus.pro realized that Querdas didn't have a plan in this map, they just took over the game. Ganon. Kasi yung Querdas never nag-timeout. They didn't find another strat to play, particularly on the BL side, which I was expecting them to pull something out, pero parang wala na silang nilabas dito, Ramon. No? They just ran out of steam. I don't know kung na-tilt ba dito yung players nila or na-realize nila na kahit anong i-attempt nila, wala silang may papanalo sa Virtus.pro. Either way, the case is they just weren't able to put up any good fights. Kahit dun sa isang round na nag-rush sila dito sa HM, overwhelming Elvin, getting a 2-man advantage, nakambakan pa rin sila ni KSA, etc. I'm not sure what happened to Querdas, but this is not what we are used to seeing from them, lalo na dito sa semifinals. Kumbaga, kulang pa talaga sa sa I don't know if it's experience or maybe composure. Maybe yon. Composure, kulang pa dito sa Querdas. And kung usapang composure lang din naman, hindi ka na mas lalamang pa laban sa Virtus.pro. Saan ka pa hahanap?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we could put it in this perspective, diba? We can give props over to Virtus.pro kasi syempre, while this was the expected result, we can kind of give props to Querdas pa rin for reaching this far papunta dito sa ating semifinals, diba? We never expected them to actually head into the playoffs. We never expected them to actually get the whole series up against Execration. Hindi nga natin na-expect na magiging close yung magiging Black Widow. Pero at the end of the day, these kids, they die fighting. And unfortunately para sa kanila, ang mga players natin on Virtus.pro are the ones who come out on top. At dahil dyan, tapos na ang serye para sa Virtus.pro versus Querdas Esports. It will be Stallions versus VP bukas at syempre, talagang gustong-gusto papanoorin ng lahat ng yan. No? So we're gonna be throwing it over to our panel, Salvatore NL. Sana naman ay nag-enjoy kayo sa series na to.
Ubos na ang pambayad ng pangrenta dito, no? Teka lang. Mamaya pa yun. Pero as I was saying, ubos na ang pambayad dito ng Querdas sa kanilang pang-upa at pinalayas na ng tuluyan dito ang Virtus.pro para doon na daw sila sa battle for third, no? Wala nang ibang pwedeng sabihin pa, wala nang mas ikalalambot pa na pananalita, no? Rekta na natin sasabihin, tinaga sa puso ng Virtus.pro itong Querdas at wala man lang silang awa.
Wala man lang din silang palag, no, Querdas. I believe it is also ang Kara na naging panapos natin dito sa best of 3 nila sa regular season. Ang score dito ng Virtus.pro laban sa Querdas 10-3, and what do you know, no? Querdas, they only managed to improve by 1 round dito sa ating Virtus.pro ang Kara. This time around, pare, it's that harsh reality, no? Babalik na naman tayo dito sa Salvador sa reality check ika nga para sa Querdas na granted they are the first impact team to make it to a Masters semifinals. Granted, inatalo nila yung execution na sabihin nating top 4 sa ating regular season, pero once you get to that upper echelon, pare, there's a great barrier that divides dito sa ating rest of the teams ng Masters and Stallions and Virtus.pro. No? Talagang mahirap patumbahin yung pader na yan. Kahit anong gamitin mo, wala kang magagawa. So, sabihin na lang natin, this is a learning experience for Querdas. Sure, makita natin yung immaturity ng team. Lahat sila medyo baguhan dito, di ba? Bukod kay Vincent. So, there is a lot to learn, there is a lot to improve on, and I want to see that for their next regular season, di ba? Kasi pasok naman sila sa summers, pero I want that improvement, pare. Sabihin natin, yung pagkapanalo nila sa execution, it was a lucky stroke, pare. Babalik din tayo sa coin flip. Nanalo sila sa coin flip na yun sa new compound, pero for summers naman, sana magbago sila. Pero look at that! Wow!
Yeah. Pre, nagsisimula pa lang ang taon para nga sa Querdas at inaasahan talaga namin na ito ay isang hakbang lang na nadapa nga sila, no? Pero may summer at regionals pa na makikita natin ang kulay pula ng Querdas Esports to. Kaya para sa inyo guys, kami ay ginagagalak na talaga umabot kayo sa puntong ito. Pero lahat kasi yan, hindi na talaga namin pag-uusapan pa kasi Virtus.pro with one of the most dominating angkaras sa loob ng SEA Masters. Na ang tanong kanina natin, kung may bitaw ba ang Querdas, ito ang ilalagay natin doon bilang panagot eh. Look at the numbers ng 4 na magkakasunod dito, no, from Elvin all the way to Cetra. Walang tapon. Alam mo talaga na naging pulbos at naging alikabok ang Querdas. Might as well give 4 MVPs para sa player nga na yan. Pero syempre, isa lang ang bibigyan nating pahiwatig no, na kung sino nga ba ang tunay na MVP. Feeling ko, pre, nakita mo na nga siya. Nakita na natin siya ng mga ilang araw na. Pero wala pa rin talagang pagbabago. No? Elvin, 3 consecutive sets of MVP performance. No? Kung hindi ka pa naniniwala sa lakas ni Elvin, kung isa ka sa mga nagduda sa lakas niya last year, kesyo wala siyang epekto para sa team ng EVOS last year. Wala siyang ginagawa para sa SGJ. Fast forward to 2026, kumakanana ng MVP laban kay Cetra at Yobib. My goodness, Elvin, what a growth.
What a growth indeed, no? And siguro ilalagay ulit natin sa storyline ng Virtus.pro versus Stallions yung katambalan niya dito sa Stallions si KLB naman earlier, no? Pero in a different fashion, he's going to be that lurker na talagang siya yung kate sa likod mo na hindi mo maabot, no? Yun yung feeling kapag kalaban mo dito si Elvin. Talagang hindi mo mahanap kung nasan siya. Pero nandun, Makate, hindi natin maabot. Talagang mahirap solusyonan yung ganun, pare. Pero I feel like for Virtus.pro, he's only just one of the cards dito na pwedeng magamit ni Coach ㍍Round para sa finals natin. And kung siya pa lang yung sabihin nating pinaka nag-activate, paano pa kaya sa Grand Finals kapag dilabas na yung buong set, no? Yung buong Exodia dito ng Virtus.pro?
Ay nako, simula pa lang ng taon, no, sinasabi na nga natin, may agwat, may gap tayong pinag-uusapan, and I can't believe hanggang ngayon, despite group stage and with blockbuster playoff performances, nandoon pa rin. Sila pa rin ang ating makikita sa Grand Finals at ganun din naman dito para kay Elvin, siya pa rin ang ating makikita bilang MVP. Of course, no, 3 sets ka nag-MVP, dapat lang naman na ikaw ang overall, no. Elvin is now fully activated at wala kayong magagawa. Sa ayaw niya man o sa hindi, kung pinagdudahan mo man siya, kung nanghihinayang ka sa lakas ni Elvin at kung nahihinaan ka sa pinapakita niyang output, kailangan mo mag-time travel sa taon ng 2026, pre. Kasi literal to, hindi ko na tinatago, si Elvin ay dumudurog ng 5.
Literally, no? Dumudurog siya ng 5 pero hindi mo siya mararamdaman kung paano siya dumurog. Hindi mo rin malalaman kung saan siya manggagaling, no? Yun yung pinaka-importanting factor dito kay Elvin. You never know where and when he's gonna strike, pare. So, I feel like him being the only guy na nakikita natin dito sa MVP speaks volumes para dito sa ating Virtus.pro team na kumbaga i-contrast na naman natin sa Stallions na sa kanila unity. Kung sino man mag-pop off, the goods. No, gusto kay Coach Tax. Everyone is carrying everyone. Dito naman, Elvin's making sure na nakikita yung pangalan niya, nararamdaman siya kasi dun mo lang siya makikita. In-game, hindi mo alam kung saan mo siya mahanap.
Ang Querdas ay isang sagot sa katanungan na sino ang gumawa nito para mawala ang Querdas sa playoffs, no? Wala talaga, pre. Si Elvin talaga ang makikita mo bilang panapat dito, no, sa Querdas. Si Elvin lang naman ang sagot sa trivia. Sino nga ba ang kaisa-isang tao na dumurog sa Querdas para hindi nila makita ang Grand Finals? Yun ang gusto kong ipahiwatig, no? Elvin is that player. Wala tayong magagawa talaga, pre. Elvin is dominating against all ranks at wala siyang tinitipid na pangalan, no? Basta nabubuhay ka sa mundong ibabaw, naglalaro ka ng Crossfire, nakatarget ka dito kay Elvin. And my God, 3 consecutive sets. Ganun nga naman talaga kasolido dito para kay Elvin. At pinapakilala nga na pala namin ang ating silent killer. Dumudurog ng 5, pero nagmamahal lang isa. Wala nang iba kundi si Elvin dito sa ating MVP interview. Boss Elvin, akalain mo nga naman ikaw na naman ang ating MVP. Anong masasabi mo sa performance na yun, Boss Elvin? Kamusta tayo ngayon?
Okay lang, boss. Naglalaro lang.
Yun lang ang feeling.
Kami namamanghan na kami. Ikaw naglalaro ka lang. Pero ito, Elvin, ito katanungan. Makikita ka na naman namin sa Grand Finals for what, like the 4th or 5th consecutive time. Hindi na to bago sa'yo. Pero bago natin pag-usapan ng Grand Finals, ano ba tong series na to para sa Elvin? Parang may kulang ba sa Querdas o parang nahanapan niyo lang talaga ng kahinaan? Ano bang pakiramdam ng Elvin ngayon sa series na to?
Sa Pinas kasi 'di ba may Wonder Kid, tapos may Golden Boy.
Yun.
Ito yung Golden Boy, Golden Hand, ito yung Wonder Hand.
Ayan na.
Pinagsama, no?
Pinagsama kayo ng
Pinagsama, pare. Pinagsama niya, pare, yung Golden Hand siya Wonder Hand. Kalagang pag pinagsama mo yan, wonderful.
GG's.
GG's, wala tayong
mamamatay
dyan. Sige, sabihin na lang natin, no, na Stallions na naman kalaban nyo. Pwede ba kami mag-expect na ibang resulta dito sa Grand Finals yung kahit nang usapan natin ay best of 5 naman?
Depende po sa inyo kasi simpat ka na naman po yun.
General talaga yun. Parang
ito Elvin, gusto ko talaga marinig sa'yo. Gusto ko talaga marinig ng rekta sa'yo na walang tinatago. Ito isipin mo, pre, undisputed, unfiltered. Pre, Elvin, banata mo kami. Baka may mensahe ka sa Team Stallions kung ano yung pwede naming makita kinabukasan. At tingin mo ba ito na yung taon na lahat ng kampiyon mapapasa inyo?
Kita-kits bukas, dudurugin namin sila.
Yun! Finally! Finally, ganyan.
Ito kita-kits bukas, dudurugin namin kayo. 5 words, pero parang buong lalawigan ng Cebu ang nasaktan doon, eh, no? Elvin, grabe ka naman talaga. Boss El, baka may huli kang katanungan.
Wala naman. Kung mag-i-interview ba ulit si Coach Shane at si Coach Tax, may sasabihin ba ulit na malupit si Coach Shane? Sa tingin mo? Hula lang.
Siyempre, hindi pa patalo yan.
Siyempre, no?
Okay, Elvin.
Sasabihin
Hindi na namin
daw po
patatagalin
si,
pa.
Si Kellar.
Sige. Bigay mo yung headset kay Kellar. Boss Kellar, banat. Rinig ka namin.
Shoutout nga pala sa mga dyan, yung mga, alam nyo na, yung mga maraming parinig sa amin, mga basher, sa mga sumusuporta, maraming salamat sa inyo. Sa mga basher naman, kahit wala kayo, nandiyan kayo, mananalo kami or matatalo kami.
Yun.
Ayun. Yung mga maraming pahaging, susunod, mag-call out din kayo, kayo puro pahaging, mga papano nyo eh. Maraming mga call out nyo rin, huwag kayo matakot, lalo mo manununtok eh. Tapos sa mga kalaban pala namin bukas, maganda-handa kayo. Dahil kami handa na.
Yun, siya talaga.
Yun, dapat pala.
Ako may sasabihin na ako. Ngayon alam niyo na yung agwat namin mula rank 3 hanggang rank 6.
Ayun, yung isa pa. O sino pa?
Pre,
Robby,
panghang
ikaw
ng
din.
panghang, pre. Wala nang babanat. Bibigyan na namin ng
shout out.
pagkakataon dito si Elvin para magbigay ng pahayag no? Para sa mga mahal na sa buhay, mensahe sa mga sumusuporta sa Virtus.pro. Elvin, ibigay mo na.
Shoutout po sa mga fans ng Virtus.pro, sa mga nagsusupport sa Virtus.pro, tsaka sa Hybrid.PHT, sa family ko, sa girlfriend ko, sa mga casters, sa team ko, kay coach. Yun po. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Elvin, kita-kits bukas. Isa na namang sayawan na makikita namin bukas para sa Grand Finals. Virtus.pro at Team Stallions. Elvin, good luck nga sa inyo at sana makita namin yung mainit na performance ulit bukas.
Thank you po.
Boss Elvin,
Bye-bye.
maraming salamat.
Thank you po.
Ay, nako. Di
Okay
nakakasawa. Di nakakasawa, pre. Kada
Di
tanong mo
nakakasawa.
sa Virtus.pro, ang bigat ng sinasabi nga nila. At kailangan ikaw nakikinig ka. Pag ikaw ang pinaparinggan o baka natatamaan ka sa mga sinasabi ni Keller.
Baka yung pinapatamaan niya isang buong isla no? Pero at least, kahit naman siguro si Elvin yung MVP. Dapat si LR lagi ini-interview natin.
Ay, kita mo, no? Ramdam po talaga kay Keller yung pagyanig talaga ng isang buong isla, no? Pero okay, mamaya na yung interview na yan, pre. Let us take a look one more time, no? Kailangan kasi formalities, kumbaga. Alam naman natin kung ano ang Grand Finals, pero of course, no? Para lang maliwanagan kayo kung ano nga ba meron bukas, no? Araw ng ating mga nanay, no? Araw ng ating mga ilaw ng tahanan, pero dito sa CFS SEA Masters Spring, tayo ay magdidiwang sa sayawan ng Team Stallions at ng Virtus.pro. Pero bago yun, syempre, uunahan muna natin ng Battle for Third kung sino nga ba talaga ang pumupuna nung agwat na yun dun sa number 1 at number 2 between FERVID at ng Querdas, no? Pero yung STS at BP, dyan sila sa VIP Lounge, pre. Nagpapasarap, kumakain ng mga mamahalin at nakasuot ng alam mong talagang higit pa sa sinasahod ng isang araw, no? Pero FERVID and Querdas, never doubt the battle for third, no? Last year pinakitaan tayo ng matches tsaka ng execration. Ngayon, parang execration mula sa FERVID at Querdas na parang matches din kung maglaro. Kayo na bahala kung magpinta. That is our matches for tomorrow. Ano masasabi mo dyan?
Parang dito na natin makikita yung differentiation ng quality between the top 1 and top 2 and of course our runners up to be, di ba? Sabihin lang natin na may isa lang naman na yung tunay na talo dyan yung fourth. Kasi kung isipin mo, walang medal yung fourth, pare, no? May bronze, may silver at gold, and yung fourth, well, talo lang, di ba? Yun lang.
Okay guys, no, replay man to pero hindi tayo magsasawa na panoorin paulit-ulit, no. Ang ating Grand Finals nga pala kahapon, kung hindi mo pa alam, papaalala ko ulit sa iyo. Team Stallions versus Virtus.pro for tomorrow's Grand Finals at kailangan na andun ka. Pero syempre, para mapanood mo, like and follow na lang sa page ni CROSSFIRE Philippines para may updates ka para sa mga nangyayari dito sa SEA Masters at sa CROSSFIRE in general, no. Bago nga tayo mamaalam, pinapasalamatan ko nga pala ang bubuo sa CROSSFIRE Philippines, that being the community. Maraming salamat sa suporta kay Smilegate sa pagpatuloy din na pagbigay ng mga tournaments dito lang sa Pilipinas at pagbigay ng pagkakataon itong mga teams maipamalas ang kanilang lakas sa CROSSFIRE. Sa ating production ng TNC, sa ating events team din sa TNC, sa mga casters, sa lahat ng bumubuo dito sa CROSSFIRE, maraming salamat. Pero eto na nga lang ang oras namin, isang tulog na nga lang umaagwat para makita mo ang laban ng dalawang higantes. Papaalala ko ulit sa iyo kung hindi mo pa alam, Virtus.pro, Team Stallions, bukas yan dito lang sa CFS SEA Masters Spring. Salvatore at El nga pala dito nga lang sa panel. Ramon at Dado, Sneaky Frag at Bipolar para sa casters. Goodbye and good night.
Di ko lang naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakukulto ka niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
teka.